Good morning and welcome to the Sambas on Dawn Patrol. Day 4 of competition and it's finals day for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. See Kai Ellis win, Soleil Erico, Taylor Jensen, all the big guns through to finals day. Honolulu, 3-time world champ, will be coming up. Tucker Inui, the Japanese firecracker, who's looking to cause an upset against TJ. And there's a world champ, Rachel Tilley, the 2015 world champ. She'll be coming up against Honolulu. We welcome you to Huntington Beach. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead, joined by Carla Zamora for the call. Carla, how good is it to have longboarding here at the US Open of Surfing, but to have finals day and some tremendous waves?
Yeah, the waves are actually really clean today. It was a bit of a slow start with that fog kind of looming in, but we're finally going, and we're really excited to see how everything plays out and see some spectacular surfing. As you can see behind us, that fog layer, that marine layer, had come all the way through to the inside, and it's been difficult. We've been holding it off for a few hours, but we're going to go down for the call with AJ, who's got a special guest.
Yeah, I have a very special guest. Auntie Meg's down here getting ready to coach a few of the longboarders here at Huntington Beach, and so we've been waiting around all morning for this fog to lift, which means we have 25-minute heats now, Meg, for the rest of the day. How does that affect these competitors?
Well, I think their mindset needs to change. It's a matter of now with the 5 minute less of the heat, they're going to have to go out there and get the heat started early. They're going to have to play a little bit more defense, I think, especially with the waves that's happening right now. The defense has to be on point today. So, I mean, that's what I'm going to be telling my competitors, and we'll see how they do.
Speaking of the waves today, how are they looking? What do you think are going to be some of the key maneuvers or tactics that work to get somebody all the way to the finals?
Well, I mean, the good thing about the fog is that it kind of pushed the wind away, so it's a lot glassier. So it's going to allow a lot of the longboarders to get that toe time, so that hang 10. And that's what the judges are going to want to see. So that's what I'm going to tell everybody is to, as soon as they stand up, get to that nose and get 10 toes over it.
There we go. There you have it. So we'll send it back to you guys to get this action underway for finals day here at the Longboard Classic.
Great insight there from AJ, who had Auntie Megs there, who'll be coaching Sophia Colhane coming up shortly. But one of the best heats to watch today, the Rad Bikes heats, was the quarterfinal heat 2 with Honolulu, Bloomfield, and Rachel Tilley, 2 world champions going at it with a long history. This is going to be a great one coming up soon.
Yeah, 100%. Both these girls are on their game. Rachel kind of back on the tour again. I think she took a little bit of a break, was doing a bit of commentary and stuff, which she's fabulous at. But now she's ready. I think spending some time in El Sal and watching all the friends compete, she's ready to give it out. So Hano, Rachel, these are 2 firecrackers.
Absolutely, and we set up this heat in the water right now. As Meg said, that fog moving out, that wind has been kept at bay. Usually we see the onshore start to blow up at about 10 a.m. and it is doing that, but it's light. We've got some tremendous waves with a moderate south swell there. It's around 3 feet, and you can see the Filipino flag flying in the foreground because J.R. Esker will be coming up quarterfinal number 1 shortly, and that crowd is really starting to gather on the sand there, Carla. Yeah,
we've got all our Pinoy kuyas and ates and titas and titos, the lolos, the lolas, everybody's down there to support JR. The Philippine culture is just so loving and welcoming, so it's great to have their spirit down here.
And they'll love everyone in the water right now with Natalia. She's been hanging around JR's camp, actually, almost adopted as a Hawaiian transplant. And Natsumi Teoka, the Japanese surfer, who's got some of the shortboarders in her corner from the Challenger Series. And Kai Hamasi, one of the fellow Japanese competitors who's been helping her out with some lineup and some judging analysis and some criteria with the post-heat. This is going to be a great heat. Natsumi coming off a second in Bells Beach at stop 1, the BioGlen Longboard Classic down there in Australia. And Natalia had a round of 16 exit, lost to Khalees Kaliapaa, who she overcame in the same round yesterday, knocking out last year's champ. So she's going to be feeling like that was a big tick off the box just to get through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, she's bound to feel pretty strong right now. I'm sure she's feeling a little bit of nerves pulling Natsumi. Natsumi is an incredible competitor, and if you've been able to spend any time with her as of late, she's really feeling that fire off bells.
Here we go, looking for the left. Natalia backdoors that section and makes her presence known. Natsumi giving way, having a look at the right. So Natalia getting things started. Priority go back to Teoka, but good signs for the rookie.
Yeah, great way to just kind of like get that jitters out, kind of get the things moving. We've now established the priority. There's no fighting over who's starting what. Natsumi's going to feel good. She's going to go hunt down a wave that she feels will give her a strong score. I'm pretty sure Natsumi's going to want to open up with a fairly decent score. I know myself personally. I feel stronger. I feel more confident when I'm able to start something off with something that's worth putting on there.
For sure, that's the gamesmanship. We do see it in longboard surfing as well, across other forms of surfing. Of course, the Challenger Series, the Championship Tour, the Qualifying Series, and even the element of board riders. The board rider battles, which longboarders are so entrenched in California. You have the coalition events, which is the combination of those different regions, those different clubs, and Australia, just the typical longboard clubs. Tell us a little bit more about what California beach culture and those clubs have done for the community of longboard.
Well, really, for a lot of us longboarders, especially my generation, that's what we had, and that's what we were able to kind of build our careers on. Looks like Natsumi's going to make a go here on the right.
Picks off a nice clean right there. Teoka, nice high line there, carving it to the pocket, using her footwork to link from the tail to the nose, all parts of the scoring criteria in longboard surfing. This one's going to get a reform with the tide approaching the high tide in an hour and a half, so allowing a long inside section. This will be a great wave to get things started for finals day for Natsumi, and she's still going on the inside. A lot of poise and kicking out there, so that'll be a real nerve settler there for the Japanese competitor.
Yeah, definitely. It seems that this particular tide is really conducive to what these girls and guys are looking for, getting that long nose rides and rides in. Here we go. We got Natalia.
Wonderlic, the rookie from Hawaii, carving that section. She goes down, and Leashless, she'll go for a little swim and aboard to get things started, but she looks fired up, attacking those sections. And,
yeah, looks unfortunately like she slid out the tail a little bit there. She went for a nice, powerful carve, but not able to hold that rail in place. It slides out from her. Now she's taking a little bit of a swim. Not too long of a swim here. It's not like some of those point breaks that you and I are used to surfing where you really have a trek in front of you. She should be able to get that board relatively quickly, but she's leaving Natsumi all out there by herself. We're waiting for another score to drop, or her first score, I should say, rather, for Natsumi to drop. Here we got the replay here. Right off to the tip, she gets those nice clean steps to the nose, hangs the 5, nice redirect back into the whitewater, swings it back around, a little hand drag in the process. Again, resetting, trying to look for that open nose ride. She scores a 6.17 on this wave, so great opening ride for Natsumi, bringing it back and forth into that power section, looking for that nose ride. I like this tide. I feel like it gives them the most opportunity to kind of milk that inside. Where we get too low or too high, that kind of dissipates.
Yeah, it's interesting. Natsumi often will score. Look at that replay here of Natalia's.
Yeah, and you can see here she goes in, she got a couple steps, and she sets up for that turn, but you'll see she just slides that tail out, all that rails digs. She's not able to keep it up and high and out of the bottom of the wave, so she's going to get out there, try it again.
Yeah, 21 minutes left. She'll decompress and absorb the situation and try and pick off those lefts. Both surfers making their intentions known. The regular footer choosing the right, and the goofy footer hunting those lefts, which have been the more dominant waves this morning in the free surfs. But Natsumi, with that flow linking between the tail and the nose, often we've seen throughout her heats, Natsumi, she doesn't do one specific maneuver that'll be a standout, but it really is the combination that she gets a lot of those scores from.
She's really proficient in linking together strong, memorable movements. They're not maybe one in particular, like you said, but the way she puts the power and the energy into her turn and then links it up into her really solid cross steps and the footwork and the nose riding. I've had the opportunity of surfing with her out in La Union and whatnot, and she's just really a fabulous surfer.
We have a look at the breakdown of the criteria. In the good range there, it's a 6.17 for Teoka, and we talk about excellent, which is out of a possible 10-point ride. We're in the 8 to 10-point bracket. It will take something with quite obviously memorable moments, but a real standout moment where jaws will drop for the judges, the eyes open, the edge of your seat stuff, and just a poor opener there for Wonderlick, who fell, and the incompletion will often see those waves even struggle to get into the good range if a surfer is to fall. Surfing from the tail to the nose. These boards are over 9 feet in long. It's about 9 feet long. This is the longboard division. And these surfers, the aim is to get on the nose in the critical part of the wave, and just explain to the viewer how hard that is, Carla.
Yeah, you know, with the longboard, you've got 9 feet plus of board, and while that seems like a lot of board to work with, it is conducive to those things. Using the board, walking back and forth on it, making sure that you're engaging your rail, stalling the tail perhaps, and using all those different moments. We're much different than shortboarding. I always explain it that on a shortboard we tend to stand in one place and we really use the board. Where in longboarding we move on the board in order to make things happen, and you can see Natsumi doing that beautifully here. Gets those nice tight footwork up to the nose into a really nice carve. Brings it back again. The point of bringing it back into that curl and not running the nose again is so that you can set up for that nose ride. You can't just go for it willy-nilly. There's a time and a place for everything, and you can see Natsumi really demonstrating that in a wonderful way. She's being patient. She's waiting for those moments to come to her instead of forcing it. We talked yesterday about that hunched over, that kind of, you know, searching as opposed to letting it come to you.
Yeah, good point there. Relaxed body language, just straight back, and Natsumi letting the glide and the trim of the board showcase to the judges the speed, the flow, and the link of all the maneuvers. With 18 minutes remaining, it's the rookie needing a 4.85, but Natsumi hasn't dropped the second score. We'll take the top two, and these surfers almost caught actually up to 17 waves. I think was the highest number of waves surfed, and opting for the left. Tayoko using her priority. She gets to the nose, a slow carve back to the power source, and this will be a backup wave for her. Time ticking down. This is a great time to add to this second score and put some more pressure on the rookie. And that'll come in as a backup score. Can't see it going as high as the 617, but clean, smooth surfing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a solid second score. It'll definitely put a lot of space between herself and Natalia. You could see from that one shot there, they were a bit separated. And Natsumi choosing to kind of go where you see Natalia heading over now. I'm sure Natsumi will head back over that way. Natalia sitting now with that priority. She's got 2 low scores. She's going to want to dump both of those. She's looking for those better set waves, something that's going to really give her the ability to link those nice turns with the nose rides. And here's that replay of Natsumi. Same deal, nice, really crisp 4 steps, uninterrupted to the nose, gets the 5-inch. She's going to redirect just so easily into that white water. You can see the difference between the previous wave. There was a lot more speed and energy, and she was able to carve much more dynamically, where this wave was a little slower, a little mushier, so she eased into it. She was delicate more with that turn, so she didn't overdo it and overcompensate and fall.
As we wait for those sets to roll in and see if the rookie can capitalize, we're going to go to a Bonsoi brew break, but stay tuned. More action coming up next for Heat 1, the Longboard quarterfinals, US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Welcome back and good morning to the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and you can see the crowd down here on a foggy morning. We got things started. Heat 1 of the women's quarterfinals. Out the water it is Natsumi Taoka, the Japanese competitor, with the lead over Hawaii's Natalia Wunderlich, who just got a 3.87, now needs a 6.3 to advance. So this is a replay of what we just saw in the break color.
Yeah, here's Natalia. Nice sweeping bottom turn with the nice steps up to the nose. She gets those toes over. Nice gentle little cut back to get reset into that open face so she can try to find that nose ride section again. This wave posing to be maybe a little softer than maybe she anticipated, but she gets that little tip, not able to complete that, but you know, chipping away on that score line. Natsumi came in on her second wave at a 4.0. So she's set some space between herself and Natalia. Natalia, as you said a minute ago, needing a 6.30. And that fog teasing us, trying to roll back in again. No fog, no.
Yeah, so we're this morning turning up to the beach. About 6:30, 7 o'clock, you could not see the sand. It was just a blanket of fog with about 20 feet visibility. It's about 100 feet now, but it's enough for our cameras and super contestable. And there's Natalia. Getting things started under priority. There's a deep nose ride, feet firmly over the nose. She carves it back. And that knock-kneed style looking graceful. This wave losing some steam, so that'll be a little backup score. Can't see it being the 6.3, but a beautiful moment. Maybe the most technical nose ride we've seen of the morning so far.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful, beautiful nose ride. Can't say that the wave itself really was the best selection as far as when we compare to Natsumi's wave. Natalia's going to need to go out there and kind of be a little bit more patient, I think. She needs to wait for that wave that's going to offer a bit more wall and a bit more face. You can see the replay here. Nice bottom turn again, does the 2 steps, another 2 steps to the nose. You can see half her foot dangling over the nose of that board. That takes a lot of commitment. She brings it back, but you can just see that wave just kind of starting to dissipate in energy, and that's going to make it difficult for her to get more scores. So if we were to critique what she needs to do next, it's wave selection.
That time didn't pearl the nose either, so they might come in on top of that 3.87, we'll see, but great style, good technique, good signs here, but smaller wave, and 5.2 combined total, so still yet to see that score. And there's the Hawaiian flag flying proud. She's up again, gets a 10 there, goes down, sits down, so that'll be the end of the scoring on that wave. But one thing to note, Carla, the surfers are relatively cold because they were ready to surf at 7:30 for the 7 o'clock call. And with that fog came a little bit of that lower temperature. So waiting almost 3 hours to get things started this morning, Natalia was feeling the cold. She went for a free surf in a wet wetsuit. So part of that, the logistics of this morning playing a factor perhaps, just trying to get some waves to warm up. So we look at Taoka here, no stranger to the cold. And she's going to kick out, maybe sit in priority, because a 4.37 for Wunderlich on the wave before last. That needs her requirement is now a 5.81. Paddle battle to get back out, so a smart decision from the Japanese competitor who may get the P next to her name and have choice over the next point in time. And we went from 30-minute heats down to 25, as Meg said in the lead up to this heat with her interview with AJ. These surfers, a little change of game plan, having to get things out, get things started really quick, and the priority goes to Natalia, so things starting to look up for the rookie.
Yeah, you know, something to speak about. We talk a lot about the technical aspect and the maneuvers and how the maneuvers should be done, but there's this whole other part of surfing, and that's that mental game. And you can go into a situation and you think it's going to be a certain way. Okay, I'm going to show up at this time, my heat's going to be at this time, and yet you show up and you're delayed 30 minutes to 3 hours. And that really, it's important for that athlete and that competitor to be able to adapt, kind of shift, be able to mentally kind of work through those moments, because maybe you've done your routine and you're pumped up and deflate, you've got to restart that. So the best competitors, the ones that we really see they're going to shine today, are going to be the ones that have been able to adapt to that situation.
Yeah, great analysis there as we see Natsumi under priority in blue, taking a look, and Natalia turning for this. See if there's any scoring potential for Natalia. She lets Natsumi go, doesn't see what Natsumi sees, and opting for the right. Natsumi deep and gets a critical 10 there, trimming through the section, stays on the board, and just good for the one nose ride. Clean carve. And she'll look to get this thing started. So nice nose ride on a tight section for Taoka. She trims through the midsection. Like her first wave, linking through the inside, so getting a lot done, and a well-completed wave to that Taoka, and that one, maybe the 617 could be replaced.
Very possibly. That's another one of those waves. Really good wave selection there. She was able to link all those maneuvers in, and then that inside section opened up for her, and that's really where it's kind of standing people apart, being able to just notch on a few more points. Might not seem like a lot, but it makes a huge difference in this kind of situation. And we're going to see the replay here. She's going to take a paddle into this. We're going to see that classic Natsumi. She's got that tight footwork. Nice bottom turn into almost 4 interrupted steps. There's a slight pause in the between there, but gets that tight nose ride. Almost comes unglued as she comes around that little bowl. Nice little cut back to kind of reform into the inside.
That was a closeout that Natsumi turned into a potential score. Natalia, being on her backside, saw that one as a closeout. Natsumi saw it as an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. When you're sitting backside to a wave, you're having to kind of shift your shoulders, you're turning from the waist, and if you're not doing that quite enough, your perspective can be a little off. That said, it could maybe going backside is a bit more difficult because you're not able to get around that section kind of on your toe side, on your belly side. However, a lot of times we say our backside is our power side. So if you're able to kind of engage your heels and really power around, that can change the situation also.
That's very true. As we have a look at the lineup for what we have, 2 regular footers coming up next with Honolulu Bloomfield and Rachel Tilley, who will meet the winner of this heat. Natsumi drops into 5-1-7, extends her lead, but Sole Eriko, Elise Lemoyne, some long battles that they've had together in the past. Mason Schremer and Sophia Colhane. So it'll be an all regular footed affair at this stage with the one goofy foot still in the draw, and that's Natalia flying the flag. And we'll see what happens in the remainder of this heat. It's going to be a great day of competition. Natsumi pulling back on that one. That one does look like a closeout. And Natalia holding priority. Looking now for a 6.97, back to the drawing board. Time ticking down, the shortest of the heats so far. We've had 30-minute heats in this event, but now 25 minutes, and really just flying by.
Yeah, it's amazing what just that dock of 5 minutes, it does feel like such a shorter heat. There's a lot less time to kind of figure things out. You can't ease your way into it, as Megs said earlier. You know, you're going to want to start your heat a little more quickly. You're going to want to be active early, you want to be aware much more sooner, you want to be paying attention to, you know, all your surroundings. And looks like we got Taoka taking a look here. She's sitting in the lead with a 6.17 and a 5.17.
And she goes up and over that section, staying really busy, not leaving anything to chance. Wonderlic knowing she probably needs a better wave. So Natsumi trying to apply that pressure and get rid of that 5.17. She's doing an incredible job to surf the inside reform, just catching a rail there. And here she goes. Gets a 10, Soul Arch holding that nose ride. Oh, and she goes down. That wave out on the shoulder a little bit. So ideally, getting deeper with the whitewater breaking over the tail would have held the nose up a little bit more.
Yeah, it started off as a really beautiful nose ride, but holding it a little bit too long, the board outran that section. She needed to come off it. You'll see a little bit earlier. She sets it up great. As you said, a little bit out on that shoulder there. She's holding it nice 10, but it's not able to, you know, she outruns it. And that's where she kind of gets slept up. The nose pearls, and she's not able to maintain into that connection.
I feel like she knew that probably wasn't going to be the score with that hang 10, so she wanted to hold it to maybe exacerbate. Yeah, because it still would have been a 4 or something. So perhaps actually good heat IQ there from Wonderlic to because that still completed, may not have even got that requirement. So just to push the envelope, and if she could pull that off with a nice cutback, I feel like that score would have been right there.
100%, I agree with you. I think it was really, both of us were like, oh no, you know, we want to see her really compete. It's always best when we have a heat where it's really a fair game and each surfer is getting a chance to show their stuff. You know, I remember winning contests, but I was there was no waves, and I'd be the only one to get the wave, and that doesn't really feel like a solid win. You want to win when you know your competitor has been able to give their all as well, and that just feels just a lot more settling. You can see Rachel getting ready to paddle out for her heat. We're really excited for this next matchup, Hano and Rachel. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, who gets into the semi.
And they'll be taking on the winner of this heat. Back in priority, the goofy footer from Hawaii, whose friends will be tuning in right now. Mum and Dad will be waiting to see the outcome of this heat, and this was the replay of Natsumi's 5.27.
You can see how collected, controlled her footwork is, even with the closeout. She gets that quick tip in and then is able to react and rebound off that whitewater. That really shows a lot of professionalism, a lot of expert knowledge in her surfing, understanding beach breaks and kind of the fluidity and the unpredictability of them.
And have a look at Natsumi, looking reserved. She's ready for a big day. She has to surf another 2 times, which at this point, 3 minutes 40 is likely, but Natalia almost leaving it enough time to try and just grab that 7.07 in one score, which with the skill that she's shown throughout this event so far, she could certainly do that, taking out Khalees Kaliopaa in the run to the quarterfinals, and the rookie, a great addition to the tour. She had the wild card, and here she goes, fading into this. Great style so far. Running to the nose. That's a clean 5 there. Gets a cutty, stepping forward with the momentum. That one just dying out. 3 minutes to go, still time, but you can sense some frustration.
Absolutely, I'm frustrated for her right now. I feel like that wave, both of us probably were like, all right, this is gonna be the one, it's gonna line up. And then she's just not quite staying in those fluid moments and getting stuck into those fatter parts of the wave that end up slowing down and not continuing her momentum. So, you know, speaking to that, she's one of my favorites to have joined the tour right now. It's really nice to see more of that traditional aesthetic being honored on the tour here and being acknowledged. So stoked to have her in here. Looks like Natsumi came in and bettered her 5.17 with that last ride coming in at a 5.27. So she's made the requirement a little bit more tough for Natalia now. She needs a 7.07, and there's just about 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. It's winding down. You know she's feeling the nerves now. What do you think might happen next? What's going to be her selection here?
She meditated before the event. Speaking to her, she was with JR Esquivel taking some time out. So you can see how relaxed she is with the body language, up on the knees, jumping off, wetting the hair. But she'll be looking to take off on a left, but Natsumi's going to come out and try and apply that pressure. So trying to, in this last minute, try and find something of substance. She'll need a solid hang 10. She's seen Natsumi making her way over. The good thing about Huntington, though, is several peaks. So we should have some fireworks in the minute 40. Spending a lot of time in California, now moving over here. She'll be moving over to Santa Barbara, where she'll be studying to be a kinesiologist. And she's caught a lot of attention from some of the traditionalists. Tyler Hatzikian, who'll be coming up to commentate with us in Heat 5 today.
And there you see Natsumi using her priority to keep Natalia off this wave.
And you see that, yeah, up and over. So priority back to Natalia, but I mean, that would have probably been the score almost for Wonder League, but she didn't seem interested in it at the same time.
Yeah, she kind of took a paddle for it, and I think that was a really good play by Natsumi, because Natalia was slightly in front of it and might have been able to keep a little bit more open face, where Natsumi kind of got stuck there. You're going to see here Natalia backs off. She's got a great section, actually. Natsumi heads into and gets that 5. A little bit bumpier. This is definitely not one of her better waves, not able to rebound that whitewater, but I personally think that was a good play by Natsumi. Yeah. There wasn't much time left. We're looking at 30 seconds. Yes, Natalia has priority, but you can see she's got her moving. She's got her chasing her down.
And there is something out there. She's chasing it. Will it come in time? We'll have to wait and see. And a great addition to the World Tour, as you said, Carla, and I think we can expect some exciting things from the rookie, who went one better, a 9th place finish in Bells, and looking to a 5th. Yeah, she looks like she's conceded defeat there. As you can see, that relaxed body language, and she'll move on to the third stop with some confidence. And you'd have to say a fifth is a keeper result. And they'll be taking the top 2 results of this World Tour, the 2 of 3, to move into the final 8 in El Salvador, which will be coming up in October at Surf City. And it is the Japanese competitor Natsumi Teoka adapting to the changing conditions with 11.44 heat total, taking out one of the highlights and the new additions to the World Tour, Natalia Wonderlic from Hawaii. Stay tuned. Heat 2 of the quarterfinals up next. Live action, straight into Heat 2 of the quarterfinals. Rachel Tilley up and riding here on the nose. And soul arching on her first wave of this heat up against Honolulu Bloomfield. Tapping that one off the top. That'll be a great settler for any nerves. She gets that poised style. She makes her way through the inside. Another nose ride to get things started for her. That'll be a healthy score. She kicks out using the whole range of the board. Honolulu Bloomfield behind her. 3-time world champion, runner-up last year. And she gets the nose. Long 5. Gets a 10 there. She steps back onto this section. And a long section here. The lefts in that first heat, making way for rights towards the end. But it looks like the 2 regular footers, this focus is going to be on the right-handers. Honolulu ending up way down the beach here. And great waves to kick things off the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic Finals Day. As Honolulu finishes on the sand and may just get the jump on the 2015 world champ, Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, this is our rad Power Bikes heat to watch here. Honolulu Bloomfield and Rachel Tilley. These are 2 incredible competitors, finalists, world title holders. It could go either direction. I was watching as those girls went. I really want to talk about boards. You can really see the difference in the style of their boards, different rockers happening. So it'll be interesting. We'll maybe can get into that. Those opening rides, though, for Rachel Tilley coming in at a 6.67, but Hano answering back right off the deal, 7.67. So here we go, up and riding blue, Rachel Tilley.
Holding that nose ride through the section. This one, fast speed nose ride, and she taps that one off the top using the rocker of that board. That wasn't really a committed re-entry, but functional as she makes her way back to the inside. And she links up to a nice inside bowl. Great surfing, fast footwork, and this is kicking off with just 3.5 minutes remaining. These 3.5 minutes gone. These surfers are staying really busy. A 7.67 for Honolulu. Runner-up twice to Khalees, who's now out of the contest. Was knocked out by Natalia Wonderlic, who was in that heat beforehand. So she'll be feeling that one of her arch nemesis is here in Huntington. She's gone, so it might just be Honos for the taking.
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far to say her arch nemesis, but yeah, here's Rachel Tilley on that left. Nice cheater 5, little stretch 5 there. She's gonna reset again, gets that 5 again. She's staying nice and pretty close to the pocket, which I like. And then she gets back, real fast footwork to rebound off the whitewater. Rachel's another one that's intentional with her hands. She doesn't make too many unnecessary movements. Speaking of her hands, look like she's wearing a wrist brace of some sort. Maybe has a little injury.
She does, yeah. She had an injury doing some toe foil surfing before the Bells Beach contest, and she is wearing a brace there on the hand to hold it all together. And you see the second score drop there for Tilia, 7.10 to go with the 6.67. So pressure back on Honolua, who's looking for his beautiful bowl. She can go left or right. She goes to left, up on the nose here, holding at 5. Nice poise there for Honolua. Whoa, and carving that one down. That was a committed rail carve as she links through the inside, almost a replica of what we saw in Rachel's wave. We'll see if this can reform to the inside. And it does. She gets a nice 5 there as well. So this wave maybe getting the better of it. Rachel, a great left, but Honolua capitalizing.
Yeah, I personally happen to like that nose ride just a little bit better. I felt like it was a little bit more tighter. The feet were a little tighter. She had kind of a stretch 5 that then she brought in closer, showing the judges a little more criticalness.
And how hard is that to do as opposed to the wider 5?
Well, the cheater 5 is what it's called. It's its name because of what it is. It's a cheater 5. You're stretching it out. It's a little less critical. You're not so all weight. You can see there. See how she moves that foot up to get that little tighter 5. She wanted to set up again. It's interesting she didn't choose to kind of hit that whitewater with a rebound. Instead, she just does a nice power carve to head straight into the beach, hoping for that reform section. She's looking for that little tip time again. Brings it in on the right. Gets one more little tip time. Redirect. This is a nice wave coming from Honolua. It's not going to better her 7.67, but it does keep her in first place. She's got a 6.53. So currently, Rachel in second. She's got priority, but she needs a 7.11.
And she makes her way to the outside, and you can see Rachel now looking to fire back, hearing that requirement, is now 7.11. So it's tit for tat right now, but both these surfers having a lot of experience on the World Tour together. She goes straight to the nose, Tilly. Critical section in the middle of the board and goes down. So advantage to Bloomfield as she sits on the outside. She'll take some respite, and knowing that a competitor went down and maybe time to decompress. 7 minutes gone. It's been rapid fire action. Let's have a look at that replay.
Yeah, I love the commitment here. This was opening up to be a great wave, right up to the tip. She kind of got stuck there for a minute. You think she's going to come out of it, but again, that wave just kind of closes in on her and shuts her down.
And Rachel Tilly, fast footwork up to the nose there. She's motivated right now, and she kicks out. That one isn't going to be the 7.11, but likened to as you're in a football match and you're watching your team have that momentum back and forth. This is fantastic action. But someone who provided action in the first heat of the day was Natsumi Teoka, who's on the glass with AJ McCord.
And she had the lovely task of having to wait all morning and wait for these fog delays to lift. As a competitor, how did you stay ready for your first heat?
Yeah, I waited so long. I woke up this morning, ready for the first heat. But yeah, it's a really good time. I did stretch a lot and then talking with my friend, where should I wait? Yeah, it's a really good time for me.
All of that research looked to pay off, and one of the things that we were talking about before the interview is just how big of a difference losing those 5 minutes in your heat is for you. How did a 25-minute heat change the way that you approached it?
Yeah, 25 minutes heat is a bit short. I feel really short. It's like a really quick, but yeah, I got really good way, 2 waves, so yeah, I'm so stoked into semifinals.
On to the semifinals for the second straight event. Just what are you excited to show off this afternoon?
Oh, so excited. This is kind of my dream, to compete in final days at the Huntington Beach, and then yeah, I just gonna having fun.
We are having fun watching you. Do you want to say anything to friends and fans back home?
はい、日本で応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。次セミファイナル落ち着いて一つ一つ丁寧に頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
おめでとう。Congratulations.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, Natsumi. Up 4 a.m. in the morning here to prepare for the US Open of Surfing. Maybe some finals day jitters, which I know some of the best surfers get them, and it doesn't elude even the best world champions.
No, and as I said earlier, it really defines you as a competitor if you're able to kind of adapt to those situations when you're having to wait. We've got a nice set coming out the back here, Wax.
Action galore. Rachel still trying to chip away at the 7.11. That's a long 5 there. Takes the midline of the wave. Power carve, expressive there. And you can see the knock-kneed style of Rachel making her way through the inside. Looking that was a pier bowl right connection. High Tide doing great things to the lineup here. This is a nice connection here. See if she gets a nose ride of significance. That's a nice, gets a 10 as well. So one of the better single waves of the heat so far, at least as far as the visual is concerned. We'll leave the analysis up to the judges with a pen to the paper. But great signs there for Rachel Tilley.
I'm liking that one right now. I'm going to go out so far as to say I think it's going to be the highest wave so far. Why? That nose ride was just not only long, but it was critical. You could see the whitewater pushing down the tail. Hano's opening ride was another strong ride. A little bit more on the shoulder of the nose ride, but you can see how she really locks it in here and just holds that line. You can see she's holding to the mid to upper face, trying really hard to keep it from down into the trough. And then that nice power carve to avoid that closeout, that whitewater section. And she's gonna milk it all the way to the inside. And then she's gonna get more of that tip time, really holding control again, really being intentional with her hands. Rachel is one of those that kind of has that wingspan style where she uses them more like a bird. Beautiful 5 to 10 there right on the inside. That wave really kind of stood up for that inner section.
So the judges deeming that nose ride on the outside to be critical and the connection on the inside a 9. And interesting to note, the mid-faced nose ride, the surfboard proving to be functional for Rachel. A slightly different aspect when we talk about technical nose riding. Rachel's board is nose riding well because she's light-footed for a start. She's precise and petite with her footwork. That helps. Her vision and her body language, but also the rocker of the board's lifting the nose up. As it is unique, we don't see it very often, but she also has very swept back Reiki fins, which hold in critical sections. And we'll get a replay of that opening nose ride on that left. But obviously the work done on the inside is good for another 1.5 or 2. So advantage to Rachel, but the board talk, it really comes into play.
Well, and it seems to me Rachel's kind of riding a little bit different of a shape that's common, that we're commonly seeing, a little bit more kick in the nose. She's riding that Martinson, right?
Yeah, it's a Josh Martin's shape.
Yeah.
But custom made for Rachel.
Yeah,
so.
I know she's really into the fabric inlays. She specially picks those out, and a little bit different of a design than we're seeing with some of the Takeyamas and these different the Luffys and whatnot. But this really works for her, and she's adapted to this board. I know she's worked personally with him to design it, and that last wave really just showed that she knows what she's doing. She knows this wave. She's competed here plenty of times, and now she's put Hano in a position that she's not probably used to being in.
And we'll have a look at that wave now, and the question is, will that be the wave of the day? Because Rachel Tilley, she's on fire, and we'll see later, the Cup Noodles wave of the day recap. Look at that long midsection nose ride there, and carving it down for the 9-point ride for the Californian Rachel Tilley, who's looking on fire here at the finals day, Huntington Beach Longboard Open. Welcome back. We are in the finals day. The Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Pacifico fan picks are in. Honolulu Bloomfield, 67% of the fans thinking she is going to clinch the victory, and 33% of Rachel, who's currently holding the keys in the win. Pier bowl right. Honolulu searching for an 8-4-4. Nice nose ride to get things started. Hono up again in the middle of the board. Always says that Rachel brings the best out of her. She's trimming around on this wave, looking for an inside connection. That won't be it. And I think back to that 9-point ride before the break of Rachel Tilley. It was actually Honolulu who didn't take off on that wave, decided it didn't have enough potential. Rachel capitalizing. Yeah,
you can easily say that that perhaps was a mistake on Hano's part. However, Hano is such a great competitor. She's really cool and even-keeled. When you see her before her heats, it's really hard to read her. She's got a great game face. She's soft-spoken. She's not really in your face. You can see this wonderful ride here from Hano. Again, she's trying to get that 8-4-4. Not sure this is going to quite get up to that level, but she's got such clean footwork that she's got going there. I can see Hano really being a bit more intentional with her hands, which I can appreciate, thank you. And just really doing the best she can to try to give Rachel a run for her money.
That'll come from a heavier board often, more relaxed hands as well, and a board that's tailored to the surfer and something that will fit in the pocket of the wave. Honolulu's and Rachel, both these surfers are typically just adapting to what's in front of them, intuitive style surfers. Instead of just trying to do tricks, they are actually trying to place and think consciously of their positioning on the wave, which naturally creates good style and good flow and critical surfing.
Yeah, speaking to, the shapes that have been made for them, for those of you that are watching, maybe you're thinking about longboarding, you do longboard, it's really important. Find a shaper. Grow a relationship with a shaper. Yes, you can go to a surf shop and buy one. Sorry to all your surf shops out there wanting to sell boards off your racks, but if you're really on a journey for longboarding and you're wanting to up your game and level up your surfing, find a shaper that you can grow a relationship with, especially one if you have one that can see how you surf and can help you develop the best shapes that work for your ability and your skill set. That's really going to help you level up and surf even remotely close to some of these professionals.
And Honolulu, she's on a Myers surf craft there from Hawaii, and that one's been custom made for her to fit into the pocket of the wave. And you can go get one at Huntington Surf Sport. They stocked them across the road.
Yeah.
And you can go check out what Honolulu is riding, as we are going to go check out what Strider has on offer for us on the sand.
Just down here on the beach watching the waves and just realizing that these are kind of the perfect size waves for a longboard. I mean, you got the hook on the wave is just enough to where you have a little gutter there, and then you can come out, you got a little reform section coming to the inside. I mean, it just looks like the perfect high performance longboard size to me. You don't want to get too crazy and get too big, and then you're dealing with all the wall and the current and everything else. So I feel like they've got a really good finals day size right now, kind of perfect for high performance longboarding. What do you guys think?
Well, Strider, we're here in the booth. We're only kind of seeing this two-dimensional perspective. Yesterday we had a lot of strong lefts. What from the beach there? What do you think is the better go? Is it the rights? Is it the lefts? How's it looking?
It's going to be I feel like the rights we saw yesterday were better. Our biggest score of the day came through, I believe, on the left. So, I mean, it's going to be a toss-up. We do have that west wind swell still there filling in, as well as a little bit of that south coming across. So we're going to have good peaks all day. We're going to have a good time. And I think it's just going to be dictated by the moment, which is the best thing about surfing, is that you're kind of dealt the cards and you flip them over, and then you see what you have, and then you have to perform to what you're given.
Thanks so much, Strider. As we look at a left behind you, Honolulu Bloomfield carving back into that section there. And she gets the reform of the pier bowl right, stays on her feet, gets low, and is unable to capitalize on that one. So 6 minutes remaining, and the advantage still with Rachel Tilley, who'll be feeling at ease and relaxed, who hasn't been able to get the jump on Honolulu in recent years, but you have to say at the moment it's looking tough to get an 8-4-4 out there.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like she's got Honolulu has her work cut out for her. She scored a 4.83, so not even anywhere close to that requirement. Here's that replay. On the last wave, she takes that left. Yeah, nice steps up. She gets the nose ride. She's going to nice power turn out of it. Going to try to reset up and hopefully hit that white water. Just kind of waiting for it to form, but that wave kind of gets that funny little rib in it, little second direction swell that crosses it up, and that kind of deforms the face, if you will.
Interesting that both surfers have moved over to the pier bowl right, not up the beach, where they started off with some great scores still. Honolulu with a 7.67, about 500 feet south of where they are right now. So this is the typical place where we expect surfers to be sitting, as they did on day 1 and day 2. But day 3 yesterday, there was one surfer who sat there on the pier bowl right. That was the first heat of the day. Kai Salas, reigning world champ, didn't progress. Nobody went there for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it really changed the scenario after that. I think everyone was a little shocked.
Yeah.
You know, Kai's not somebody that goes down early, and I'm sure everyone was a bit, they took notes. They took notes on that and decided they're going to move elsewhere. And as you saw the day progress, there just wasn't even anything happening over there. So there was really no choice but to move elsewhere and find other slots in the peak.
Let's have a look at those opening waves. We saw Honolulu capitalize with a 7.67 on this wave. This is the first wave in the opening minute of the heat. Gets a long extended 5 and 10. And that was enough for her to go near the excellent range. Backing that up, this was the 7.10 from Rachel.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheater 5 there. This just gets better as her campaign goes on. She gets double nose rides here. Nice little hit off the top. And then we got Honolulu again. She's on that left. Both women really good on their footwork, able to get to the nose in critical sections. Nice power carve. But it's going to be this 9, I believe, from Rachel, where she just gets this one set that pops in there, gets that 5. She'll reset.
I think the inside section really added something we haven't seen throughout the event so far too. It was the classic reconnection on the pier bowl right. Committed a rail carve, but it was what happened on the inside, which I think added that extra 1.5.
Yeah, that's a big difference and distinction between longboarding and shortboarding, where there's this focus with shortboarding where it can be 1 or 2 explosive maneuvers, and that's kind of considered enough. And with us longboarders, we want to maximize. We want to get as much wave, as many moves as we can in. So being able to work it all the way into the inside, that's just a plus for us.
And having a look at this, second in priority, it's Rachel Tilley crossing the path, committing to that wave. So could be a defensive move. We'll have to wait and see. Rachel, quick footwork again. Another tap of the nose. And she gets that one back to the foam, but defensive opportunity, but she still may have chance to add to that total, trying to eclipse that 7.10.
I feel like this is a really tricky moment because there's 3 minutes left, and you look at the clock and you're like, there's only 3 minutes left. But those of us that have some experience, you go, there's still 3 minutes left. So with somebody like Honolulu, she just needs half a wave sometimes to get that 8.44. So will Rachel have made the right decision by blocking Hano on this wave? 2.5 minutes left. We know this isn't, I don't feel very good that it's going to get into her scoreboard. It's not going to beat that 7, 1, and 9. I could be wrong. The judges may really have liked it. But the question really is taking that priority, is that going to put her in a dangerous position with Hano now sitting out there waiting? We've all seen it. We know she can pull an 8.
Well, that was the compliment to Honolulu that Rachel took off from that, because I don't think that was ever going to be an excellent range wave. But a 3.93 comes in for Tilley. Now, Honolulu in the driver's seat. She'll be kind of stressing out, but she's been in this position a lot. She's dropped incredible scores throughout her career. She's dropped 10-point rides. And something we don't see very often on beach breaks is switch foot, but it was at the Kelly Slater wave pool back in 2021 where Honolulu was able to get a switch barrel. And that's something that we just don't see in professional surfing across any form. Big wave, shortboard, longboard. And there's the Hawaiians looking on. You can see Clay, her boyfriend, watching intently. And here she goes, minute 20 remaining. Fading into this wave. Getting to the nose, gonna have to be the second best wave of the heat. Nice start, up on the nose again, using the full length of the board. Nothing critical that stands out at the moment, but there could be an inside reform, staying really, really busy. Looks to the shore, a minute remaining, and a little clap there, Kiani Canulo. She's on the World Longboard Tour. She's looking at Honolulu is not feeling it. You can see the body language perhaps reacting to that wave.
Yeah, I think she knows that that likely wasn't the score. She did get a nice 10 on it. She did hit some nice maneuvers, but it just wasn't quite a large enough wave that gave enough face to really make it explosive enough for the judges to warrant putting it into that excellent range. 30 seconds left. It's looking fairly probable that this may be the end of Honolua's run here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. She's a star. No matter where you put her, she is somebody you got to watch out for. She's always surprised me because she's not one that really preps. She doesn't sit and watch waves long before she just comes out very naturally and does her thing.
Well, semi-final finish in bells, quarterfinal here. She'll take the third and the fifth. And that'll be a keeper result for her. She moves forward right now. And Rachel Tilley, she'll move forward into the semi-finals. And she went one better than last year where she was knocked out in this range. She can feel the emotion here on home soil. You can see the smile. And the ISA world champ Honolua goes down to Rachel Tilley. Stay tuned, Heat 3, the women's quarterfinal, coming up next.
And just like that, Rachel Tilley moving on into the semifinals. Here is finals day for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, all part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Thank you for joining us for finals day. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Firewire team rider Rosie Hodge and Lost Surfboard's original team rider, the Woz, Strider Wazalewski.
First team rider, baby.
That's how I introduced you, Strider.
Pretty excited about that. I was a test pilot, though. It didn't work out so well sometimes, but it worked out in the end. We're still here.
Hey, we got Strider. We got a 3-time world champ out on the water right now with the way of Soleil Erico from your hometown, from Malibu.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Not your hometown, where you currently reside.
Okay, great.
I massaged at Strider's hometown, Santa Monica, California. He currently resides in Malibu, where Soleil Erico is also from. She's up against the French surfer here, Rosie, Alice Lemoyne.
This is such a great heat. Alice putting on such a great display. You know, I'm sure she's going to be really inspired by her fellow Reunion Islander taking out the bronze at the Olympics, Joanne Defay.
I feel like these two have matched up quite a few times, and you know, for Elise, she's like, she really wants to win this heat in that sense, because she really wants to take down the world champ, and Soleil's been marching through. She's got, you know, 3 world titles. She's looking amazing. She won the first event of the year, and for her to stop that role would be pretty, you know, substantial.
Strider, you are correct. Alice and Soleil matched up in the quarterfinals last year here in Huntington, and Soleil was able to overcome Alice in that matchup. They also matched up last year at Bells, where again, Soleil was able to win that matchup. So we'll see if she can do it yet again. There's Soleil Erico, Rosie on screen.
And she is just such a cool customer, even catching up with her yesterday on the glass. She's just doesn't get flustered. I mean, you can't really rock this woman's boat. She's just, I said to her, who would you prefer in your quarterfinal? And she said either of the women from the round of 16, or Zoe or Alice. And yeah, so Soleil, she's just looking so comfortable, so confident. Obviously the veteran on tour with those 3 world titles, but the confidence for Alice to break you know, that winning streak
Yeah.
against her and get that head-to-head matchup starting to go in her favor would be quite something.
So Alice opens up with a 2.67. I guess I can say Alice, or I can say Elise. That's French.
I think if you're in California,
You're
you
Alice,
pronounce
huh?
it Alice.
Let's
But
go.
you know what? I think Elise is the way that she would rather you pronounce it.
Okay, for the rest of the heat, it will be Elise then, Strider. Your coaching is appreciated. Yeah, so they've met up a few times. Elise, 27 years old, like you mentioned, Rosie, out of Reunion Island, French territory. So she represents the French flag on the longboard tour. And comes from a beautiful part of the world there. It's St. Giles, Reunion Island. See a number of great surfers coming from, you talked about Joanne DeFay,
Victoria Varagava,
Jeremy Flores.
Justine Morvan, two amazing longboarders from Reunion.
I'd be riding a longboard over there too, just to make myself look bigger because of the current wildlife over there in the water.
Oh man, first heat, and Strider is on fire right now. 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and no waves ridden yet by Soleil Erica, who's right by the pier, so she's got her own strategy there. Strider almost past the pier bowl, hugging the pilings.
Yeah,
what do you think about that?
I think, you know, watching the last couple of heats, there was a lot of action kind of more towards the south side of the competition area, but it looks like she sees something she likes.
All right, she eyes up into this, but a little bit of a struggle to get in. Now that she's in, let's see what she has. And that wave, yeah, closed out. She may want to rethink her positioning as we see Alice here. Have a cross step, cut back. 4 steps, touches a 5, and that's all she's going to get there. We'll see how that gets. She will ditch a fractional score that she has in her scoreline of a 0.37 to increase her lead just slightly over Soleil Erico. Here's a replay, Rosie.
So Alice just backing up. That was a beautiful, drawn-out nose ride there from her. Really committed to that nose. Definitely going to be the best score of the heat so far, in my opinion. We'll wait for it to lock in. This is going to apply that little bit of pressure to Soleil. Alice has had that early start. She has the 2.87 in her scoreline already. 2.67, sorry.
All right, well, last heat, Juan into the semifinals. The 2015 world champ Rachel Tilley is with AJ.
What a fun back and forth there to start the heat. Rachel, you and Hano going back and forth really the entire heat. Walk me through just how quickly you wanted to get that start, how key that was for you.
I guess for me, usually quick start is within my strategy. And knowing Hano, she was going to start strong, and I don't know, we've competed together like a bajillion times, and so she knows my strategies, I know her strategies, and it really just came down to timing of waves. And yeah, I guess getting a quick start against Hano is always a good thing because she opens up strong as she did in this heat, and so it felt good to at least have something on the board, and then obviously from there it just continued back and forth.
And let's talk about that 9-point ride. What did you pick out about that wave that you were able to identify so many sections?
Well, it was a bit lucky actually because I was under priority, and so I went over towards the pier bowl just to be separated. There's a lot of peaks out at the moment, but pier bowl's only just starting to work a little bit, and fortunately it popped up in front of me and I took the left, and yeah, I think obviously gave the nose ride section, but it really opened up to the inside too and allowed that reform. So yeah, that one felt really good, but there was still 10 minutes to go, and I've been against Honolulu when she's gotten that 844 within 10 seconds to go. So I was just like holding my breath for the rest of that time, trying to use priority and smart, but yeah.
You can exhale now. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Back to live action heat in the water, and it's been Elise who's come up with a chunky score of a 6.83, 2.67. So Soleil Erico scratching into this one right here. Needs to get in the conversation. Here we go with Erico. Sets a line on the trim, touches a 5. Whitewater section breaks in front of her. She clears that whitewater section, and that wave just peters out.
I noticed something about the way that she's paddling into the wave. She's really positioning her body forward on the board, less steps to the nose as she gets up on her feet, Strider. What do you think of that? Is that part of the strategy, or am I kind of out of left field?
It was a good read on the position, but I feel like when you paddle as hard as you can, you're inching towards the front of the board as you paddle. See how she's doing that little dip and bump while she's moving forward on the board each time, and that just puts her further up. But, I mean, frantically getting into these waves, so that's, you know, both of the waves that she's tried to catch, she's been pretty out of position, I feel like, or just outside of the breaking wave, so she has to work really hard to get into it.
I think she's also trying to get into the wave early just to get that first nose ride, just to get that first critical section. I also feel like we're feeling a little bit of a land breeze start to kick up now. Those glassy conditions that we saw in the first two heats of the day. Going to see a bit more of wind ruffle.
Here she goes again. Gets a 5. Has to deal with a little bit of a sunken rail. Double up section here is going to provide her another chance to get to the nose, but that wave again just backs off. Could be wave selection is going to be the issue right now for Soleil Erico.
It's interesting to watch Soleil's kind of like her body posturing at the moment. At least, like we've mentioned, she's got, you know, that 2-point ride. She's got the something close to the 7 range. So now she's kind of having to hustle to make up numbers. But Soleil's looking so great. A little bit of a bobble there.
Yeah, the previous wave was a 2.07. We're waiting for the score for this ride.
I think Soleil isn't rattled, but she definitely knows that she needs to get it going here and find herself a great opener that is actually going to have some substance and put her in a position to where she's in competition with Elise.
Well, due to that fog this morning, we have a reduced heat time of the 25 minutes. I know AJ was catching up with Megs Godinez, who's coaching some of these young women, and Megs was saying how important a quick start was going to be as we see some lines coming through.
Yeah, the good news is the swell is kind of kicking in, so and you're riding a 9-foot-plus board, so you'll be able to catch their wave count. But yeah, 25 minutes will alter your strategy for sure. And it's just leaving 13 minutes on the clock for Soleil to try to come back. She needs a 6-point ride to take the lead off of Elise Lemoyne.
And Soleil being, you know, a confident veteran, so to speak, at still a really young age, I don't think she's rattled. I think she just knows that she needs to maybe change her game plan, which it looks like she's done. She's moved away from the pier, she's getting into a different position, and she's sitting next to her opponent. So she's not going to allow her opponent to have the wave that she, you know, will get her the points to pull away from her.
Yeah.
Well, with that paddle from Elise, the priority actually switched hands to Soleil, so that's a good advantage for her at this moment.
Well, she's going to want to do some defense, keep Elise off of a good wave, and some offense, score a 6-point ride or better. Here she goes. Good-looking wall here. Gets the 10. Steps back to a trim line. Touches a 5 there, an extended 5 for Soleil Erico. Whips through a nice cutback. Stalls the hull speed. Gets back up into trim. Back up to a 5. And this is a well put together ride. This is the comeback for Soleil Erico. Well executed use of the entire board. We got some time on the nose. This is all just bonus on the inside here for the Malibu surfer. So that was a split peak, so we kept eyes on Soleil Erico on the paddle back out. Elise Lemoyne did take a left. Looks like it was a shorter left as she's paddling back out, and the French surfer will get priority. Take a look at the left here, Rosie.
Yeah, let's watch what Alice was able to do on this wave, because Soleil definitely got some great maneuvers. Alice holding on to that 5 on her backhand. Chunkier section here on the inside. Doesn't quite get to the tip. Footwork there. I mean, great use of this wave, just weaving back and forth, going with the cross step. Great nose ride on the outside section. But Soleil, you can just tell how much more critical this section was as you see the board start to levitate. She gets the nose again. That was just beautiful, that composure right there.
Yeah, that's going to be a really big score right there for Soleil. I mean, she really comboed up that wave with multiple nose rides, trim and maneuvers. It looked really clean and pulled all the way through to the short break. So every kind of part of the criteria was ticked on that wave.
Well, the score is in for last of Elise, a 6.17, so that vaulted the number for Soleil Erico. Her requirement, if she wants to turn this heat in one wave, is a 9.5. We'll see what Soleil scores when we return to more action longboarding here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
It all comes down to this, the entirety of the season on the line.
Soleil taking the first wave of the set, and she is just planted on the nose. And Soleil Erico brought to tears as she's won her third world title. Kai Salas, the veteran, and he is showing why he's one of the guys to beat.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. Doing it at an elite level. Let's hear it for this Hawaiian, a master craftsman, and now a world champion.
To add my name to that list of Hawaiian world champions is a dream come true.
Let's give it up. Your 2023 world champions, Kai Salas, Soleil Erico. Soleil's in the water, the signs are on the beach. Let's go, Erico. Our defending world champ is up against our French surfer right there, Elise Lemoyne. Elise with the lead over Soleil. When we left, we were waiting for the score for Soleil Erico. 8.5 came through for Erico, who's gone excellent, but still trailing the French surfers. Kaipo Girl, along with Rosie Hodge, Strider Wazalewski. Soleil's really mounted a great comeback. Now she only needs a 4.5 to take the lead.
We mentioned it before we went away to break, but Vet moved to paddle back, changed the game plan. You could see her over there on the pier bowl. It wasn't working out. She moved over. She got an 8.5, and now I feel like she's into a commanding position in the heat with priority, only needing a 4.5. I feel like she's in a very good spot to take the lead in this heat. If she can get another wave like she just had, she'll be dominating.
And she's kind of, fishing back and forth in the lineup, looking for something. Looks like she's spotted a wall that she likes. Stroking hard into this wave, and the wave's gonna pass by underneath her. She gets into it. Taps a 5. Nice carve there. Getting back on the tail. Midboard trim to clear that section. Taps another 5. She's definitely gonna want a little more on the inside, and she gets it with yet another hang 5, toes over the nose. Remember, she only needs under a mid-range score, 4.5. Rosie, the crowd likes it.
Yeah, that was a good wave. And you could tell Alice's face out the back. Soleil had priority. She probably thought to herself she's not going to get into that wave, much like all three of us probably were going like, is Soleil going to get this wave? Is she going to waste her priority by not getting it? And to Alice's dismay, Soleil gets up and does that. I mean, this is a great wave, Strider. She had to dig deep to catch it, though.
Once again, you know, finding the criteria, putting everything into it, from rail to nose rides to trim to making the inside section. You know, she's going to get the score. Just how high above the necessity it goes is the question. Yeah. And she's going to put Elise in a definitely a tough situation. We saw Elise kind of, you know, falling off the nose on one of her bigger waves just a minute ago. So, you know, she's probably rattled at the moment, hearing the 8.5.
And now she's going to hear that she's made the requirement. There it is, Rosie. All 5 judges' scores and the average after the high and low of a 5.43.
Well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved. And now, you know, at least she needs the lucky 7-11 to.
She needs the convenient score of a 7-11 to make it through.
Can I say something, though, for Elise, if you think about her career and how many times she's come up against Soleil, who's then went on to win the event? Like, this woman has had a tough heat draw coming up against her. She's put together such a great heat with those mid-range 6s. She only needs a 7-11. She's totally capable of it. She has that priority, and there's 4.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be, you know, she's got to keep that composure, keep calm, and when that next set rolls through, she's got to make it count.
We'll see if Elise gets another roll of the dice for that score of a 7-11, Rosie.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting, though, but, you know, you got kind of a personal pressure coming up against an opponent that just keeps beating you. You also have to come up with a points pressure, right? She's got to get the best wave of the heat so far for herself, which she has not been able to achieve over a 7. So there's a lot of things stacking up against her mentally. That's where she's got to win and try to get the best wave.
Can I see another replay? The IC replay of the 8.5, Rosie.
Just so stunning. I mean, you know, she's under pressure. She has to get a score. This beautiful wave comes her way, and she's just able to absolutely just click into the zone, let her surfing do the talking. She receives excellence for this ride.
That was just smooth surfing, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, just ever so slight bobble in there. I mean, but almost perfect and beautiful footwork. Just really showing that she's the class of surfing she's doing is world title. And that's insane to watch her just looking as solid as she has and having all those titles already. And she doesn't look like she's slowing down at all.
Yeah, she's our defending world champ. And remember, top 8 men, top 8 women will qualify for the one-day championship event that's going to happen at Surf City, El Salvador Longboard Championships. El Sunzal will be the wave. Wonderful point break there in El Salvador. The waiting period for that one-day world championship event, October 9th through the 13th. Get ready, pack your longboard, and get ready for some pupusas.
What an epic wave for
the longboarding, right?
Longboard. I mean, that wave is perfect, but it's pretty sizable. So
sucks in a lot of swell,
yeah,
right?
You better be ready for some well overhead surf.
True.
Maybe even switching up the quiver, throwing in some pintails.
I feel like to what you're saying, Strider, is same challenge that these surfers had last year in Big Bells Beach and having to change their equipment. That could happen for a world title this year, Rosie, when we look at that El Salvador venue.
Well, it's fun. I mean, you think about the event they had at Bells Beach. I mean, Bells Bowl.
Yeah.
And then you come here to the US Open. It's this mixed up beach break surfing. Moving on through to El Salvador, there's different conditions that these world champs have to prove themselves on.
Yeah. It's about staying warm at Bells, and it's about staying cool in El Salvador, where the water is oftentimes warmer than the air temperature, which is really unusual. Elise, 7.11 is what she needs. She's got priority. She's only got 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. Here comes the line. Not going to go for that one. Soleil happens to get it.
He's like, I'll take this.
Oh, has to go into the lazy boy couch position there. They didn't want to lose the board. Soleil surfing leashless at the moment. 1 minute remaining for the French surfer, and lines now stacking there, Rosie. Opportunity awaits.
Yeah, I heard a little whistle from the beach, maybe an indicator that there are some waves coming. We'll see if they arrive in time. Alice has kind of got that head on a swivel, looking out the outside, trying to figure out where this peak is going to pop up.
Yep. She'll settle for a left-hander. She'll settle for a right-hander. What she doesn't want, Strider, is that awful HB straight-hander.
Definitely not, but we're fortunate. We've got a combination of swells right now. We got peaks in the water. Elise is going to get a chance to battle back here at the end. She's hustling across to look at something.
Oh, those little phantom peaks.
The mirage.
Let's see.
Interesting, the whistles from the beach.
Psyched her out, huh?
Yeah, putting her on swivel, so.
Oh.
Too late.
Well, there you go. Yeah, so it will be our reigning world longboard champ once again, moving on to the semifinals. Soleil Erico will be in semifinal number 2. We're going to find out who she meets in that semifinal number 2. Quarterfinal 4 on the way.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Soleil Erico has got a support squad, and they are a happy support squad because Soleil just won her quarterfinal over Elise Lemoyne, and Soleil's heading into the semifinals here, finals day of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, all part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Kuiper Girl, Rosie Hodge, Strider Wazalewski on the call, Mason Schremer on the paddle. Mason looks left, goes left, touches a 5, speeds down the line before slowing the board down. Little on the heels in the whitewater now, seeking more open face, and does not look like she's gonna find it. So quick touch of nose for Mason Schremer, and we'll be waiting for that score, Rosie.
Good to get a quick start. I feel like that's been really part of the advantage in these heats, is just get that little settler.
Yeah. Mason's up against Sophia Culhane. Sophia, young, 18 years old, Sophia Culhane, hailing from Honolulu, Hawaii. She's a Queens break local. Sophia, here she goes. Goes right, fades right, turns left, but finds herself in the white water there. And you can see a little bit of disappointment in the pin drop exit, Strider.
Yeah, I think she had plans in her head, and Mother Nature said, "Oh, I don't think so," and had her redirect back for the left, but the left was already running away. So she'll get, you know, just regroup, get back out there, resettle, and put herself back on the next wave that she can get.
Yeah.
I do think that the size of the waves today are really perfect for the longboard performance, high performance. You know, we were talking about going to El Salvador where the waves could be bigger. And yes, the longboards will still look amazing on those size waves. They'll be doing a lot more rail turns, but I feel like the size of the waves that we have here today, where you just fit the board perfectly in the hook and get that tail hooked up in the bowl, and you can actually just fly across on the nose more often than you can on a really big wave, which will be more survival.
Yeah, the art of nose riding, right? It's a push and pull of slowing down the hull speed to get up to the nose, to get into that planing area, and then keeping the board right in the pocket while on the nose. It's quite an art form. Here we go. Mason Schremer uses priority. Takes the left on her heels on the backhand. Nice hang 5 there. Tighter 5 once again to the nose. Straightens out. And maybe seeking a reform next to the pier, where oftentimes that wave will reform, but just got caught up in the jumble, kicking out. Should be the highest score so far in this heat. She already has a 4-point ride in her score line, leaving Sophia Culhane out back. Rosie with priority.
Mason is executing heat strategy perfectly. Like if you're a coach on the beach watching, you're like, okay, that's what we had in mind. Start early, get that 4-point ride, and then back it up with this almost straight away. So she's doing so well to kind of apply the pressure and just get some good waves under her belt.
This right here, it's so hard to do when you're riding the nose line and you see the closeout happening, trying to step yourself back while not rolling up the windows and make it look good just so you can get the board flat and not purl as it's closing out is not easy.
Especially with the undulation coming off the pier, that reverb of water coming back up at you.
Let's hear from Soleil Erico. She's on to the semifinals, AJ.
That's right, Kaipo, and she's won as many world titles as she has for a reason, because you talked before about how you had to adjust your strategy mid-heat based on what you were seeing before your heat and then what you saw once you were out there. So break it down for us.
Yeah, me and CJ kind of were like, all right, get like some waves to get into a rhythm, you know, and then I sat out there and 15 minutes went by and I was like, I'm not getting in rhythm. So I moved over. I was like, I got to get out of here. And then that 8 came and freaking so nerve-wracking surfing it, but got the job done, and then got another one. And I don't think I got more than 3 waves in the heat, but you know, some heats, like as you said, they're not pretty, but they work out sometimes. Yeah.
How did you keep your composure, knowing how long you had waited for the wave, and then when it finally came, knowing what you needed, how did you stay composed?
Yeah, just the way that I stay composed is my confidence, and that comes from surfing out here and practicing and working on it. And I've been out here for the past, week, and out here with Kai Ellis, and we've been trading waves off, and it's been fun. There's been a lot of really not good days out here. This wave gets pretty bad sometimes, but it trains you well for days like this. Yeah.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Preparation equals success.
The harder you work, the luckier you get.
Yep. Gary Player?
Not sure, but I love the quote.
Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Proper preparation prevents performance.
Prevents?
Knowledge
performance.
just getting dropped during this lull. We did see a ride during that interview. This is what happened. This is a 3.67 for Mason.
Great wave. I mean, like you mentioned, Strider, just hanging on to that nose ride when that big wall of water is coming at you.
She does need to clean it up on the inside, though.
I think so.
Notice that 2 out of the 3 waves there, actually all the waves that she's ridden, she's kind of come off with the kick out not looking so tight.
Yeah.
She needs to clean that up a little bit.
Yeah, Mason Schremer in the lead right now. She's 23 years old, spent time growing up on Oahu, on Honolulu, Hawaii, then moved over to Australia, where she now resides in Noosa, great longboard wave. I believe she works for her shaper there at the factory for Thomas Bexton of Thomas Surfboards. Noosa's a great longboard wave.
Can you imagine though, you grow up in Hawaii, you move to Noosa, like you've kind of got the best of both worlds right there. Like those are 2 idyllic locations to grow up, to hone your craft, to become one of the world's best longboarders.
That would be making your luck quite good. I mean, preparation and opportunity meeting up right there perfectly to create the luck.
And what a wave, you know, especially on a longboard. The series of points over there at Noosa Heads. Just incredible. But that has nothing to do with Southside Huntington Beach, I'm telling you right now, because this is a whole different animal, whole different species. You got lefts here, you got rights here.
Straight handers every once in a while.
Every once in a while we got those straight handers. Nobody wants those.
But today, with that fog, came that it has been calm winds for most of what we're seeing, which is really welcomed. Because once you start getting that bump on the face, it gets really hard to hang out on the nose and do all the work you want to do and put all the elements into your repertoire on each wave.
Sophia with priority. There she goes. She uses the priority. Little fade right, goes left, touches a 5 with a beautiful hang 5. Big, powerful turn on the Michael Takayama surfboard there for Sophia Colhane. Graceful footwork, cross steps back for redirection on the inside section. She's going to get this little double up. She's going to cross step her way once again up and down the board, and a nice finish. So she's back in the game.
That's what we came for right there. She played a patient game to wait for that wave, because the surfing she did on that was amazing.
The flow, the style, the grace, the variety we saw, the whole use of her board. I mean, going to the nose, doing that turn that was on rail, and then finishing off on the shoreline. It was such a well put together wave, start to finish.
Really beautiful. There's that turn you were talking about. I mean, all the elements were engaged on this wave. I think this wave could go close to excellent for her, but just because of how well and how easy it was to watch. Like the flow felt good, the style was there. If she would have ridden out of this inside little turn right here, I feel like she would have come away with an excellent ride for sure, but I feel like there's a question mark at the end there.
It's hard to ride out on those little left-handers.
Yeah.
But it's true. I mean, you see people just sacrificing their bodies on like literal dry reef.
And those big fins that, you know, could be grinded into the sandbar as you come onto that inside section.
Stop your run.
Time for Hurley board breakdown, you guys. And who better to break down boards other than the Wax Head, Wax.
Talking about big fins hitting the sandbar, doesn't come any bigger than this. A big 11-inch involvement style fin. This is Soleil Eriko's board she took to victory in that heat before last. It's a CJ Nelson. It's called the Low Pro. Not the High Pro, but the Low Pro. It's got big old roll bottom board, but some edge in the tail. Okay, a lot of rocker, which is allowing her to fit the board into the curve of the wave. In contrast, we have Luke Thompson's Blade, a Smith Shapes. Okay, this is 5'9.5", a huge single concave, but very flexible fins. Not too dissimilar to what Soleil has here. Fin design, it's come a long way in 65 years, but I tell you what, in terms of like general flex and the shape of the type of fin, yeah, the length has changed, but the general idea of fins is pretty much the same, from thruster to single fins. We got the Longboard Division finals on. We'll have the Challenger Series coming up tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Oh, fin talk. Talk to me about fins. Of course, a single fin with a double foil, two-sided foil. Thrusters, generally your side fins have a single foil flat on the inside and a foil on the outside. Sometimes there's a little bit of a concave in some of those foils as well. But yeah, fins have evolved. They get pretty fancy.
And a lot of different composites being used. I mean, we saw some, you know, that huge single fin was all fiberglass.
Yep.
And, you know, the other fins that we saw there were probably made out of some sort of plastic composite.
Yeah, probably a RTM construction, resin transfer molding with a foam core. Here's Mason Schremer looking to better her 4-point ride, and not a lot in that wave. So, but we're going to switch here to Sophia Culhane. On her previous ride, scored a 6.5, so 4.18 right now. You can see the needs column is what Sophia needs to turn this heat, and I feel when you're just watching that wave that she may have just done that.
Yeah, we'll see what happened on the beginning of it, as we came into it probably about halfway through on the outside. But she is hustling to get back out there. I think the best thing you can do, well, the best thing you can do to train for surfing is surf.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think swimming is a really good way to keep that core strength.
Yeah. Here's a replay, Rosie.
Yeah, second wave of the set here for Sophia. Finds that nose, gets the 10. Just a quick 10. Look at all that foam on the face. The second wave of the seat is the set. We saw Mason on the previous wave. Is that going to be enough to turn the heat? And does Mason's wave factor into her scoreline?
Yeah, so we did get the score for Mason. She did not improve upon her scoreline, so the need is the same. We're watching here, Strider. This was a 3.67 for Mason Schremer, so it didn't change the situation.
So she had, you know, a little bit of time up there on the front of the board, but it slowed her pace down on the wave. And when you come out of it, slowing yourself down, it's kind of like, you know, coming out of a maneuver on a short board where you actually have to regain your composure and then get your speed again. It kind of affects the flow of the wave, which will affect the score.
Yeah. I like your cross-training swimming conversation, Waz, as far as preparing for surfing, and is part of it in longboarding, because a lot of surfers in the longboard division don't wear a leash, so they have to swim for their board. But the Olympics have been pretty inspirational for me, because I've been watching some swimming. Do you have a favorite stroke that you like to use in your cross-training swimming? Do you like a freestyle, backstroke?
I'm freestyle all day, just because head down, catching the wave. I'm gonna body surf to the beach instead of swim.
Okay. What about you, Rosie?
I was actually a pretty good swimmer back in my day, and my stroke was freestyle.
Yeah. I competed in the breaststroke division, 100 meter in high school. That was my go-to. Got a paddle here for Sophia Culhane, who has just taken the lead on her previous wave, where she got a 6.03. That wave did not eventuate. Speaking of waves, let's look at our surf line forecast here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. All kinds of red down there in the Southern Hemisphere, Strider.
Yeah, Sunday to Thursday, contestable waves coming in. I think we've got a hurricane swell, though, kicking up around Thursday. We're starting to see that thing fill in. It'll be short-lived, Thursday, Friday. Friday will peak, but I think there'll still be some waves coming through into the weekend to finish off the event.
Things looking good today, 2 to 4 foot faces, 2 to 3 this afternoon. A little bit of onshore, we're expected to kick up, but when we look at our longer range, Rosie, things are looking pretty good.
Yeah, as we head into the Challenger Series starting tomorrow, you see that the conditions, we're going to kick up a notch starting Friday through the weekend, so that's so nice. You know, you talk about that hurricane swell, that energy dissipates pretty quickly. It's like a 1-2 day kind of event where the southerly ground swells usually hold some of that power a lot longer, but I think we're really going to make the most of those conditions. I'm excited for that Challenger Series to start.
Yeah, a couple of possible hurricanes would be Amelia and then Fabio. Of course, we're in hurricane season, and we go through the alphabet as we name our hurricanes. Fabio sounding like a romantic hurricane on the way from down south.
Well, it sounded like it was Amelia coming and then Fabio, so you got both of them maybe hanging out.
Hey, I hope they have fun.
Talk about romance.
There you go.
JR.
Oh, man, we're going to hear cowbells. We're going to see flags, all kinds of stuff. The pride of the Philippines coming
Possible
up next.
food items as well.
Some lumpia. I love some lumpia. Lumpia is a dish that you can either have savory or sweet, by the way. Sophia Culhane. Oh, and the nose. Beautiful nose right there. And basically hacking a turn on that Michael Takayama pintail. That was a nice combo for Sophia. And Mason Schremer also finished up a ride, so we'll be waiting for 2 scores, 1 for each of our competitors.
Talking about combo, that really was just such a great blend of that traditional style, but then adding that little bit of high performance with that rail work.
It's impressive the leverage that she gets on those backhand turns, Strider.
Well,
she's swinging around a big board.
Yeah, I feel like the beauty of longboarding is that you can get the board started and the weight of the board will finish the turn for you if you disengage a little and let the board flow, but then you have to re-engage just before to redirect again. So it's all about timing. Super fun.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. And understanding both, you know, the merits, but also the responsibility of a longer rail line, because the longer the rail line is, the harder it is to break the rail line and break the turn. We'll take a look here at Mason Schremer first, Rosie.
Yeah, that was a great nose ride from her. A little bit out in front of that wave. And she's got to answer back. She's been relegated to second for the mid portion of this heat. So this was an important wave for her.
Looks like they really liked Sophia's wave.
They sure did. 7-point ride for Sophia Culhane, and she builds her lead over Mason Schremer. Schremer needing a 6.84. Culhane with heat control. She's got the lead. She's got priority. She can really control the overall tempo of this heat. Well, let's take a look at this 7-point ride, Strider.
Yeah, she was definitely hanging out, you know, enjoying the view from up there. And once you get out there, it's so comfortable. Really beautiful style, and it's fun to watch.
It's comfortable up there on the nose of a longboard when you're kind of on the pointy end, kind of like,
if you're good at it.
Well, kind of like, yeah, or kind of like an airplane, right? The pointy end is where it's really comfortable on an airplane, Strider.
I wouldn't know. You guys
Up in
do.
front, you know what I mean? That's where the comfort, that's the comfort zone there on any airline. Here's our heat leader, Sophia Culhane. Again, just perched on a 5, long nose ride there. And again, beautiful leverage on the backhand. A couple of cutbacks there. Putting it together. Talk about the dance and the choreography that it takes for classic longboarding. On display here with Sophia. That was just beautiful.
Oh,
even the on-the-sand kick out.
And the pirouette.
Ugh.
That was beautiful.
Cue the orchestra.
I liked it.
I mean, we've seen Nans drop today. I don't know if that is going to get there, but it just seems like, you know, she's built throughout this heat. Let's watch this just chilling on the nose.
Oh.
And just those quiet hands, too. There's kind of like she's trying to keep that composure.
Give me a 9 for this.
I
Give me a 9.
I think the turn was, the whole wave was well composed, but for me, it was the finish. I mean, literally, I don't know. I'm a big kick-out guy.
Yeah.
I just am. And when she gets to the beach here, and the pirouette that she does on the kick-out right here, look at this. Boom.
What?
Swings the board up, 1 foot in,
grabs
steps off, grabs it. I mean, that was beautiful.
8.17, so a little bit under the 9, but excellent, no doubt, for Sophia Culhane. 8.17 to 7-point ride. Now, Mason Schremer has a big number to accomplish. She needs an 8.5.
And I don't think that the kick out really plays into the overall score.
Yeah.
But for me,
still
it
cool.
Puts a great exclamation on it.
Hey.
And in my mind, it does.
Yeah. And
I don't know about the judges, but in my mind, the kick out does matter.
Kickouts are trending right now because the most viral surf photo of 2024 isn't of a surfer surfing. It's of a surfer kicking out. That would be Gabe Medina over in the Olympics.
Bronze medalist.
It was a kick out flying in the air, the flying kick out. That's what all the world's attention to on surfing was. A lot of people should pay attention to the big barrel he got before that kick out, however. a giant one. What was that? 9.99, 9.9 or something. Bronze medalist Gabe Medina, congratulations, parabéns. Schremmer on the comeback here.
Ooh.
How
nice
was that? Nice turn, had to get over a little bit of a bump. Reconnects with a line in front of her. Is able to touch the nose there for a 5 before having to make a quick cross step back to the tail. Went way south on this wave.
Oh, she was looking at coming close to a score there. I mean, that was some great work and beautiful surfing. Unfortunately, coming off there at the end, I feel like you got to finish strong.
I agree. So a minute remaining.
Women's surf. I mean, we have. Let's get back to this one. Sorry. Beautiful, quick tip. I love that power carve back into it right there. She was on her way to a big score here. I feel like she's, did well to trim across this hard section, and then it reloads on the sandbar, and she just, literally goes 300 yards on this wave down the beach. And if she could have just completed this last little closeout turn, she could have been close to the score, I feel like.
Yeah. Unfortunate. But what were you going to say before that replay about women's?
America has a gold medal.
Yes!
Caroline Marks.
Congratulations, Caroline Marks. Bringing gold home to the U.S. of A.
Making Americans proud and just really, making us all feel good. I get a goosebump moment right there, Caroline, great to know you.
Yep. Still waiting for that last score for Mason Schremmer and Sophia Culhane on the ride back in here. So remember, Schremmer needed at 8.5. She's on her way in. Little bobble on the end is going to cost Mason, I feel. Still waiting for the score to make it official in this heat. And it comes in a 6.8, not enough for Mason Schremmer, so it will be Sophia Culhane moving on into the semifinals, where she will meet Soleil Erico. We're gonna move on. Men's quarterfinals up next.
Welcome back, and that's Sophia Culhane, the winner of quarterfinal number 4, beating Mason Schremmer. The Hawaiian via Noosa, Australia, goes down in the quarterfinals. That'll be a keeper result as we see Sophia moving into the semi-finals. But we have some bangers. This is the beginning of the men's quarterfinals. Matt Chinosky joined by Carla Zamora and the great Tyler Hatzikian, one of the best goofy footers, the most stylish goofy footers of all time, to call this heat with 2 amazing goofy footers in the water, Richie Cravey and JR Esquivel. This is a rematch of what we had last year. These two matched up in the same round, the same event, and it went JR's way, but controversially, Carla.
Oh, was it controversial? And Controversial, yeah, and I know Richie is hot. I'm excited for this heat. I wore my Hurley Barro Filipino style inspired top here that I was super stoked on. And what an honor to be able to be here with Tyler Hetzikian. He is just a legend in longboarding and everything that really epitomizes the traditional aesthetic.
And we're here to call traditional style longboarding at Huntington Beach. And it's just a hop, skip, and a jump from the South Bay over there in Los Angeles, where Tyler cut his teeth. We'll get more into that history as we set up this heat with Richie Cravey from San Diego, a goofy footer who thrives on waves like this, but it was J.R. Esquivel who got things started in the break, Carla.
Yeah, hits that 5 to the nice little 10 there on the left, brings it back into the whitewater. He's going to have his eye on the prize. This is going to be a busy heat, you guys. Gets the 5 again, and then rebounds that whitewater for that finish. We'll see if he gets that inside section. Things change quickly here. Inside section looks like it's still lining up for him. He's going to get that next tip time. And then going to rebound that whitewater. You see that little lip, but he manages to stay glued on. That should be a decent score for JR.
And a goofy footer from the Philippines fighting his way through to the quarterfinals, where he bowed out over there in Bells Beach in stop 1 of the Longboard Tour. And a 7.5 for the Pinoy surfer there, representing La Union in the Philippines. A great right-hander, but he loves his beach breaks as well. Part of their qualifying series is over there at Belair on the west coast, which is a beach break not too dissimilar to what we have right now, and that's why it's a mark of a talented surfer who can do well at Huntington, do well at places like Bells and El Salvador, and that's J.R. Esquivel, and that's his crowd there on the beach, and it's a great vibe down there, Carla.
Oh man, I went and hung out there this morning. We had a bit of a wait to start with that fog, but here we go, Richie Cravey.
Up on the nose here, he gets 10, soul arching like David Nueva, carving back into the pocket, and it goes down. But some great work to get things started, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching these guys free surf earlier this morning, and saw some waves of JR's, and really impressed with how he can blend in some of the drop knees in some kind of snaps and stuff. Really critical stuff, and impressive.
And this is a pretty classic Nueva style soul arch there.
Oh yeah, anytime you can pay homage to David Nueva at Huntington Pier, you know, that's pretty much the ultimate.
We talk about the resurgence of longboarding a lot. Thomas Campbell made some surf films, The Seedling and Sprout, and you were a big part of that. But Single Fin Yellow, it was a Jason Baffa film, and that was it was a film about one board that you shaped, sanded, glassed, fin boxed, or glassed on fin, the whole lot, and it went to the world's greats, including Bonga Perkins and Bo Young, some of the most iconic world champions. And what was it like to be a part of that journey, and what did it do for your career as a shaper and surfer?
Yeah, you know, it was pretty groundbreaking, or, you know, it was really a way that, you know, I was able to get seen around the world, but being able to make a board for those legends, you know, those guys that were really hot at the time and are still very inspirational to me, it was quite an honor, you know, and to be able to showcase, you know, kind of what I was into in making, and that traditional aspect, and try to make something fairly neutral in the 9.6 range at that time with a single fin and a pintail, and see how it would do in different conditions.
And I know that Richie is a big fan of your surfing in particular, as is J.R. Esquivel. Wow. And here he goes, the goofy footer. You say wow, but channeling nose riding like this, you are one of the best, Tyler. And Richie just trying to get things started to back up that 5.5. A lot of merit given on that opening nose ride. And someone who's riding the Michael Takayama boards, another name steeped in surfing history, is Sophia Colhane, who's down there on the glass with a very expressive-looking Felicity Palmatier.
Thanks, Waxhead. Yeah, winner of that last heat. Amazing performance. It was polar opposite conditions to yesterday afternoon. It must have felt good to lock in the 817.
For sure. I had tricky conditions yesterday, which you got to get through those ones, but I'm glad to have some glassy, clean waves this morning, and it was really fun out there.
I know, I spoke to your coach, Arnie Meggs, and she said, okay, look, you know, just don't let the scores mess with your head. Obviously, you took on that words of wisdom because, you know, in the beginning of the heat, you weren't leading, and then you obviously dropped those scores at the end.
Yeah, the beginning of my heat, I felt like I was in rhythm, but then I remembered what Auntie Meg said and, you know, just put my head down and started to get in rhythm.
Coming up in the semi-final, you're matched up against Soleil. Thoughts on that?
Just hoping to get some good back and forth and a good heat.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. I'll let you go get ready for the semi-final. Back to you guys.
Good to hear from Sophia there. She's looking light-hearted and pretty soft moving into the semi-finals, and it's always hard to beat someone who's got that spirit into the pointy end of the competition, Carla.
Absolutely, and Sophia really has come into her own, I feel like, in these last, this last year or so. She's a beautiful surfer, and I think she's been gaining confidence with each of these events, and there's such a lot of support with the Hawaii crew, so it's hard to kind of not feel that aloha and that ohana vibe, and know that, you've got win, lose, or draw, you've got support waiting for you on the beach.
And we'll take a replay of JR's wave in the break there, and let's just see what he got done here, Carla.
Yeah, nice tight 5, hits it there, throws a little style in there, throws it all the way up the tip. He's gonna bring it back around. Nice power carve into the white water, resets again, hits the 5 again, and again a little white rebound, comes off that white water without being able to hold the rail up, but gonna be a strong score. Scores dropped so far. We'll wait. We're gonna talk through Richie's wave here.
Yeah, it comes from behind the section, backdooring it low line, and that's extremely critical, using the weight of the board and the outline, the template of the board, to be able to hold the hips back in the white water as he wiggles his way through the inside, staying very busy, using his body to his advantage, those longer legs stretching out. That'll be Richie's best wave yet. Technical surfing there, Tyler.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not real familiar with what he's riding right there, but typically in that type of critical section, weight is your friend.
Yep.
That's something that mellows that sensitivity of the white water out and gets you to follow through and make it to the other side.
Exactly like JR was doing there. Stable surfing, the tail weighted in the white water. The pocket, we call it, the critical part of the wave. As JR's another touch of the nose. Beautiful drop knee, which sets him up for this inside track. Dynamic surfing there. Great wave IQ. And he stays on his feet. And that there is going to be a great wave. As we see the crowd go wild, the flags go up, the signs go up. They love it, and he'll be feeling that one, Carla.
It's so great when you have a fired up community right there in front of you. That definitely helps, with your energy in the lineup. And JR right there really displayed a lot of style, a lot of control, and he's really being smart out there and making some smart wave selections. As you can see by the scoreboard, we've got 2 waves for each of them at the moment. Obviously, we're waiting for scores for both, but Richie opened up with a 5-5 and then a 4, but JR opened up with a 7-5 and a 7. So there's definitely a distinction happening at the moment. Somebody's carrying a little bit more of that spicy energy than the other.
I do think Richie's hang 10 on that wave before will come out, but we're waiting on scores. And you see JR working his way back out. A little bit of a lull in proceedings right now, and that does happen in the ocean, but you have to capitalize. Watching the replay of this hang 10 from behind the section, Tyler, what's going on with the board?
Oh yeah, he's just setting it up, making sure he's high enough in the critical part of the wave. Also where he's not outrunning the section, which some of these waves have pretty quick shoulders. So he's just keeping it high, keeping it slow enough to where he can get as far out on the tip and stay with the same speed as the waves are going.
I called it a hang 10, but it was a stretch 5. The judges giving it a 4, 6, 7, not agreeing with the technical nature of it because he didn't get both feet over the nose like that. Soul arching, the board weighed down on the tail from the whitewash.
Yeah, I think there was just a lot more dynamics, as you said earlier, with this ride of JR's, and then coming out of that nose right there with all of that speed, and then harnessing it into the white water. I'm just so excited there.
That there, see this inside link? I think this was an extra half a full point because it was a unique drop knee that set him up for that track. Nose ride bogged a bit, but to be able to have that acceleration through, the judges going wild. They all agreed. 2 judges went excellent. A couple down a 7.5. It locks in at a 7.83. JR Escobar, the Filipino, moves up into the lead, extends his lead with a commanding heat total at the moment. And he's got second priority at the moment, but he's feeling it. You can see him. He doesn't need a wave, but at this point of the heat last year, he forced an interference on Richie.
Yes, it was a draw-dropping moment. I was on the beach. I couldn't kind of believe it happened. But here's Richie right now.
Answering back, gets the 10, arching that one through a full hot dogging style nose ride, climbing and dropping. Ooh, nearly loses it there. Back up on the nose again. Functional stretch gets him forward of the momentum, and he's over the fulcrum of the rocket there in the flat point of the board, trying to get as much speed as he can. He kicks out. That'll be a good answer back. Wait to see where the scores go on that, but a nice answer, Carla.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's going to possibly get rid of that 4.67 at the very least. And hopefully he'll get even higher than that so that he can really chip away at that 9.83, which is what is required right now. And we'll see the replay right here. Gets it right up to the tip. Nice soul arch into that little whitewater section. He's kind of behind that curl there. They're going to like that. The judges are going to see the critical nature of that. Brings it back in. Has almost a little hiccup there, but really almost you don't see it in the slow-mo. Vic gets a stretch 5 again. You see that wave kind of petering out, but he's going to redirect it. Like you said, he's kind of in that midpoint of the board. Doesn't reform, so he's going to get out and get back out to JR.
A 6.10, so the judges not buying the hang 10, seeing it's a bit of a faux style there. We're waiting for JR for the answer back. We're going to go to a bonsai brew break, but stay tuned. It's California taking on La Union in the Philippines. The crowd are going wild, and we're here for it. Quarterfinal Heat 1, back after the break.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Finals day here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic and the US Open of Surfing. We have the Hurley stage, today's lineup. Just after lunch, Politic coming up by the Artist Bricks at 3 to 4 p.m. Get down here, action galore. No better place to spend it. And day 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We have the Longboard finals in the water. This is quarterfinal Heat 1. We have J.R. Esquivel out in the lead. The Filipino leading from Richie Cravey, needing a hefty 9.23. Matt Chinosky joined by Carla Zamora and shaper, surfer, stylist Tyler Hatzikian. The first time he's joined us on the webcast. And Tyler, what a pleasure it is. Lineage of style, goofy footers. We've got two of the best in the water in the modern era, but who's inspired you and who's been formative in your career?
You know, probably pretty generic. I mean, David Nueva was always a pretty big influence as far as, you know, advancing my longboarding and looking at style and, you know, projection and nose riding, of course. Lopez, you know, fluid, ultimate control.
And you're no stranger to big waves. If you're out there, search up Tyler Hatzikian on YouTube. You'll see him charging Hammerland over there in Oporto. Some massive tubes. I mean, big wave surfing, traditional longboarding, nose riding. There's a lot of similarities there to the way we approach the section, right?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy how you know, really focusing on nose riding when I first got into longboarding, when I first started really focusing on longboarding, and how rockers and rail lines, there's actually a certain amount of similar rocker characteristics to actually the guns that I make and my nose riders.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy, and it's actually something I got to talk about with McTavish as well. So we kind of agreed on a few things, and we're kind of excited to talk about that at one time.
And we talk about some of the world's best big wave surfers and nose riders. Jock Sutherland comes to mind, an influence of Jerry Lopez, one of the best to do it, second in the 66 world titles down there at Ocean Beach, but also one of the first to get properly barreled at a pipeline. Your theory reigns supreme. We just don't see it put into practice. Let's hope some of these guys can match it in the Hawaii season coming up and show the surfers it's not just about knee-high waves. Longboarding can be done in all types of waves, Tyler.
Yeah, I think these guys, the skill set of this group, of this generation is pretty good and impressive, and it's going to be fun to watch those guys hit it.
JR is in the top 10 of the QS over there in the Asia region on shortboards. Richie Cravey, he's got a Todd Pinder pintail. He surfs blacks down there in San Diego. He can get tubed with the best of them. And here we are in the quarterfinals of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and it's no surprise these two are going head-to-head again, Carla.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's unfortunate that Richie hasn't been able to really find that rhythm in order to really battle it out against JR, with JR getting that 7.5 and 7.83. We've got 6 minutes remaining. Looks like some action's happening. JR is in priority, and he may be taking use of it right here to keep Richie off the wave.
Okay, so needing a 9.23. Richie needs a special wave. JR looking to drop a 7.5. Up and riding. Heels, clicks it with one of the best in the booth with us to talk us through heels, Tyler Hatziki, and he'll go through the analysis on that. And here he is, JR tapping that one off the top with a little bit of pizzazz. He's feeling the flow there, knowing to get into that excellent range, he will have to either get the best wave of the heat or perform some unique surfing, which he's done on this, and that's a great wave there for JR, finishing on the shore break down near the pier, and the crowd go wild.
Pinoy Pride right there. That's Pinoy Pride. It's a really special thing. People might not realize how special it is to have the Philippine community on this stage like this. They're a small country, they're a young country, they're newer to surfing in general. You know, the legends out there, other than the few Super Kuyas, it's maybe 20 years. So this is a huge thing for them.
Absolutely, and Tyler, talk us through this heel hang.
Oh yeah, it's sometimes, believe it or not, you can go into that position, which is actually kind of a stall, just to slow the board down a little bit, to not outrun it. And sometimes turning it around will kind of do that, kind of change the attitude of the board or the projection. And then once you still feel it starting to take off again, that's where you can turn back around and put it back on rail and get it moving again.
I love the idea of the stall. I feel the same thing. We talked about it with the run back as well at times. But we'll have a look again at that heel hang where he actually spun on the tail. First time we've seen it in the event so far. We have seen it in the past where he actually gets both heels over the nose. And an 8.6, the judge is eating it up, deeming that to be critical, creative. But the style, flow, and grace, part of the criteria, Carla, he executed the other elements too.
Yeah, you can really see the change that's happened over the years with the longboard criteria. And back in the day, they might not have honored that kind of heel situation, considering it a bit tricky. But we can see, and Tyler explained it perfectly, and we'll see here, how he uses it as a functional maneuver. You can see the board lift kind of a bit as he does. He turns it around beautifully. I mean, what a beautiful surfer and an athlete there, and being able to read that wave and then continue on with the maneuver and check off that style flow and that connectivity. Here we go, JR again.
He's hyped up now, and he's got the adrenaline running. He should probably, or it's a combination situation for Richie Cravey, but not forgetting, once again, this heat last year, Richie was in the lead and JR took off behind him with priority and forced an interference on Richie, who lost one of his scoring waves, and it caught us all by surprise. It's not something that JR has in his playbook. right throughout the qualifying events. I've watched his rise. He knows the rule book, but he doesn't need to do it very often, and he didn't need to do it last year either, but he just wasn't taking any chances. A tip of the hat to Richie, who he respects a lot. And these two, this is going to be, they really are. Well, Richie was going into this for revenge. He wanted upset.
100%. But I've known and watched JR grow up for some time. I've watched him compete in Longboard, and when I've seen the fire in this kid, I've seen him, he surfs all times of the day. He'll surf in the middle of the day when it tends to be kind of the junkiest, and he's out there pulling these 10s and all of these tricks, the heels, and while the rest of us are kind of poo-pooing and turning our nose to it.
And Richie Cravey, he's here with his wife Danny. He's got his child here too. He's a father, marine biologist, fisherman, a full-blown waterman, and an asset to have here as a wild card into this event. He unfortunately missed out on qualifying for the final event in Malibu last year, but he'll be representing USA at the ISA World Titles this year as well. Next year, he qualified through.
He's a fabulous surfer and is well deserved of his spot here. It would be nice, and we're hopeful that he can still pull it together here with 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining. Nice long stretch nose ride into a little tighter. He's going to hold this one as long as he can, Wax.
He needs it. He needs it, and he's going to go up and over, and he finishes that one and kicks out. And I mean, even when I look back on his scoreline, a 6.1, a 4, and a 5.5, even if the judges didn't understand the technical ability of what he was doing, it still wouldn't have been enough. And none of those scores would have gone up around the excellent range anyway, and he still would have been in this predicament, perhaps not in combination, but this wave hasn't broken yet. A little bit on the shoulder, Tyler.
Yeah, you know, there he is, you know, dragging a little hand, kind of slowing the board down, kind of creating a lift to keep him higher. Then he goes into that little stretch to make that section as the wave speeds up, and he kind of ended up with not much to work with, and you know, had to kick out there.
Do you think the hands above the shoulders are adding anything? Because we've seen throughout the whole event, low hand movement and body torque has really actually played into the judging, Tyler.
Yeah, you know, gosh, that's a tough call. You know, you'd have to kind of get into the head of the judges, I guess. You know, what's pleasing to them.
Do you prefer no hands or big hands?
Man, it really depends. I think my hands go up typically when the wave kind of forces me to, and it's kind of a counterbalance. Otherwise, I try to keep them kind of low.
The judges giving that one a 6.87. It's not enough to get, it does just get him out of combo, but JR takes the final wave of the heat with an extended heel hang. And as David Nueva, who had US Asian heritage, makes his way through, made his way through the 60s as a formative stylist, as did Jerry Lopez. We still have the modern day stylist, JR Esquivel, the Filipino. He gets through his quarterfinal. We'll see him coming up in the semis. Richie Cravey, unfortunately, unable to progress. Did get himself out of combination situation. As you see, 16.43, the highest heat total of the day. We'll see JR coming up in the semis. Richie Cravey goes down. Stay tuned. Taylor, Ben Skinner, Kyla Flint up next. Welcome back, J.R. Esquivel, the winner of the last heat. And his competitor, Richie, didn't want a bar of it as he walks back up, defeated by J.R. Esquivel. That was a matchup from last year where J.R. got the jump through a technicality on the playbook, but this time J.R. used his surfing to take the win. And it just doesn't always go your way, and sometimes it's you leave feeling pretty bitter and twisted in a heat you don't get through, Carla. We've all been there.
I've been there
more than the other way.
One too many times. Perhaps that's why I cut my competitive journey short. But not Ben Skinner here, because he's been on this tour for a long time. And that 10, I called it all day yesterday, that hood ornament 10.
And this is the second wave for Skinner, already locking in a 6 to get things started. Extended nose ride time there from the English surfer, and he finishes off on the sand, and he loves it. And what else can he do? Ben Skinner, the Englishman, and I must say this is going to be an absolute firecracker at the heat. A lot of our focus on the two goofy footers with the rematch of last year, but surfer shapers out in the water right now, two of the brightest prospects, especially Kai Ellis-Flint. Tyler, introducing Tyler Hatzikian in the booth, staying in. He was so good last time. We're going to be chatting about surfboard design as well, and I mean, does it feel pretty good at the top level to see these longboarders who are making their own equipment, you know, put together performances like this, Tyler?
Oh yeah, I mean that first wave or that last wave that he had there was amazing. I mean, that was incredible control. I mean, anybody would love to have a nose ride like that. That was awesome.
The judges thought so too at 9.43 on that one. So it's putting Kai in an early combination situation. That one is rough. Highest single wave of the day for Ben Skinner. I mean, it was the best nose ride we've seen all day. And
here's the replay. He garners a 9.43 on this, gets that nose ride from behind the section, and then throws it into the 10 and holds it. And you see that lift in the board. And he just holds it, continues to hold it, and that's that critical section there. You don't see any part of the back half of the board. Not until he kind of comes out on the shoulder, he stretches his 5 out, that way he can slow it down, and then nice into the power drop knee there. He feels himself. Head toss, check my nails. Yeah, he's loving it. He's such a lively guy. He's fun. It's fun to watch him.
And this is the 6-point ride. And running through this section, shorter nose ride there, Carla, but
throws that big turn again. It's not quite as put together as that 9.43, but still a lot of power. We're going to see a replay, it looks like, from Kai in a minute there. Skinner making it all the way into the inside, maximizing that little inside reform.
Yeah, I feel like he was, he'll feel lucky to have got a 6 on that. The judges could have deemed that almost a lack of control. But they had to go 9.43. So the scale set accordingly very high in this heat, you know, and the judge, I mean, there is a 4.5 point difference between that, or a 3.5 point difference between that 6 and the 9.5. So Kyle will hear that though, and it doesn't make it feel any better, knowing that no one's had a heat total that big so far. Well, JR just did, but he had, you know, 9.43. Ben's probably going to drop that 6.
Oh, 100% he's going to drop the 6. But, you know, Kai hasn't really even started his campaign yet with basically a throwaway wave. So, you know, 19 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. A lot of things to change here. We've seen the last heat was pretty dynamic. There's a lot of waves ridden. So hopefully there'll be opportunity to really see a nice volley between these gentlemen.
We see Ben Skinner paddling against Kai Ellis-Flint. Ben's got a double scoop step deck in the back of his board. Tyler, you're renowned for step noses and step decks. What does that do for nose riding?
Well, you know, there's a couple different elements, you know, things that can happen with that. Some, you got flex, so you're changing rockers, which it's a calibrated kind of a gas pedal and or brake at the same time. Depending on the rail shape, a lot of water on the type of rails I make, 50-50 rails, a lot of that water goes over the deck. So the shape of the deck is really something that I use to control the water speed. So if I need a board, depending on what spot, Malibu versus a beach break, I'll actually control those concaves accordingly, depending on if I need something that gets the water through faster or off the board, or if I need it to stay on the board longer to keep more lift.
Incredible insight there, Tyler, and we saw the regional qualifying series kick off, and we'll talk about one of your young riders, Cormac O'Brien, one of the brightest prospects in surfing. one of the brightest prospects on the World Tour is Rogelio J.R. Esquivel, who's down there on the glass with Felicity Parmentier and the rest of the Pinoy crew.
Yeah, thanks, Waxhead. We're ready to go. JR, talk me through that last heat. You got 3 sevens, 1 8-point ride, a 6. It looked like you couldn't put a foot wrong. You're really in rhythm.
Yeah, I'm trying to build the momentum and trying to get really big scores because Richie is a good guy. His surfing is really good and he can score excellence. And yeah, that's why I keep building the scores and trying to get excellence. And yeah, lucky I got some good ones. Yeah.
Talk to me about this amazing support crew behind you. I don't think anyone has more support than you down here. They're so involved and they're so passionate.
Yeah, we're so lucky to have these guys here. We're so thankful for them for coming here on the beach and cheer. Maraming salamat sa inyo guys. Yeah, and to everyone at home, maraming salamat sa suporta nyo.
And moving forward, you obviously had a really good heat then. Any changes going forward into the semis?
Yeah, just keep focusing and we'll just watch the next heats and try to find where to sit, where to get the good waves, and yeah, keep the momentum ongoing. Yeah.
Thanks so much, JR. I'll let you go get ready for the semis. Back to you guys.
A stoked JR, thank you Felicity, and Kyle Flynn hasn't really got started in this heat yet. In the quarterfinal finish, he needs this result. A nice hang 10 there, backside, and straightening out on this one. A little less energy than Skinner's opening wave, but they were medium-sized waves too, so this may garner a good score if he can grab an inside bowl here, setting up delicate footwork. Not much concave in that board. Kai grew up riding Old Mouse, our Australian version of the vintage surfboards, specifically a board by Sam Egan. Sam Egan, one of the greatest to do it on the east coast of Australia, from Newcastle. Obviously, direct relation to Luke Egan, one of the world's best goofy footers, and an incredible surfer shaper himself. The story just reigns supreme. History meeting the modern day, and these guys' boards are available on the shelf. I think it's just a super special part of longboard surfing that we don't see in other forms or other sports, Tyler.
Yeah, you know, it is really cool to see these guys surfing at this level and also building their own equipment. You know, that's something that I got to experience, and not so much on the competitive end, but it's what pretty much drove me to, you know, get better and really learn how to longboard surf. I was, you know, kind of inspired. I grew up around longboarding. My dad was a longboarder, and I always had appreciation for it, but it wasn't until basically I was in my mid-teens and before I really got into it, and basically was inspired by my car hobby.
Yeah.
That inspired the era of surfboard building that I wanted to focus on. So that's kind of where that came from.
Yeah, we'll jump more into that, the era-specific stuff. As a traditionalist at heart, a purist, beautiful hang 10 there, Kai Ellis Flint. Just a short wave. We'll see where the judges go with that, but it was a technical nose ride, the board way back in the pocket. A great use of the rocker there, or the lack thereof in certain aspects for Kai, and an aficionado of Southern California culture, Tyler, the car culture, Dale Velzy, some of the greatest and formative surfboard shapers in the industry over here, also play with hot rods.
Yeah, well, I mean, Southern California, the area that I come from, you know, all of it kind of comes from post-war, you know, basically the car culture and basically the materials that came out of the war, both basically paralleled each other. Those, you know, the hot rod culture and the surf culture paralleled that same counterculture progression. So having family from the area, having both surf and hot rod culture, you know, in my blood, you know, it just was interesting to kind of look back at it and also study it and actually move forward from it, you know, by knowing that history and past.
Yeah, you can't move forward if you don't know your past, and these two study their history. Will Ben Skinner's excellent 9.43 be the Cup Noodles wave of the day? We'll have to wait and see. More after the break. Live action, quarterfinal heat 2. Ben Skinner finds a nose right, current heat leader. Driving through the section there. Stepping into the tail there. The surfer from England looking for one of his best results here at Huntington with a drop knee wrap. His Peerbold writes at Huntington looking right into the favour here of the Brit, who's caused a lot of upsets this year, and this would be one of his greatest ones yet. And he goes right in on the sand. He looks up at the judges. He can't do anything more than that, and he claps himself as well. So, I mean, looking to drop a 6, I think that's going to be long gone, Carla.
You could feel his energy, his confidence on his chest right there. Unfortunately, Kai not having quite that same kind of heat. Struggling with right now. He's got a 6.3 and a 3.67, but that last one's going to be another throwaway. He's really struggling to find that rhythm that Ben has just kind of ran away with right now.
Round of 16 loss for Kai over in Bells Beach. Going one better already here in the quarterfinals, and this is a replay during the break.
Yeah, here's a replay of Kai. Nice 5 to 10. Through that whitewater section, he's trying to hold on to it. He's going to get around it and then just try to rebound. Wave doesn't really open up to another face. It was kind of an incomplete hit there. So we'll see. I don't know if that... And then we got Ben. This is the replay of Ben. I believe this is the one we came in on from the break. Another nice nose ride from the back of the section. Nice powered carve into the whitewater. Waiting for that next setup there. Another nice power carve. You see how low he gets?
Yeah.
He's a big dude. He got his knees all the way down there. He's doing his squats.
And we have one of the best in the booth with us. This is Tyler Hatzikian calling the action with Carla Rowland. And myself, the wax head, as Kai goes down. Feeling some frustration there. And Tyler, how tall are you and what's your weight come in at?
So I'm a little over 6'2", 225.
Yeah.
There's no way you're only 6'2".
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I always imagined you to be like a 6'5"er.
Yeah, I don't know, you know. You know my dad, so...
Well, your dad's not nearly
Not
that
tall.
tall. Shout
Yeah.
out to Chris. Love
Yeah.
Chris.
So
And Grandma Joe.
Yeah.
Bless her heart.
We got two of California's cultural icons of longboarding throughout the 90s and the 2000s. Longboarding was the only form of surfing in the 1960s. It faded away, the shortboard revolution through the 70s. Made a comeback in the 80s, but it's here with a vengeance, with a new gen, including this guy here, Kai Ellis Flint from Australia, Byron Bay, on a self-shaped high estate surfboard. Hot dogging his way through the whitewash here. He's disinterested, points to a left-hander over there, and maybe it's Ben Skinner holding 10, stabilized on the top, driving through the whitewash. Expert nose ride navigation from Ben Skinner, tapping that one off the top, and already in the lead. He may just post another excellent score with some technical surfing just like this.
Ben's really on fire right now. When he gets on, he's on. It's hard to break that stride from him. He milks it all the way into the inside. Just classic surfing coming from Ben Skinner.
Almost speechless. You can't do anything more on that wave, especially for a guy who's got similar stats to yourself, Tyler. Perhaps a little leaner, being at the peak of his career. But let's have a look at this. Talk us through this nose ride, Tyler.
Yeah, just setting it up, perfect stall, perfect speed, matching it. And I've been noticing as he goes into his 5 in the soup, it's to kind of straighten the board. He's actually flexing the board, in my opinion. I really feel like he's transferring weight and actually flattening the board to make the board go faster as it's stalling out in the soup.
And then Kai, on the other hand, an Aussie style shape, upturn rails, wiggling, and doing the Mickey Dora on the nose, or Steve Bigler, as he trims forward trim, but just wave runs out of power color.
Yeah, and you see he's a bit disappointed because he sees a left that he liked as he was riding in on the little foam soupy ball. So only 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Heat's starting to wind down. That said, there's still plenty of time for the situation to change, yet that said, Kai is looking at an excellent score that he needs to put on the table. There's a possibility
He's out of combo.
he could chip it away, but it's a high requirement at the moment.
He's out of combination, but he's back in it because Ben bettered his score with an 8.33, the highest heat total of the event so far. Ben Skinner extends his lead and puts one of the brightest prospects of traditional longboard surfing in a very pessimistic situation, and not much more you could do here, but just try and claw your way out of it. But he's going to need 2 excellent scores himself, Carla.
Yeah, this is going to make it extra difficult. Kai's going to be feeling the pressure now. Time's really starting to wind down. Waves are still looking really good as far as I'm concerned. This is the best we've had the entire time. So perfect for finals day. And here's red, Ben Skinner.
Peebo left, just feeling the confidence. Kai, on the other hand, he'll be feeling deflated on the outside section. And Ben Skinner will have all his crew back home tuning in, watching him. And I mean, you can't, all the board builders back at his shop. It's a team effort to get these boards done, especially when you're traveling, relying on other people to laminate and sand and fin your boards. Tyler, you know all about that.
I had the opportunity of going to your shop a really long time ago, and I can't remember exactly if it was my father or whatnot, but I remember being in awe of everything you did. And we were at a time, you know, I was just a young Grom coming up, but like that's when traditional longboard surfing was coming up, and it really was a resurgence. And Tyler, you played such a pivotal role in making it a thing.
What we have here today is largely because of a few names that we can count on one hand. Joel Tudor, Tyler Hatzikian, Devin Howard, Wingnut, and of course the filmmakers and the media, the magazines out there, Longboarder Mag, Pacific Longboard, Australian Longboarding Magazine, all through Japan as well. Blue Magazine on the board. Thomas Campbell, filmmaker, Jason Baffa, but thank you for your contribution to surfing, Tyler. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for the compliments. I'm really touched and really enjoyed hanging out with you guys and seeing you guys again.
Good. It's really cool to be here. And then here's Kai. He's trying to get out of that combination position. Beautiful sweeping turn there, Wax.
And he goes down, unfortunately, after the jaw drops, but that's what he needs. More of that he's performed at Bells and here in the earlier rounds. But this is the quarterfinal finish, a 5th place finish. I mean, there's still time, 4 minutes 30, but it just feels like through his body language that he may have given up and the confidence isn't there.
Yeah, it's tough when you get put in this certain position and you've got such a big number to attain. It's hard to keep the spirits about you.
And you've surfed here in a duct tape invitational. It might have been back then the Nose Rider Invitational, Tyler.
Yeah.
And that must have been a nice compliment.
Yeah, I mean, I got to surf in the heat with David Nueva. That was pretty awesome. And, you know, I always find myself, I've done some nose running contests, but, you know, when something's presented to you, when the wave presents itself to where you want to do an off the lip, you got to do it off the lip. So, got some nose rides in, but also I lost my board a couple of times on some off the lips, and the conditions were a little more hectic, but that was fun.
Well, somebody who just hops out of the water, and Ben once more, because Kyle Flint's is clapping his opponent. He's given up. He's been out nose ridden, and it isn't a nose ride contest, but you cannot deny the surfing of Ben Skinner. I mean, 2 excellent range scores. He threw the kitchen sink.
But talking point is being, you know, if you put the coach hat on, is that really what you want your, you know, is that really the way to go? I realize it's a tough call, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like no matter what, stay out there, finish your draw, don't quit.
Yeah.
I feel like that's important also for next time.
Yeah.
I mean, he understands where he's at, but
it was like a clap, but then it was.
All that said, Kai, I probably would do the same thing.
I mean, what do you do? He's
it's frustrating.
I mean, but he got a 4.23 and he fell off in that last wave. The judges want him. They love the show.
That's what I'm saying is, like, don't give up yet. Everyone's pulling for you. Nobody wants you to lose.
Well, Kai will never wear a leash. He'll also never fall. You know, he'll never pull an interference on someone. He's just that type of morally obliged guy, and that's part of longboard culture. It is a sport at the moment, but it's also an art and lifestyle. He's going to be building boards tomorrow. You know, he will. He'll be making himself new boards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is his main goal, of course. This is why he's over here. But he got out surfed in this heat, and Ben Skinner put on one of his best career performances, and he had to overcome Kyle Flynn. And, you know, now he's just going to come in, probably save some energy. And we don't see that very often in competition, Tyler.
I mean, he just had a heck of a heat. Was just kind of on, just clicking. And, you know, it's pretty special when you can put sessions together where you're just wave after wave kind of feeling good and, you know, completing stuff and you know, creating nose ride, you know, completing nose rides that are just really technical.
Well, as these two embrace, Kai made his way through the regional qualifying tour through Oz. He had a fantastic run. He was here last year on the tour, didn't make it to the final 8, but there's bright prospects. The pathway through to the Longboard Tour is there. Ben Skinner taking the win, 17.76, take on Kyle Flynn, who unfortunately didn't really get started. As we look at the recap of this heat, Ben Skinner just unstoppable from the get-go, Carla.
I mean, he just nails these 10s, and they're critical, and they're coming from behind the section. There's just no denying what he put together in this heat. When you see that 17.76, it's not to say that Kai isn't a wonderful surfer and had some moments that really were well put together. He just couldn't get enough of them to surpass the prowess here of Ben Skinner.
And one of the most technical nose riding and surfer shaper heats we've seen. What a pleasure to have Tyler Hatzikian here to call the action. And Ben, see the double scoop on the deck. You can see concaves there on the deck. And that stringer line is higher. And Tyler, I mean, incredible to have you here to call that heat. I mean, Cormac O'Brien, one of your team riders, he'll be competing in the Surfing for Hope qualifying event over in Pismo Beach in November. You're making boards for Cormac. What's it like to be back in the game and have young blood on your surfboards?
Well, I think watching these guys now and thinking of how my surfing was, and I'm very critical of my own surfing and how I wasn't able to perfect some of the stuff that I wanted to do. It's really fun to work with the new generation and go, hey, I can see if, you know, I could show you just one little thing. I know you got the ability. Let's see what you can do with it. And to be able to make boards for Cormac and then to also be able to kind of semi-coach him and kind of create the look that I was trying to go for with my own surfing, I'm kind of excited to see what happens with it.
Heritage remaining supreme, but you know what? We're moving to a new generation, and we have the old and new coming up next. Veteran Taylor Jensen taking on the firecracker Taka Inui of Japan. Stay tuned, more action coming up.
Welcome back to the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Quarterfinal time for the men, quarterfinal number 3. Out in the water, a 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen, coming up against the Japanese sensation, Taka Inui. This is one of the tallest competitors in the draw, up against one of the shortest competitors in the draw in this matchup. Kai Pagura, along with the wonderful Rosie Hodge and the world-famous Strider Wazalewski on the call. I'm going to go to you, Strider. Your thoughts on this matchup of Taylor and Taka?
Well, I feel like you're going to see it right here as we got live action happening. I mean, this guy has got mad skills. He's out there on the Firewire tech and just really enjoying, you know, some high-performance longboard action. This guy has got mad game up against a technical surfer behind him as you see him out there on the nose. Beautiful ride.
Wow, what a way to start off this quarterfinal. Nice exchange between Taka Inui And Taylor Jensen, look at Taco with some gamesmanship. He wants to start that paddle battle, kicking out early, and it's on, Rosie.
Yeah, let's take a close look at this because this is going to be important as we see Taylor Jensen just digging deep. Tucker getting the feet involved there.
Wow. That's energy.
That's some energy right there. You're right.
Although, oh man, Taylor looks like he's moving fast without moving his arms. It's crazy, huh?
Yeah.
The difference.
The exertion from Tucker versus just the.
Well, there we go. Taka Inoue does get priority. All right, well, Ben Skinner went out there. The Englishman scored a 17.76 two-wave total, heat total. Amazing, Flick.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. We'll get to that in a second, but first of all, I want to talk about the interesting end to that heat there. Can you provide some insights on that?
Well, look, there's no doubt in my mind or anyone else's that he's the best longboarder in the world right now, and I knew that. I knew he was the guy to beat. It was always going to be a tough heat, and it just didn't go his way. I mean, we're good friends as well, and he just said just nothing was working, so well, what could I do? And you know, it's just the way it goes. I know he's going to have his day, so you know, hopefully this will be mine.
Yeah, well, every dog has their day, and let's get into the heat. I mean, huge heat total, and the single wave 9.43. Talk me through that and how you're feeling.
Well, it's funny because I kind of, my first one was okay, but it was just like get a wave quick. And I was paddling back out, and it was like halfway out, and it just popped up. And it was really steep, and I was a bit late into it, but it almost set me up perfectly and real critically into the nose ride, and it just, the board just lifted and just let me stay there for as long as I did. And yeah, I'm really stoked. My board feels insane, and yeah, I'm having fun.
Well, yeah, you're definitely having fun out there. The ceiling's so high, or the bar's raised so high. Where do you go where do you go now into the semis?
Just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm having fun. That's the main thing. And like, what can you do? It's just a contest at the end of the day. So, yeah, I'm here to win, and that would be amazing. But you know, there's a lot more to life as well. So, keep that spirit and keep enjoying myself.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here, guys. He's here to win. Back to you in the booth.
That's right. Hey,
love you all.
Oh, big Ben Skinner. How can you not like that guy, Rosie?
Yeah, he's a very likable individual, and just, you know, just giving his respect to Kai Ellis-Flint there. But, I mean, the guy, Ben Skinner, he hasn't had a major result here at Huntington in the US Open. So I'm sure for him to get that breakthrough here and be in the semifinals with the biggest heat total of the event so far.
Yeah, that's 17.76. Huge. Replay here. This happened, Strider, during that interview.
Yeah, he gets out there and somehow stays above water. I mean, that was crazy.
A little Herbie Fletcher right there.
A lot of water on him, a lot of movement, a lot of water coming down on the back of his board to keep the nose elevated, to keep him from sinking. But I'm thoroughly impressed with the balancing act that he pulled through there. I mean, I don't think it's a huge score because it was kind of, I don't know, not very stylish, but I do think it was a solid ride.
Yeah.
Well,
reminded me of Herbie Fletcher doing some side slipping boogie right there on the nose in the whitewater. Taka Inoue get caught up with some of the scores. Opening ride for Taylor Jensen, a 7.5. Opening ride for Taka, a 7.33. Let's take a look at that first exchange one more time, Rosie.
Yeah, this was so great. So this is Taylor Jensen up and riding on the nose. He's coming off such a big result at Bells. He'd be feeling that momentum. You just mentioned all the world titles, so such a decorated veteran in the longboard tour up against the young Japanese upstart. Just mixes it up so well.
And then Taka here, Strider.
yeah, this is the 7-point ride. Beautiful out there hanging out. Really technical, so it doesn't have a crazy amount of power, but you can see the technique is super clean, and that's where, you know, this is a great contrast we've had these throughout the event where you've got power up against technique.
I feel like Tucker, from last year's event, from what I remember, to the Tucker that we're seeing in 2024. He seems to have refined his style a lot, and he's adding, you know, that traditional approach with the high performance, but he's found a good balance of the two.
I agree with you. He's a little more settled than he was in the past, but still, obviously his personality is just full of energy. So he's just trying to contain that energy a little bit better as we take a look at our Pacifico fan picks, and 71% of the fans picked Taylor Jensen to win this matchup. You get involved. If you're a fan, you're watching, go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, and pick who you think is going to win each and every heat. We'll compile all that data and present you the Pacifico fan picks. Who you got, Strider?
In this heat, like Taylor, I just feel like I love the way that his board moves through the water without having any kind of like jolt or chip. It just looks like so clean. The rail looks like it's super smooth through his turns, and I feel like that's a weight thing for him. His power kind of pushes the board through, but you know, the technical side of his surfing is there too, with, you know, getting out there on the nose, doing the turns, you know, finding beautiful trim to the inside. So I feel like, you know, he's got a big full package on him.
Yeah.
That we like.
Yeah, he sure does. He's able to do classic longboarding, but at the same time, because he has such a large frame, he's really able to muscle that big board around effortlessly.
Yeah, and Taylor growing up in Oceanside, you know, a lot of similarities between the waves that he surfs at home to here at Huntington Beach, very familiar to him.
And he comes from, well, his family tree is very interesting. His wife, Nava, is the daughter of another 3-time world longboard champ. Nava, his wife, is actually 4-time, is the daughter of Nat Young, who won the world title in longboarding in 1986, 1988, 1989, and 1990. So pretty talented family there in the Jensen household. Of course, Nat Young went on to mentor none other than Joel Tudor and his development. Hanging 10 there through a whitewater section, comes from behind the peak. Taka Inoue, this is under priority, looking to improve upon a 5.33. Inoue got a great nose ride to start off, but a smaller wave, Rosie.
Yeah, just great technique there on the nose. I mean, you also have to mention with Tucker, he's an incredible shortboarder, so he's multi-disciplined, any kind of board, any condition, this guy rips. But it's good to see his approach right now against the 3-time world champ. He's really trying to apply that pressure. So I think when you're coming up against someone like Taylor Jensen, you have to start early and get going.
Replay here, Strider.
Yeah, I feel like he's going through the repertoire that the judges want to see. I feel like he's a little hasty, that's all. Kind of calming it down. And I think, you know, Rosie, you touched on it a bit, that last year maybe he was even a little bit more. Let's see the live action here.
Trimming through the whitewater here, Taylor Jensen. We get caught up on the replay, see what he did outside. Just some footwork on the inside here. And that's all he's going to get. So Taylor Jensen on the paddle back out. Remember, great surfer of both nose riding, but his particular skill set really comes down to how he's able to turn that longboard with so much power and rail engagement. Taylor Jensen.
I feel like, you know, he's so vetted that he's not going to take a wave that's not going to give him the opportunity to put that package together. So a beautiful nose ride, and then we're going to see a power turn from him that was just gorgeous, you know.
Wow.
And, you know, the flow, the arms, the technique, you know, really putting that board down into the pocket and coming out of it with speed. That's really hard to do on a board that size.
And he holds on to that nose ride for such a long time, watching that section approach, and doesn't lose the speed, that connectivity with the flow and the speed. I mean, it's so hard to do, to not burn that speed off before you go into the turn, to keep it safe.
The judges ate that up like a Sambazon acai bowl with all the trimmings. Goes excellent at 8.6 for Taylor Jensen on that last wave.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit before this, you know, when we were kind of getting into who your favorites are, and that perfectly defined you know, Taylor, that wave. Just the beautiful technique, then the power, and the whole package put together, and style.
There's all the numbers, and all the judges agree that it was an excellent ride. Last score drops for Taka Inoue as a 6.9. Taka now needs 8.77. Taka with priority. So Taka's going to have to...
So when you can't match the power, you'd have to go to the technique. And so he can get the score he needs, I believe, but he's going to have to kind of calm it down, get the rhythm with the wave, and go through the repertoire of everything that they're looking for. They're obviously looking for the tip up, you know, getting up on the nose and the nice carve into the face, and then the trim, and possibly making an inside section, but the tide's kind of pulling out right now, so it's making that a little harder. But I feel like if he gets a wave of substance and can get out there on that nose for long enough and then drop into the slot the way Taylor did, he can come up with the score.
Well, Taka Inoue does have priority. We'll see if our Japanese surfer can make a comeback. It's been all Taylor Jensen so far. We'll be back after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
It is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Quarterfinal number 3 in the water, and the 3-time world champ Taylor Jensen is on top of his matchup against Japan's Taka Inoue. Kaipo Guerrero, Rosie Hodge, Strider Wazalewski talking you through the action. And what have you missed since our commercial break? Absolutely nothing. Taka's still with priority and still searching for an 8.77, Rosie.
Yeah, and it's a tall ask. I mean, Taylor Jensen's only caught 2 waves in this heat, and, you know, he's built on that scoreline. Just super impressive. 7.5 and an 8.6.
So he flipped the script and come in just like the last heat was, but where the...
Make history. Make history.
He hasn't quite comboed.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But it is a tall task for Taka.
And speaking of tall tasks, look at the difference in frames between these two surfers. Like I said, you know, Taka.
There's a 100-pound difference right there.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taka, you know, one of the more lighter weight of the men's field, and then Taylor Jensen, one of the biggest of the men's field. But they're both muscling around longboards again. 9-foot minimum, but most of these surfers are riding 9.4s and 9.6s, and so big boards. But you explained it the best, Strider, in that it's the power of Taylor Jensen versus really what Taka has to rely upon is technique.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like we're going to, with priority, I think he can come up with the goods. He's just got to wait for that right wave, which is exactly what Taylor has done in this heat. He's picked the best waves that he could possibly find to give him those opportunities.
Taylor's doing what we see on the championship tour. It's the Ethan Ewing theory. It's the Ethan Ewing kind of project where don't ride a lot of waves, but every time you get to your feet, you're putting down a big number.
Yeah, and that's essentially, when you think of a perfect game plan in surfing, this is what Taylor's executing right now. Like, expend as least energy as possible, because you're going to still surf through, you got the quarters, the semi, and the final. There's still a lot of work to be done. So he's just chilling.
It's a stark contrast to how we ended the day yesterday with all the wind swells, Strider, where it seemed like now it's about wave selection, but yesterday the surfers were just going on anything. There were heats that had 17 waves written.
That was pretty wild. Much more defined lineup today, though, which is nice.
Here comes Taka. He's got a line, and he knows, what did you do, Taka? That's not it.
So difficult, though, I think, to tell which wave is going to hold and give you that critical section to get up onto the nose. That's obviously what he was looking for, sitting with priority.
Oh, barrel roll, too.
I like the takeoff. Beautiful.
Freestyle Inouye right there. That's just doing it for fun. Unfortunately, all that's going to do is wind down the clock for him.
Well, funny, Waxhead, our co-commentator, was telling us a story that, Taka was actually surfing down the beach here at Huntington on a shortboard, doing crazy aerial maneuvers, caught the eye of Brett Simpson, who's the Hurley kind of team manager. And that's how the conversation started with, his now sponsor, Hurley.
Oh.
And they weren't even aware of his prowess on a longboard.
Yeah. Next heat coming up, it's going to be Chase Leader, the East Coaster, surfer from Montauk, New York, up against the South Shore of Oahu's Kaniala Stewart. That's a great matchup from opposite sides of the USA. Can't get any further apart than that. Taka on the nose. Oh.
That was an extreme wipeout right there. I'm sorry to chuckle, but I mean, the way the dismount happened, I mean, it looked like he was on the TikTok trend of planking right there. He just woo-hoo.
That was good. It was entertaining. Here we go.
Yeah, this is it. He gets up. He's on the nose. Knows he needs, a little hasty again. If he would have just maybe tried to take his time a little bit, but then, boom. Puts it all out there.
I'm in the Taka fan club.
I mean, I love him.
Yeah.
He is. He's awesome.
And slow-mo here.
Yeah, Taylor got himself a little wave as well, but it's really, like, you can see him actually having a hard time as well, trying to get that board up into the hook. He's now going to go down and try to shadow his opponent.
Yeah. Yep. Regardless of how this goes, I hope we can hear from Taka in an interview. I want to know about that raspberry beret that he's been sporting around the contest site, what that represents. Here he is. Yeah, so things are just, starting to unravel for our Japanese surfer.
And it's funny, it happens a lot on all levels of competition and all disciplines, but you see a surfer kind of get frantic and you see all the style and all of the technique and everything go out the window.
Gosh, I mean, it almost works in free surfs too. The harder you try, the worse things go,
And maybe even more so in the longboard competition where you've got to keep that composure.
So heat control, the lead, and it's a big lead with Taylor Jensen and priority. So Taka trying to duck and weave and zigzag and get away from him. Taylor's going to say, hey, go ahead.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of work in out there. Oh, what do we got? He's going to have some kind of theatric
going on
for us, maybe. Oh, it was a reposition. Gabriel Medina move right there.
Wow. Oh, Taylor's like, wait a minute. You're not going to pull that on me.
This is a Tom and Jerry episode right now.
Okay, Taka. 877 is the number. 5, hangs heels, walks his way back. Has to duck under the leash. And that just small wave just dissipates, loses all of its power.
You know what I've never seen on a longboard?
What?
Is somebody taking off their leash and doing jump rope while they surf.
Good idea.
There's probably a reason.
Look, this is kind of it right here. Watch him. It's like, get out of here.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what
brought me to the to the thought.
Hey, you know what? No matter how this goes, Taka Inoue is one entertaining surfer.
He is.
And that's why we're here, to entertain.
He's kept us engaged.
That is, he's still trying to get away from Taylor. Taylor's just like, settle down, young man.
Taylor's like the big cat, just like put his paw down on his tail, just where are you going?
I hope you're enjoying all of this as much as we are. Thank you again for finals day here for the longboards at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Tomorrow we're going to get into the Challenger Series. And that's a deep draw for us to get through. It's going to take us all the way till Sunday the 11th where we'll have those finals. But today, we're crowned men's and women's longboard champions.
Who's it going to be?
Well, so far, Taylor Jensen looking pretty good with a 16.1 heat total. That's an excellent heat total for the 3-time world champ.
Did Big Ben already peak in this event?
Well, the cool thing is Taylor and Ben Skinner are on the opposite sides of the draw, so we could potentially see those two top performers meet in the final. Taylor Jensen, he's moving on to the semifinals. We're moving on to a break, but we'll be back with more action. Quarterfinal number 4 will be in the water when we return. Yes, the sounds of Sunbender and their track, Soul Sniper. Sunbender's gonna be on the Hurley stage. 1 p.m. Friday, you're gonna wanna catch that show. Our own Chris Cote heading up Sunbender and the perfect walkout music for the 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen. He's on to the semifinals. not entertained? What a soundtrack to a great ride here by Chase Leader in quarterfinal number 4. Leader in the blue jersey, the 18-year-old from Montauk, New York, is up against Kaniala Stewart. Last spot in the semifinals up for grabs. And look, the East Coast support is on the beach. Again, Kaniala Stewart coming up against Chase Leader. Remember, Kaniala is our defending champ here at the Huntington Longboard Classic. He's a smooth performer, Kaniala Stewart, 23 years of age, our defending champ, but he is coming up against a surfer with momentum coming into this heat, Chase Leader. Here comes Connie. Stewart touches the nose there. A little disappointed in that section. Kuiper Girl, along with Rosie Hodge and Strider Wazalewski.
Connie's one of my favorite surfers in the world. Watching him surf, watching the figure eights that he did in Malibu. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
How beautiful that was? I think that was in the semifinals. It was just, this guy is all class. He's got beautiful style and power, and just one of the most entertaining surfers to watch on tour.
Yep. Waikiki born and bred, Kaniala Stewart, a masterful longboarder. He's a boat captain. He's currently studying for a pilot's license. Kaniala Stewart. And Kaniala is a great story because he did not grow up from a privileged background, but he found escape from the city of Waikiki Beach that can be beautiful at the same time, can be dark, into the surf. And he's just turned into one of Strider's favorite surfers, one of my favorite surfers.
Easily one of mine.
And Rosie's.
He does remind me a little bit of Bertelman.
Yeah.
Larry Bertelman and or Buttons. You know, he's got a mix of the two almost, and,
Yeah.
and just beautiful. So and a really amazing Aloha ambassador. Like, you know, you see him on the South Shore over there. He's
Yep.
just taking care of people, taking people surfing and sailing and doing all of the things on the South Shore that, you know, you'd want to get into.
Yeah. And his older brother moved out to the North Shore to become quite a pipeline surfer, Ayala.
Ayala is, he's one of my favorite pipeline surfers.
See? This is some great look at, we're already having fun in this heat, and we've only had 2 waves ridden, but we've already had some great music and great conversation. Let's pay off some numbers. 2.5 for the opener for Stewart. 7-point ride, the opener for this young man, Chase Leader. And Chase, running up to the nose, gets that 5, and that's all he's going to get on that one.
I did enjoy Chase's first wave. A lot of energy coming across the entire playing field, finishing on the sand, and back to the kick out, nice and smooth right on the, you know, stepping off.
Yeah.
In front of his cheering squad.
Well, he got a 7.
Yeah.
So waiting for that last wave for Chase. He will have a full score line in that point. A 3.67 checks in. Priority with Kaniala. Let's hear from Taylor Jensen. He's on to the semifinals, Flick.
He is Kuiper and super stoked. Another step closer. Semi-finalist now. How you feeling?
Yeah, great. Yeah, that was a big one. I think quarters to semis with a win to start the season. That makes a big difference heading into those finals, so I'm stoked.
And talk to me about the end of the heat. Had to play a little bit of defense. He made you work for it, Tucker.
Yeah, he's quick, man, and he's really sneaky. Like, he's good at stuff like that, so I just didn't want to leave him alone. Kind of follow him just in case an 8+ ride came, I could take it off him.
Anything, moving forward, anything you want to change, game plan-wise? Maybe that win looks like it's kicking up a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm just going surfing. It's the same thing I've done the whole contest. Just go surf, do my own thing, and whatever happens, happens.
You heard it here, Kuiper. He's keeping it simple. He's just going surfing. Back to you guys.
He knows what he's doing. 3 world titles to his credit. And he did take the win over there, the stop number 1 over at the BioGlan Bells Beach Classic. So he's top of the rankings, and now he's guaranteed a minimum of 3,042 points. Now remember, at the end of this regular season, the top 8 men, top 8 women will qualify for that one-day World Championships for the longboarders. Taylor's well on his way.
He's well on his way to a good seeding going into El Salv too, thinking about how this event has shaken up. Been a lot of upsets in the earlier rounds, Capo.
Doing the meerkat. when you stand up on your board and peek over the horizon. This is a 7-point ride for Chase Leader, Strider.
Yeah, the thing that I really enjoyed about this wave was, he had, the full gamut of the repertoire of maneuvers in it, but the wave just carried him so well across the way, the whole sandbar, and then, connected to the inside, and he followed the energy of this wave perfectly, to find himself to the inside there where he stepped off cleanly onto the sand. So, for me, I think he just put together a really nice wave.
Nice wave here for Kaniala Stewart coming through that section on the nose. Big gaffing turn for the Hawaiian. Quick footwork on the inside for Stewart. And he kicks out. We'll wait for the score for Kaniala Stewart. One thing for sure, we've seen the glide on all these longboarders. We have not seen, in the past 3 days, we have yet to see, actually 4 days, yet to see one Huntington hop, Rosie. Not a single Huntington hop.
Well, the speed that Kani gets on the surfboard is so impressive. He really sets himself up so nicely on the nose as he gets through that mid-section of the wave. It doesn't really hollow out for him with that with this onshore breeze coming up, but he just negotiates that section so well. With that knifing turn, I mean, it's not often that you say knifing, gaffing turn on a longboard.
Well, he did push through all those little bumps. You never even saw those in his surfing.
Yeah.
And to me, that's skill. And for me, that's what I want to see as a viewer. And I don't, when you hit those little bumps and you're kind of catching a rail and everything's not solid, you're like, oh, it throws you off a little bit. But in his surfing, you saw none of that, which I really enjoyed, and he'll get a pretty solid score for that wave.
Yeah, it was effortless.
And the Huntington hop, there's been no Huntington hop because we've had the luxury of not crazy high tides, right?
Yeah.
So we've been pretty blessed.
And
with
longboards, they start gliding. Trust me, come tomorrow when we start the Challenger Series, we're gonna get the Huntington
couple
hop
rooster tails out the back.
Yeah. I have noticed this year though, that trough that's historically in the middle, there's a lot more sand through that section.
True. Okay, the number that came in for Kaniela is 6.6, and he's cut the requirement down to just a 4-point ride. Here he goes. Finds the left, finds the nose, gets a little tippy there, swoops through a cutback. And a nice little redirect on the inside.
Connie probably super used to that redirect, surfing at legs.
Chase Leader on a wave of his own. Calm upper body, nice cross step turn there. Finds a little bit more on the inside, touches the nose. And he's going to take it all the way to the fin, drags in the sand on the beach. These two going blow for blow. And there's a support squad for Chase Leader.
There's your cowbell, Kaipo.
Yeah, Kaimana Takayama. Now I know who's been ringing the cowbell. Replay, Rosie.
Yeah, this is buttery smooth too from Chase. Man, he just looks so comfortable out there. Just hood ornament, sole arch. The variation too, the way he just, I mean, you think about this wave too, again, finishing on the sand, where you think in contrast to Kaniala, and I know it doesn't make a huge difference, but just getting that step off on the sand, getting that little bit of variety.
So far, he's definitely had a tiny bit of an upper hand on his opponent.
Just the linkage
Look
through
at that.
the wave.
Yeah, right to the end. And, we had Devin Howard in here yesterday talking about style. And, it's really hard to define style, but that's very stylish. Here's Kaniala Strider.
Yeah, the backside throw on the nose ride is definitely a harder way to go. But really clean, super fun surfing for him. Doesn't end up catching through, though.
Right. 5-5 puts Kaniala in lead. I feel that's going to be a temporary lead. We're still waiting for last score for Chase Leader, who just needs a 5-point ride to retake that lead. And judges taking a look at some replays before signing the number. The number comes in at a 7.33 leader, back up to the top. Oh, they're sharing the cowbell down there. It's not a single cowbell owner. So I feel maybe the cumulative energy of passing the cowbell from person to person makes a cyclone of spirit, and that is what is engulfing Chase Leader right now. We're gonna take a break because Leader's out in the lead. Can Kaniala Stewart catch up? We'll find out the conclusion of quarterfinal number 4 right after these messages. Chase Leader up and riding in the quarterfinal number 4, finds a perch on the nose, solid section. And a great trim, great nose ride for the East Coast surfer, throwing in some style there, a little switch stance cutback. Glides effortlessly. Beautiful footwork, cross-stepping, gets the heels, gets around to the switch stance position, walks off on the beach again. Chase Leader just improved upon his scoreline with a 7.2. Kaipo girl, Rosie Hodge, Strider Wazalewski talking you through the action here. And the underdog in this heat, coming into this heat, I would put Chase Leader as the underdog against Kaniala Stewart, but the underdog Strider is performing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the younger dog right here, just coming after it. You know, he pretty much has figured out an equation that's been adding up to success. These left-handers, you know, getting out there on the nose, finding a little section on the inside, and then riding it through. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. And he's just, this is his 3rd time to the beach, right? So, and each time he's kind of tried to better his score and tried to stay in that zone. So, hats off to him, the younger dog.
The younger dog. He looks like he's having fun too. Like, it's just
checking the toes there on the board.
And all the digits from that last 7.2 throughout the high, the low, average the other 3. 8.5 minutes on the clock. Kaniala Stewart does have priority. Connie needs a near excellent score of a 7.93. There's Kaniala in the red jersey, patiently waiting for the next series of waves, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely not counting out Kaniala, obviously. He would be the favorite coming into this heat, and I think Chase knows that. Just been so impressed with the veterans, their composure when they do get that opportunity throughout the day. We've seen, you know, these guys fight back. So
Yeah.
with the time on the clock, I mean, it's still anyone's game.
Anyone's game as we take a look at our Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, the finals bracket. It's finals day today, and there's only one more spot in the semifinals. Semifinal number 1 is going to be RJ Esquivel coming up against Big Ben Skinner. Semifinal number 2, the 3-time world champ Taylor Jensen is ready to go. He's going to face off against the winner of this heat. getting down to the nitty-gritty.
It is. It's interesting, you know, watching these heats go back and forth, you know. Ben Skinner, you know, obviously a heavy-set guy that's got, you know, a lot of muscle, looking like dominant, and Taylor looking the same way, but then you transition over to this heat where, you know, the bigger surfer in Connie is behind the 8-ball, and your lighter, younger surfer looks like he's kind of dominating the heat. So, you know, it's anybody's game out here. It is.
And we've seen, Rosie, how quickly things can change. I mean, throughout this entire longboard competition, we've seen so many heats, the lead switch within the last couple minutes.
We have. I mean, we've had heats decided on the sand with 2 back-to-back ping-ponging victories. So Kaniala, like we said, would be the favorite coming into this one. You're looking at his composure, sitting out the back, waiting for that wave with the priority. With 6.5 minutes remaining, Chase's heart rate is probably still, you know, it's hasn't settled down. He's not like surfing nerve-free, but he is paddling for this wave.
Chase fades into this one. Back on the nose again. Beautiful 10. Hang in 10 through that whole section. Clears the section. Drop knee cut back. Some style points there. Back to the nose to a 5. Quick footwork on the inside here. Just looking casual. Was able to plane through that section. One more time, and yet another trip straight to the sand.
Was that his best wave?
Yeah, I'm golf clapping that.
Was that his best wave right
Yeah.
there?
Could have been. Cue the cowbells.
You know, at some point, here goes Connie, but
Stewart needing to answer back, gets the 10 there, levitating there, gets the heels over, walks back.
Oh!
And no inside connection for Kaniala Stewart,
it right there,
unfortunately.
do you know what you feel like sometimes too? Is like that the ocean's turned its back on you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like you see one person and all of the energy is flowing their way. I feel like for Chase right now, he's that guy. Like the sun is just shining on Chase at the moment, and Kaniala just, not for lack of trying, he just can't find that same connection.
That is true. Take a look here at the last ride for Chase leader Strider.
I mean, he was hanging out up there for a while. I think he just, was that call me on the telephone right
Yeah.
there? Was that a claim? No, this kid he's kind of on fire right now. I'm gonna give it to him. Beautiful work. That board just looks like it fits him perfectly too. Not a lot, any hiccups in it, and he's gliding across the inside water.
Chase leader on the hotline bling right there.
Yeah, the shell phone.
Kaniala Stewart here. This is some great footwork too. He got the heels over, Rosie.
Just so technically beautiful to watch as you just see him transition. You know, when other people are rushing to get back to the middle of the board, he's hanging out there and going for the heels. So just such a bummer that wave didn't give him anything else.
Here comes Connie. And Stewart gets on the nose, speeding through that section. A little bit of a soul arch there. Big turn for Kaniala. And Kaniala kicks out, and he's going to hear the news that Chase leader just dropped an 8-point ride. So Kaniala needs an 8.73.
Well, I think he's going to lessen the requirement with that last wave, because that was really clean surfing right there. That was a beautiful nose ride to a nice turn back down into the power. You know, he used all the power and really put it right in the slot, which is something that the judges are going to really like. So I feel like he's going to better his best wave, and then he's going to put himself in a good position.
Chase leader got a wave too, Rosie.
Wow, just I love this shot where you focused on the lower half of the body, and you just see he makes it look effortless, but it is so extremely difficult what this guy's doing and the performance he's putting on right now.
And this performance right here that we're watching, well rewarded by the judges for the grace, the style, the flow, an 8.23. Chase leader's gone excellent in his heat total.
It's insane. Well, here we go. Kaniala getting a score.
Kaniala got a 7.53 on his last ride, and here comes Chase yet again. Now he goes for the heels on the walk back there, little switch stance, gets back into position, cross steps into a cutback. Chase Leader in sync in this heat. Really fun to watch. Don't break the fin box. That board's looking good.
There is a point though where you, like in surfing competition, where you don't want to peak too early. He needs to save some of this.
I know, he's getting hyped right now, right? Gotta save it. Exactly what you said, Rosie.
Yeah.
You know? The battle's not over yet. This is just the quarterfinals, Chase.
But at the same time, when that wave pops up and you're just in the zone and you're building that momentum, it's a good feeling.
Caniella just needs a little bit of aloha from the ocean, a little gift.
Yeah, well, we said coming into this that Chase would be the underdog, seeing that Caniella Stewart is the 2023 World Longboard runner-up. He's the higher seed. He's had the better results in his career, but none of that information bothered Chase Leader at all. Chase goes out there, goes excellent with some smooth surfing, and he's 1 minute away from a place in the semifinals. Caniella trying to spock out a wave coming through here, and trying to run back to the pier bowl right. There's all the scores, highlighted the top two for each of our surfers. Caniella, 45 seconds remaining.
Looks like he's got a little nugget here.
Gets into it. 5 to 10, and levitation through that section. Snap, powerful snap. You can feel the urgency of Caniella Stewart and his surfing. 8.7 is what he needs. Gets the heels on the inside.
What is
walks
going
it
on
back
right now?
Takes it around. One more little tap of 5.
What a heat.
Wow.
I love
Wow.
Wow, that was a great answer back. Did he get the score, though? This is a great question. I mean, that was incredible surfing. The time that he took up there on the tip of that board, that was an aloha nose ride.
Here it is again.
Has to back off and then goes right back into it on a critical section. I mean, look at the way this wave cups out. Look at how far out over the front of the board he was. You know, his head and shoulders were out in front of the nose at one point right there. That was technical.
Was that the best nose ride of the heat?
Man, that's hard to say. I think it's right there.
Wow.
Oh, they don't give it to him.
Just comes under. Needed an 8.7, got an 8.43, just under for Caniella Stewart. But what an entertaining heat between these two. Chase Leader, he's on to the semifinals with some great surfing, but look at big numbers by both surfers in quarterfinal number 4. What a moment. Coming back, we're going to get into our women's semifinals here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic.
Welcome back, Alexis, US Open of Surfing. This is finals day of the Longboards. Chase leader being embraced by the Montauk crowd. That's his shaper, Michael Takayama. He's stoked because his surfer just made it through to the semifinals, beating out Haniela Stewart. Chase leader, we'll be seeing him up at a career best result, but we're moving straight into the women's semifinals. Matt Chinosky, the Waxhead, joined by Carla Zamora, a goofy foot extraordinaire from up north a little bit more, but you've had a lot to do with the beach breaks around here. But we're watching the women's semis. How exciting is this lineup? Rachel Tilley taking on Natsumi Teoka.
Yeah, this is going to be a super exciting heat. Both of these girls have been on, I'd say, during this event. Natsumi taking out Natalia earlier this morning, and Rachel in that awesome heat against Honolulu, taking the win there. So 30-minute heats, as you said, and lots is gonna, happen here. We're gonna see some really fabulous surfing. We saw some great surfing in the last heat, so nothing will be short of that.
And yeah, Rachel this morning and Natsumi, it was some great performances. Rachel had a 9-point ride on what we'd have to call a gem of a left-hander. It just popped out of nowhere and really needed something special to overtake a raging Honolulu. Here goes Natsumi. Quick footwork up to the nose, steps back on the tail, and she's able to wrangle that board around, and in typical fashion, getting a strong opening wave. Surfing this one through, looking for the inside connection, which served her very well in previous heats. And in fact, in the last heat as well, we saw Chase linking nearly every wave to the sand.
Yeah, Chase has just been on fire. He's really come into this event with a mission, and he's sought it out and checking all the boxes, and now he's in the semifinals. And Natsumi, she is a stranger to the semifinal. This is a best finish for her here this time around at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and she's hoping to better that. She finished second in bells, which was a really awesome finish for her. So she opens up her campaign with a couple waves. She's got 3 waves already on the board. A 3 and a 4 is going into her bracket there. And Rachel just kind of sitting patient. She's going to be waiting for that 9-point ride that she got earlier against Honolulu.
This is the 3-point ride that we missed in the break. Nice opening 5 there, Carla, and just that precise footwork. But she goes down. Oh, that's a rare fall for Natsumi.
Yeah, I think she's trying to get a couple waves under her belt right off the bat and just get some movement going. Whether those were really the right waves to go for, not necessarily, but here we go, Rachel up and riding.
And Rachel on that left that served her so well in the quarterfinal this morning, this time goes up and over the section. Earlier on, cutting through and down the section, so adapting to the conditions and keeping that momentum going, and she redirects back to the left. Another touch of the nose. The longboarders here, they're looking to surf the tail, the nose, the midsection of the board. And Rachel doing such a great job. She hit the excellent range earlier, and that'll be a nice opener.
That's right, Rox. The idea here is to use the entire length of the surfboard. This isn't a nose riding contest. It's not a high-performance tail surfing contest, but really utilizing that entire length of the board. We were so honored our last trip around to be able to talk with Tyler Hetzikian, and here we have the replay of Rachel, and she's kind of encompassing that kind of surfing with going to the tail. She gets that critical nose ride there. She's going to go for it again. Just going to use that tail and rebound off the white water to try to fully encompass the wave riding that we're looking for, and she does. She comes in at a 6.17.
Yeah, solid opening score there for Rachel, waiting for a set, eyeing off those lefts that Chase had nailed in that previous heat, but it's the fast footwork, and I think talking with CJ Nelson, the coach of Sole Erico, who'll be coming up in semi-final number 2, Rachel's board, as we talk about throughout pretty much every event that she's ever competed on, is a custom-made board with a unique rocker, and I just can't attest to just how much it works for her. She doesn't need to bend her knees because the board does the turning for her. It's an easy rocker.
Yeah.
She just looks one way,
Yeah.
the board goes.
Yeah.
And that's the idea of a custom-made surfboard.
Yeah.
It is made with her strengths in mind, and it allows her to feel confident, and she's doing that. She's nailing right through that set heat. A 9-point ride against Honolulu, that's
Huge.
Massive. You couldn't do that on just a generic surfboard. I think it's that relationship between surfer shaper that we see is so prominent in professional surfing across all tours.
Yeah, and and that's not to say that the board Natsumi is riding is any worse or better.
It's custom for her too.
And it's custom for her too, and it's going to have different elements. And here she goes up and riding.
Yeah, stable surfing. Beautiful carve there for the Japanese surfer, and she goes down just as we're getting excited to see a rail gouge. Natsumi typically draws her turns a little wider on the face and holds the rail that time, cutting it short, showing some critical rail surfing, but went down on the rebound off the whitewash.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Natsumi tends to approach her turns and just her wave riding in general very almost progressively, almost forward thinking, really projecting speed out into her turns and utilizing, we'll see it here. Starts out to be really a wonderful. She's get those couple steps up, nails the nose ride, just a quick tip, just a quick tap, call it the toe tap, and then lays it down into this nice turn. But Matt, you got a little excited too soon, and she slips. She actually just slips. Her front foot kind of slides right off the rail. So and then we kind of almost see the same thing happen here with Rachel. We get a tip time, and I believe we caught it where she comes into the turn and she's unable to kind of stay glued into there.
Yeah, that was a critical moment there for Taoka. She knows that she needed to better that 4 and perhaps get something mid-range. But so did Chase Leader, who had Carnella Stewart coming right towards the very end, and he was able to clinch the victory, and he's on the glass with AJ McCord.
That's right. Chase, we were just talking about the fact that you know how good Carnella Stewart is out here at Huntington Beach, and you had to bring your A game. How much did going against a surfer like him elevate the way that you performed today?
Yeah, I definitely took it really serious, and I knew that he has a big surfing background, and he surfs really good, and you really have to you can't keep it close between, especially a surfer like Connie. And yeah, I'm stoked I got to share heat with him, and he's a super nice dude, and yeah, let's go, I'm stoked.
On to your first semifinals, but you've been carrying this confidence throughout the entire competition that your surfing is ready for this moment. How much did a quarterfinal performance like that prove that?
Yeah, it just definitely helped my confidence level, and going into it with 2 high scores, yeah, I'm just frothing right now.
Well, something to keep an eye on as you move into semifinals. You took down one of the heavier hitters in longboarding. Next up, you've got Taylor Jensen. What is the initial reaction to that matchup?
Yeah, Taylor's obviously a 3-time world champ, and you can't go up against him lightly. And so I'm gonna bring my surfing, and he better bring his, because it's on.
It's on. We'll see you in the semis.
Yep, and thanks Michael Surfboards, everyone back home, Big 20, the coach, let's go, it's on.
And that's pretty much his trademark. Let's go! Every time, every heat, he loves it. And it's so nice to see that support coming through for Chase Leader. He's one of the brightest prospects from the East Coast up there in Montauk, New York, along with Chloe Coleman. Some great things happening through the regional qualifying series to get here on the World Longboard Tour. Those juniors coming up, or seniors, if they want to have a chance. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic coming up at Pismo Beach in November. Sign up on the WSL website, search up in November, click down in the menu, and you'll see how to enter in the contest, Carla, and that's where it all begins.
Yeah, it's so awesome. What I've really loved seeing during this event is all of the fresh faces. You know, we talk a lot about surfing being subjective and style, and truth be it, some styles are better than others. Here's one beautiful style here, Rachel Tilley. She gets the tip right away. Not able to keep balance. Her shoulders get a bit off over her, I should say behind her knees, and she falls back. But there's a lot of, wonderful new faces, and no matter what you think about one surfer or another surfer, it's really refreshing to have these new faces and this new energy, and guys like Chase that are fired up and calling someone like 3-time world champion Taylor Jensen kind of out and saying, hey, you better bring your game too.
And that's what we love about this type of surfing, is that there is that gamesmanship as well. We saw it with JR Esquivel and Richie Cravey. JR went up to tap Richie on the shoulder after the victory, and Richie didn't want to bar of it, and he'll be lining up for hopefully a 3rd match sometime next year. But Taoka lining up against Rachel Tilley, although despite falling on 2 waves, Rachel still got the win. Natsumi needing a 5.08, which will be the best of her 2 waves so far. And the Japanese surfer has had a lot of confidence. She had a second in Bells Beach, and she got knocked out here in the second round, so elimination round last year. So this has already exceeded her expectations. Another semi-final finish for her. That's going to be fantastic for her rankings as we look forward to the third event. But here she is now looking to go one better into the final, carving it back. That's some nice power on the tail. Lining up the section, she goes up and comes down as well and steps forward for a little bonus. The Japanese surfer from Chiba understands how beach breaks work, the adaptation to the different conditions and tides with style, flow and grace. Looking strong on this wave. That'll be a great wave, maybe her best yet.
Yeah, definitely her best yet, and I'm going to predict is going to rival the opening ride of Tilly. She really linked all of the things together. She brought the nose rides, she brought the rail surfing, she did the little hit off the whitewater before that inside reform section. That seems to be kind of standard, the standard kind of play and the setup. Here's the replay. She sets it up, sets up the nose ride, brings it back. She knows she's a little far on that shoulder there, so she only goes for the quick nose ride. That way she can bring it back. And then really good setup here. Great eye on the wave in front of her, setting up for that hit in the whitewater, and then not giving up, keeping it following through with that inside, little rebound there. Just nice surfing from Natsumi, keeping it active, keeping it connected. Scores are dropping, definitely rivaling the 6.17, not quite as high as Tilly's first wave, but comes in at a 5.5.
And we have a look at her making her way back out, that top knot in her hair, classic. She's always tying it up in a little bun to keep it out of the way, and the stylish hands are on display, the upright style. I mean, goes to the lead. I was expecting that score to have been in the mid-6s, but the judges perhaps rewarding those turns to have been a little soft. It did go up and over, but not a lot of actual power projected into those turns.
Yeah, and that inside section, while it did offer action and we were entertained by it, there wasn't a lot of extra nose rides, and I think they've been tapping on just a little bit extra to get that, quick five, quick movement to the tip on that final inside section. So yeah, you said Natsumi now sitting in that first place position. She just garnered that 5.5. Add that up with that 4.0. She's got a 9.5 total. And that puts Rachel Tilley. She's currently in priority. She needs a 3.33, a super easy score to attain with 15 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. So much is going to change here. This is just that first semi-final heat. And coming up, we're going to be seeing the ladies, Soleil and Sophia, so that'll be exciting.
And while we're waiting for those sets to come through, let's go to a Bonsai brew break. The remainder of semi-final heat 1 coming up next. Welcome back. Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and we are in a day 4. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Natsumi Teoka with her road to the semis up against 2015 world champ Rachel Tilley. And up next, Soleil Erico, reigning world champ, against the youngster Sophia Colhane, who was so close last year. And then in the semi-final finish over there with 3rd place in Malibu. This is going to be a stacked day with the men coming up after that, finishing with the women and men's finals. Action in the water, 12 minutes remaining. It's the Japanese surfer out in the lead in very similar conditions to what she would have had to have expected in Japan. And during the break, we had a wave from Rachel Tilley. Carla.
Yeah, here's Rachel. She kind of turns a little quick on the top there to get that nose ride, which kind of puts it out on the shoulder a little bit. But she's able to regain her line, gets the 5 to the quick 10, rebounds it off that little bit of white water. She's trying to milk it into that inside, just like Natsumi did on her last ride. Natsumi coming in at a 5.5 on her last wave, so Rachel trying to get a 5.68. We'll see how that drops. It looks like it comes in at a 5.0, so not quite able to get ahead of, I'm sorry, she does take the lead, my bad. So sitting with a 6.17 and a 5.0. Now it's Natsumi that needs the 5.68.
Yeah, so the spread of the scores, some judges going to the 5.5, one judge to the 6 for Natsumi, a 5.5. You know, that's a... I honestly thought Natsumi's wave, personally, could have gone up into the mid-6s and put a bit more pressure on Rachel, but that marginal score was enough to put her in the lead. If I think back to the overview of this heat, you get the feeling that Teoka's actually got the confidence, but things work in mysterious ways. As now Rachel, in the lead, is able to, under priority, get another wave to try and build her heat total against the Japanese surfer. And throughout this whole event, it's been a game of confidence. And Rachel just soaring after that early quarterfinal victory.
Yeah, Rachel did awesome after taking out Honolulu there. And then we've got Natsumi up and riding to the 5 and the nice tight 10.
Feeling like she needs more. She gets multiple nose rides here. Nice carving maneuver. Works her way into the pier. And a little tap off the top. She needs to make this. She does. Gets a little inside reform. So this is a, you would have to say, at least a longer wave than her last. And using that footwork to elegantly finish that wave. And it's going to be game on with 10 minutes remaining, Carla.
I love that 10. I feel like that 10's going to really shine. I think she's going to throw that 4 away. I'm going big here. Here's the replay. I might be getting ahead of myself, but those tight steps to the 5, hits the 10, holds the 10, and then gets that another 5 in there. She rebounds it, nice rail turn to regain into that pocket, into the speed zone, and then rebounds it off that little white water. Not as powerful as some of those rebounds that we've seen, but really well played and connected wave.
If there was any critique there, it was the power element. But one thing is that we're looking at a condensed screen. We're getting that slow-mo, we're getting the close-ups as well. So the scale of the wave, the size of the wave, which doesn't necessarily score, but of course, it's more critical, which is in the criteria, if it's a larger wave with more risk.
Yeah, these waves have gotten a little bit smaller since the day started. We saw a few larger waves. We still have chance for a couple better sets to come in here. Rachel certainly is going to work hard on keeping an eye on Natsumi. The requirement of a 5.68 is not very large. She's sitting in priority with 9.5 minutes left. You can see some lines on the horizon there.
See the scores about to come in. We can hear the beach announcer starting to echo those scores to the competitors. Rachel wondering what she needs. And a 4.67 for Tilley. That was not enough. Her last wave. Score still to drop for Natsumi. And with a 2nd place finish there at Bells on that beautiful sunflower model surfboard. That's a signature model. That's available online. You can go check out her Instagram page and find the link through to that board. A trademark yellow. Last time I looked at her boards, I believe that one is 9.3. It'd be about 22.5 and 2 5/8 or 2 3/4. So on the smaller end, but Natsumi, one of the smaller in stature surfers, riding a surfboard suited to her requirements. And she gets a considerable score, a 6.57, putting her now back in the lead. A 5.91 for Tilley required on this wave. Answering back, going left, stretching 5, gets the hips pointed forward on that. Another touch of the nose. As Rachel cutting back into the power source, trying to get back into the white water, which is where the judges want to see the tail of that board on the nose. Quick step forward again, carrying her momentum, so a great answer back. A feel like it's going to be right there, perhaps, Carla. And an action, rapid fire, a right-hander up on the nose for Taoka, midsection trim, loading up for this. Replay of that wave earlier. This time, learns, makes, adapts to the section. And just as we say that, gets caught up a little bit, but she fell down earlier on a wave. I think it was the 3-point ride. This time, she made up for it.
Yeah, that was a really strong ride, and I love having that answer right back to Tilly, who, you know, everybody's on fire here. Everyone wants to get into the final, so there's no time to sit and wait and rest. These ladies are in the prime mode. Here we got the replay. Tilly looking for the 5-9-1. Nice 5 to the 10. Almost kind of slides down the face. You could argue she's a little bit out on the shoulder there. You could see the tail there. But resets it back into the pocket or the curl. Rebounds that little white water off the pier bowl. And then resetting up for that inside section.
Critical points on offer here as well. Natsumi knows this. Moving forward is going to almost guarantee a spot at the end of the year in the final 8. Look at this turn here. Cuts it short. Make sure she learns from last time where she fell forward. This time, just getting the completion, but a bit sloppy. We'll see where that one comes in with the judges, but it's always nice to see the surfer having a second chance to adapt as we see that marine layer, that fog rolling back in. If you're just joining us, we were delayed in competition for 3 and a bit hours earlier because that fog didn't allow us to start. Very unusual to have it sink back in this time of the day, Carla.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit uncharacteristic, however, not completely uncommon.
In Huntington, though, it is unusual.
Yeah, all along the coast here, our Cali coast here can get that marine layer, and oftentimes what happens is it gets too hot inland and it kind of just keeps that fog kind of hugged onto the coast. So that's what we're seeing here. It did blow out, and that's why we were able to start. But by what's happening here, that tells us that that marine layer has been hanging off the coast. Catalina likely has not seen the sun yet. It's probably been socked in with fog. So what we just need to do, and all of you out there, is put all of your good juju, your prayers and otherwise, to keep that fog at bay, because we don't want to stop this thing. We're on a roll. We want to keep it rolling.
And those of you also tuning in at Malibu last year for the final event, the final 8 there in October, we had 3 days of delayed competition because of the fog too. So these longboarders know the process all too well. But this year we'll be finishing it off in El Salvador, and we'll be taking the top 8 out of 3 events. There'll be 2 that will count. Surfers can drop 1. We'll have to wait and see who that'll be. But a keeper result nonetheless at the moment. A minimum 3rd place finish. Taoka finished 2nd at Bells Beach, we talked about earlier, and Rachel Tilly a quarterfinal finish. So this is going to be a great result for her if she can bag it, and she'll even out on the points with Natsumi as well.
Yeah, and so Wax coming in on that last wave, not that wave that we just saw, but earlier she came in at a 6.67, so that has put her into that lead. She's got a 6.77 and a 6.17, putting Natsumi in a position requiring a 6.38. We have 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. You see Sophia Colhane getting love, some words of encouragement, prayer from Mama Sarah, and then our world champ right there, Miss Soleil Erico.
She called it the lemon, which can usually mean something of a derogative term for a product, but she calls it her lucky lemon.
Well, in the car world, it's not a good thing to have a lemon.
It's not, but she's quite happy to embrace that term on her Low Pro CJ Nelson Designs. That board, another custom one for her. But all the boards actually at this end of the pointy end of the competition are custom for our surfers. 4 minutes remaining. Rachel Tilly snags the lead. A 6.77 on the wave before last, so it was enough just to get that lead. And they've been going back and forth. Wow, 6.38 for Natsumi. It's just really got away from us this heat. It's been back and forth from the very get-go. And the good thing is the Japanese surfer has priority, and she knows beach breaks better than most. Growing up in Chiba, there's a lot, well, predominant beach breaks in that zone, and this is just a classic JPSA competition any day of the week.
Yeah, Chiba there, you know, Japan is not known for its most consistent and amazing surf, but Chiba happens to be one of the places that does turn on a bit more often than some of the other nooks and crannies that the Japanese kind of islands on offer. Now here she is. She's going to take that priority. She's looking for a 6.38. She's starting off good here, Wax.
Nice nose ride to get things started. Committed turn. Gets her feet moving, accelerating into the next nose ride. Bit of levitation. This wave's looking good. She goes up and is unable to ride out of that. That was a critical moment of the heat. You have to say the score was well and truly on its way, and it still may get there, but unfortunately goes down. You can see the urgency in the paddle now.
Yeah, Wax, I think if she had pulled that final maneuver, we could probably more confidently say that she had hit the score. But the lack of that finish, here we see the replay, starts off really strong, runs it right to the nose, gets that 5, holds it pretty long there too, resets her line before she goes into the cutback, and then resets for the nose ride. As you said, that lift comes there, you can see that little rib, and then hits the white water, but not able to keep her shoulders on top of her knees and falls over.
Yeah, a little bit off tilt there, Natsumi, and that wave bending back at her, which is the classic pier ball right. And here goes Natsumi again from behind the section. Misses the first nose ride, now up on the nose and goes down, starting to implode. We have seen this throughout the men's side of the draw with some of the surfers that are needing a score towards the end, almost just throwing the hands up and admitting defeat, but she is not like that. She's going to get back out and chip away at this 6.38. She's going to the left-hand side of the screen. You can see her paddling away from Tilly, who has priority. So typically what we'll see here is Tilly making her way over to put pressure on top of Natsumi and take the next available wave.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you see happening. You can see Natsumi paddling out and Tilly just paddling right over into her line, prepping for her to be out there. She knows she's going to have to keep her at bay because it's a 6.38, and while that's a good score, it's not huge, and it's definitely something that Natsumi can take. It's interesting that she chose right here to take this and not hold on to her priority. Now she's lost priority with a minute remaining. God willing for Natsumi, something will come in and give her that 6.38 possibility, and she can take the lead.
And with that marine layer coming in, it's not really affecting the surfer's vision. It's still about 150 feet of vision. We can see that jet ski on the outside, but it may affect conditions. A little cleaner, maybe perhaps in the next heat, a less wind. Not that it's ruffling the surface. Taoka, left-hand side of the screen, spots something.
Yeah, we had a bit of a paddle battle there for a minute. You could hear the beach commentators getting excited, but Natsumi deciding to kind of hold off and just go aim for the south side peak, if you will. We're here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. They're sitting a bit further south than that pier bowl that we've witnessed earlier in the competition.
And Natsumi, she does have, in the 10 seconds, a little bit of a wave. There's a will, there's a way, and she's going for it. 5 seconds, can she get up in time? She does. Hands leave the rail, up on the nose. Beautiful hang 10 for a moment. Needs some more here, nice carve. Smaller wave, good footwork, no mistakes yet. Another sweeping carve, needing a 6.38. Clean footwork, gets a completion. We'll have to watch that replay, but ask the question, Carla.
Yeah, I think that there wasn't enough scoring opportunity on that wave for her to garner the 6.38. It's not that she's not capable of it, but the wave kind of petered out at the end there.
We'll wait and see. The judge has still got some scores to lock in.
Sure.
I mean, first impressions is that it's not big enough, but it will only need to be the third wave of the heat, and this is the side angle.
She goes for the maneuvers just as she should. She handles it exactly as she should approach it. She had very few seconds left. She did the right maneuver by taking it. She runs to the nose. She gets the tight 5 to 10. She continues to work the inside, but you can see here, this, or some of those other waves, this one just petered out.
And this is that long left. And carving that one back around. So scores haven't dropped for these just yet. We haven't got an update. And as she taps that one, goes down. So that one came in at a 6.17 despite the fall. That was the left. Now looking for a 6.38. It's not enough. A 4.97, and it's not enough. Taoka loses here in the semi-finals to Rachel Tilley, who moves on to her first US Open final. And she'll be taking on the winner of the next heat. Stay tuned. Soleil Erico, Sophia Colhane coming up, semi-final number 2. We'll be back shortly.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. By Yeti. Built for the wild. And by Sambazon. Bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Straight back into semi-final number 2. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic Finals Day. Down here for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. The crowd, they're lining up. They're here to see the best in the world duel it off, and here it is, current world champ Sole Errico. Soul Arch Hang 10 to kick things off here. Fading back, the rail carve into the whitewash. Looking for more action on the front of the board, unique to the longboard form of surfing. She gets it as well. Trimming in the midsection, using the whole board, all part of the scoring criteria. Looking forward to a strong opening wave there for 2023 world champ. Welcoming Carla Rowland into the booth. This is a fantastic day of surfing. Women's semis, how epic is this?
It's been so exciting. It's been such a day full of like upsets and unexpected moments. Things you thought things would go a certain way and they've gone another way. Here's the replay. This was, I think, during the break. And Sophia gets a ride. She scores a 4-5 on this opening ride. Nice bottom turn into a nice explosive hit off the whitewater. Short wave, but a lot of energy.
Wow, dynamic hit there for Sophia Colhane. We haven't seen much of that lip line attack because the power of the waves have been dissipated, much to the enjoyment of some of the shortboarders, I must say, because it's been terrific longboard style waves with the inside section linking up. And Carla, I first got to hear about you through your exploits at Malibu and some of your switchfoot surfing, and we get back to that in a moment, one of Malibu's modern day greats.
Yeah, Sole Errico has split her time between Kauai and Malibu, and just a wonderful young woman, well-deserved of her accolades. She milked this one. Her wave, the inside reform, kind of formed up a little bit more than Sophia's. So her first score comes in at a 7.33.
That was a well-awarded score there. I think it was a dynamic wave using the length of the board. And Carla Zamora joining us right now is synonymous with women's surfing, running the Queen of the Point events as well as doing the broadcast here. And Sole is leading the charge for the women at the moment. 3-time longboard champ, adapting to the criteria and learning more about her craft every day. One of the hardest working professionals on tour. Another hang 10. Back to the middle of the board, showcasing the art of longboard surfing as she is looking to add more points here. Up on the nose again as she taps this one off the inside. The tide is getting lower, but the hopes are high because Sole, she's stoked. You could feel the relief just getting 2 solid waves to kick things off, Carla.
Definitely. You definitely can feel that sense of relief from her in that last bit, kind of looking up like, okay, phew, I got it. She's like you said, such a strong athlete and a dedicated performer. She's a hard worker. She takes the craft seriously, but she also doesn't take herself too seriously. So she's got the right kind of attitude going on, and I think that's why she's a world champ. And here's that replay.
Yeah, that fade in, very Point Break-esque, but something that sets Sole apart is her ability to make the midsection of the wave very functional, gliding through this turn, stepping straight back to the middle, accelerating, really smart board IQ and wave IQ to be able to capitalize on sections like that and manufacture a score out of what was a pretty average wave, getting a 5.83. Colhane looking to answer back, the Hawaiian. Up on the nose now, critical section there, steps to the tail, washes off some speed. She'll look to accelerate forward again. There we go. And we look to find some bonus points on the inside. A little carve back. But this wave looking a little sleepy, losing energy, but there's an inside reform she can spot, holding momentum through, and that one isn't going to give it to her. But where Sole was accelerating through that section, on the other hand, Colhane had a great start, but the wave faded away.
Yeah, do you think there's actually a method to the madness, so to speak, of being able to pick the wave out there that's gonna line up all the way into the inside?
I don't think there is a method. I think it's a confidence thing, and the more waves people are riding, they seem to have a magnet for them. I think of J.R. Esquivel, Chase Leader, and I just think of Rachel Tilley in that heat against Honolulu earlier. She plucked that one from under priority. Lots of different waves, Peerball right, Machado's left, and straight out the front. But these surfers are really just staying busy, trying to feel the energy. And that's what we do in a free surf, Carla.
And I was going to actually say that next, that when we're in our free surfs, sometimes you're in rhythm, sometimes you're not. You'll find those certain sessions where you're just on it and you're on the right one, and when you paddle back out, there it is again. Then there's other times where it doesn't quite happen like that.
Well, as we see a couple of waves getting paddled for, well, let's go catch up with Rachel Tilley and see, was there any luck to the waves out there, or was it just, was there a plan?
Well, why don't I go ahead and ask her, okay? So Waxhead wants to know, was there any lump to the waves, or what was the plan for you out here in this last heat?
There is a lot of lump in the waves right now. The south wind is starting to pick up, which is a little bit different to the conditions we've had for the past few days. My plan was to try and stay busy because it can be slow out there. And Chase and Connie's heat right before, Chase was just getting these lefts that he was getting such high scores on. So that definitely, had me keen towards the left. And yeah, I guess that's what I stuck to, was the lefts, really.
Well, and it seemed to be working for you. On to the finals here in Huntington Beach. Just for you, what do you think is the biggest lesson that you're going to take from this last heat into the next one?
Well, I guess just it's not over till it's over. Natsumi, we're waiting for those scores to come until the very end. Fortunately, it went my way, but I think, if roles are reversed, to just make sure to push it till the very end and see how the final goes.
We'll look forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Good insight there from Rachel Tilley. Adapting to the conditions, as is Soleil Erico right now, because Sophia, the youngster, needing an 8.66, an excellent range score. This is a round that she's typically been in throughout the years. Last year, making the semi-finals, Carla. The year before, ending with a 5th place finish at the quarterfinal, but she hasn't made a final yet. So she'll be looking to improve on that. On the other end, Soleil Erico, she's no stranger surfing many school events here and doing well here in the past. But eluding a win is eluding her, but answering back a long 5 and a touch of the 10 there.
Yeah, well, it's not for her lack of skill or style that Sophie has eluded that title.
And snapping that one back. This time, a little more action on the inside section and very lively with the footwork. Gets up to the nose again. So this is her best wave yet, you'd have to say. Finishing strong. You can hear the cowbell going wild. At this point, the fans are just longboard fans doing it for anybody who's getting a good wave.
More cowbell, please. Yeah, Soleil has this 7.33 and a 5.83. Sophia sitting with a 4.5 and a 4.43. She's looking for an 8.66. At the very least, she wants to chip away at it, make that requirement a bit smaller. I don't think that wave will get quite as high into the 8, but it's definitely a strong score. And here we go. We've got Soleil not able to complete that hit off the whitewater.
And that was very interesting. As she fell off there, she did the old grab rail to make sure the board didn't go to the beach. And that is something that point break surfers and those longboarders that grew up in with the core background are used to doing, grabbing the board as opposed to relying on the leash. Well done to Soleil. No points for that, but some core points.
Yeah, I mean, for you and I, right, we acknowledge that kind of stuff. I used to get bruises and pull shoulders out and from holding onto my surfboard. Here we have the replay of Sophia. She sets up and holds, waits for the section so she can run up to the 5 and then hold the 10. Resets herself again carefully. You can see she's very careful about those steps back while she was in that whitewater, but resets it, looking for that nose ride section, but she hits the whitewater. This one forms up a little bit better on the inside for her. You could see a little bit more energy behind that's kind of pushing, and she does get that inside nose ride and finishes off strong. We're still waiting for scores to drop for also Soleil. Soleil gets a quick tip, and then she goes to hit it there and comes unglued.
That's that right hand.
Puts the hands up.
Reaches out, grabs the tail in a second. There it is. You can just see the fingertips on the back of the board. Maybe that other camera angle showed a little better, but just stopping that board because she is not wearing a leash attachment. But hey, this is a private zone. It's designated for the surface, Carla. That boards get lost. It's only a 20-second delay. She'll swim in and get it. No one to get hit. Controlled environment is the key.
Yeah, there's really not, as you and I have spoke, there's not really a need to be wearing a leash out there right now. If it's a comfortability factor for you, then I get it. Sophia coming in, as I said, not quite hitting that 8 point. I think it was a 6.6 that she needed, but she did come in at a 7.67, so that's a really strong wave, and it's narrowed her requirement. Now she only needs a 5.49.
And I think back on that wave that she got the 4.5 on earlier, touch 5 and the re-entry, so she'll take confidence out of that, and the momentum, although down in second place, is with Sophia Colhane. She got a great support network there. Her shaper, Michael Takayama, is on the sand, literally on the water's edge, supporting her surfers. His surfers still got Chase Leader in the draw on one of those boards. Those are iconic boards. They've got a spear as the logo. Kind of like the old lightning bolt style, but it's like a diamond, and it goes down the stringer of the board.
Yeah, it actually reminds me, there was a model board that Becker used to have.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on its name right now, but it had a very similar kind of style through that center stringer. It had the 2 stringers with the color kind of painted in the foam between. I grew up riding Scott Anderson surfboards. I rode the Josh Farborough model. It's the Farborough 1. He has 2 models, and it was iconic for the resin chip. We had a diamond resin chip on our nose and our tail. So that's kind of was an iconic kind of thing.
Yeah, Anderson surfboard, Scott Farborough, so Malibu last year. Also one of the greats of our longboard era. Fantastic stylist. And Soleil Erico would be well familiar with Josh's lines, taking off the deepest at first point Malibu, consistently making it through, whether it's on a 5-foot fish or a 11-foot 5 glider. So we look forward to some sets coming in. How about go to Bonsai Brew Break and join us for the remainder semi-final Heat 2. Who will make the final and be meeting Rachel Tilley? Find out shortly. We'll be back very soon. Finals day of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, day 4. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The action heating up here, but the Challenger Series kicking off tomorrow. We'll be crowning the Longboard champs. The Waxhead joined by Carla Zamora to call the remainder of this semi-final number 2 as Soleil Erico, reigning world champ, in the lead. Sophia Colhane.
How lucky are we to have these conditions? I was looking at that shot there, we were opening up, and Huntington Beach is rarely this clean and glassy at this time of the day. So while it might not be massive swell, it's really conducive to longboarding. It's clean. It's not got that big chop that we kind of had yesterday afternoon. So this is great for finals day.
And it is early to mid-afternoon here, Southern California. The sun's out. We're at Huntington Beach, Surf City, one of the most iconic destinations on the calendar. We know what to expect at HB. Lefts, rights, a low tide, a high tide. In fact, 2 of them. Sometimes closeouts, but what we are going to get are waves.
And a lot of color in this town. I tell you, if you don't surf, just come and sit on the beach and take a peek. Watch the surfing, watch the color on the beach, the various people walking along the boardwalk.
If you're at LAX, you're at downtown LA, you still have time to make the men's semifinals and the women's final that'll be coming up next. Come on down, enjoy the festivity here because it is going off. The longboard finals are on and it's heating up outside in the water. It's probably, what, high 70s out there right now?
Yeah, it's perfect. The weather is absolutely stunning right now. I know inland a bit, it's cooking. It's cooking a little bit on the inland. So those of you guys that are in the valley, kind of cooking it up, you're probably sitting inside in your aircon, keeping your eye on your screens. Maybe you're at work. Thanks for joining us. But beautiful conditions here in Huntington Beach. I come from Malibu. I'm a snob. I am the first one to admit it. I come from that perfectly groomed right-hand point break. The west wind blows, doesn't matter at Malibu, blows right past it. So for me, Huntington Beach is always one of those like, I don't know, the wind might come up. But today it really is such a spectacular day, and super stoked for the gentlemen and the ladies that get to show off their skill set in these really pristine conditions.
Well, tell you what, Carly, you have great coffee by morning, all the cafes. You got the epic bars. You got, of course, we're going to have our we've got our Pacifico here and our 805 post show, but there's so much to do down here at Huntington. Beyond that, the boardwalk, just sit and people watch. I love it.
It's so much fun. There's a lot to do. Like I said, just hang out, keep your eyes open, and well, there's some stuff going on the beach.
Yeah, well, let's go hang out with Strider. Who you got down there, Strider?
Auntie Megs is down here. She's making hand signs and giving signals in the water. Who are you supporting down here?
You know, I'm coaching Soph and trying to just heat by heat. We're just building house, like we like to say, right? So just getting it up there. A lot of time. We now have 30 minutes in a heat, so we have that extra 5 minutes. We just got to make sure we're playing the same offense as defense. So yeah.
And are you giving hand signals, trying to like signal for waves and stuff like that? Come on, there's got to be something going on here.
No, it's just coach and student telepathy. That's all.
Okay, I get it. So no secrets being given down here by Auntie Megs, but definitely some action that we've been watching from the side. That's why I came over here to try to get it. But she's not giving up the secrets. We'll get back to the water.
Strider.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just about to ask you, Strider.
Yeah.
What happened? It's more like a pretty staunch vibe. Is what's going to happen if Soleil somehow beats Sophia? Is there some sort of retribution?
They're asking if there's going to be some retribution if Soleil wins, but no. Well, I don't think so. I think we're going to keep it clean down here on the beach. What happens in alleyways, nobody knows.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I also coach boxing, so I know for a fact that we keep that in the gym. It's not a gym, it's the beach. I would never. Come on.
You gotta watch out. She's got quick hands, that's for sure.
Give me that 1-2, buckle my shoe, you know what I mean?
All right, we're not talking about Sunset Beach. We're talking about Huntington Beach, and we are here watching the reigning world champ in the position she's so comfortable being in. She's in first place. Her dad, Danny, is down here. Her mum, Vera, supporting her. A lot of crew down there on the sand, supporting Soleil with her own fan club. They've got the signs. They've got their own cowbell. They're going for the local girl. It's a SoCal event. And why shouldn't they?
Absolutely. I mean, she's in to win another world title. She's really aiming for it. She spoke earlier in the event how she's not she really wants to win this event. I think anytime she enters any competition, Soleil has her eye on winning. It's not for fun, it's for winning. And yes, there's some fun involved, but that's just the icing on the cake.
Best surfer in the water is the one having the most fun, but same with the winner. And so often is the case with that lemon-colored board and the surfer on top of it. Soleil Erico, 3-time world champion. She put through a really good effort yesterday in grindy conditions and to get through to finals day today, but a semi-final finish is still a keeper. And she fades into this beautiful hang 10 soul arch. And she is looking to trim through this section, forward momentum. And she kicks out of that. She won at Bells Beach first. And there's their fan club there. They've got the signs going up.
hip, hip, Soleil. Soleil all the way.
Yeah, well, you can hear the Soleil, ole, ole. I like that one.
Here we got the replay here. You're going to see how this wave just kind of stands up really nicely. It's not a huge wave, but she gets to the tip slightly behind that section there through that white water, and then it bottoms out. She throws us a little soul arch. That's that ease that the judges are looking for. It's an intentional piece, you know, it's intentional style, but by throwing in that style, that's what telling the judges, like, yeah, I got this, and I got it even more.
That was super technical, that nose ride. A 5.43 just for that nose ride. And then up again. Conditions deteriorating, but Soleil making the most of it, hitting that one off the top. Goes down. You know, given the conditions and the change, you'd figure the scale could be adapted, but it's stuck with this heat. Sophia goes down. I mean, you got to say, if that 5.43 wave was in another heat, it's going to be a little bit higher, because that was super technical.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're also trying to leave a little bit of room. They don't want to go too high, too quick. We are getting into the final, so they want to make sure that these guys and gals are truly warranting the scores that are being placed on the cards.
On that, we do have our judging notes, but the scale can change throughout the day, not in the heat, but a day in, you know, heat by heat scenario, it can change. So the next heat, given the conditions, if they deteriorate heavily, fog comes in, wind comes up, the judges can adjust that scale. The criteria stays the same, but in this heat, waves deteriorating off to an early start with that 7.33. We're yet to capitalize that. So that's an indication of what can happen in half an hour out in the ocean. That's a long time considering tides as well.
Yeah, we had some waves earlier in the day that were larger, let's say, and those were going to warrant some higher scores, but they're not going to be able to apply that same scale to, say, a heat like this, because the waves just aren't at that same caliber.
Yeah, absolutely. But Soleil, I mean, beach breaks, not necessarily her forte, but Sophia Culhane from Queens, Waikiki, she surfed around the world. She got an Australian transplant mum who's been living over there in Hawaii, where her whole family has been set up, and her brother James will be tuning in watching this, stylish, goofy footer himself. But both these surfers have actually had great results over the years on beach breaks. Sophia Culhane knocked out Chloe Calmon back in 2020 over in Noosa, and that was a standout win for the then 15-year-old Sophia to take out Chloe, who's been knocking on the door for a world title for many years. And since then, I've just seen her in these clutch moments, in heats that she probably shouldn't have got through. She pulls it out when she needs it most. She did it earlier in the last year as well, at Malibu to Honolulu Bloomfield as well, and was able to enter into the semi-finals. So she's a giant killer.
Yeah, and as much as that is the work that she is doing, I think a lot of credit needs to go to Auntie Megs, her coach, helping her really work on that mental game. So much of this process isn't just about your talent and your skill set, but how you react to the wins and the losses. And, you know, I was thinking a lot of these, you know, with Richie Cravey and now JR, I've kind of built this history. Those ghost voices develop within you, and you take them with you, and it's how you deal with those ghost voices. Here we got JR, he's getting ready for his heat. He's going to be going up against Ben Skinner, and I don't think these two have any ghost voices built up between them yet, but we'll see how the heat pans out coming up. But up and riding, that's blue, Sophia Culhane.
And steering on the nose there, Sophia drives off the bottom and gets on the tail, snapping turn, looking for a 5.49 and engaging more rail and winding up the windows, and unfortunately incomplete on that wave, but some work done. Only needing a mid-range score. We'll have to leave that with the judges, a 4.40, and she'll make her way into the outside section. But yeah, that Rad Bikes powered heat of the day coming up next. Ben Skinner, highest heat total, with JR Esquivel, another high heat total. I mean, that's going to be incredible to watch that semi-final coming up next.
It's going to be a fabulous heat. Here's the replay of Sophia. She does those quick 4 steps up to the 5. She brings it back, engages the 2 rails there to kind of whip it back into the white water. Tries to do that again here. The wave starts to kind of slow down and lose energy, and she kind of does this wibble wobble back and forth and not able to gain control and balance, and falls.
Scores getting locked in for Culhane. It's not enough. A 4.97. and she can just feel a little bit of frustration there. She didn't fall off. That's definitely going to be the score.
Yeah, and these are those moments that I definitely think you get out and you're going to look back, and she's going to probably feel a bit of regret in that moment and want to work on how to get through those moments when the energy of the wave just kind of passes you by.
Yeah, that was just trying to get those turns sorted. She knows she needed to engage the rail. The longboard criteria involves the nose ride, the tail, the middle of the board, and trying to get it in the critical section, showcasing some power there, but the control element, that's part of the flow. And the 3 pillars of the longboard criteria, style, flow, and grace, it's a little different to the shortboarding, speed, power, and flow, and it's what we come to like about this form of surfing.
Yeah, you were talking earlier, as much as these are great waves for longboarding, we've got wonderful conditions, but we got a little speed and power and flow in longboarding too, right? And the longboarders can definitely get into some size. I think it's great that they have El Salvador on the stop, because that location seems to really give an entirely different aspect and a different challenge for the surfers. It helps open up the deal. You can really see who's got legitimate wave IQ and ocean IQ, and who can come to a new spot, figure out where the best place is to sit, and then how to execute the maneuvers accordingly.
Well, longboards, they naturally have speed, and on a shortboard, you actually need speed to get power. That's the element, and you can do tricks on a shortboard. Doesn't necessarily mean they're flowing through maneuvers. It certainly doesn't mean you've got a lot of power. Manufacturing the score, much like what we see in the longboard realm, doesn't garner you many points. Occasionally, it's required some gamesmanship to add to your tally, or build your house, as our coach, Auntie Meg, said of Sophia earlier on. But the speed, carrying momentum through maneuvers, it is a form, that's what feels good, and it looks good to us as the viewers too. So you're right, longboarding, we're built in speed in the boards, so it's up to these surfers to maintain it. They do that through the use of the footwork, one foot after the other, linking the tail to the nose. And that's how we get our scoring criteria.
Right, and then as we've talked about too earlier, the different weights of the surfboard, rails, tails, fins.
World champ, Soleil Erico in the lead, just lost priority with that paddle. Sophia Colhane, with a P next to her name, has the choice, only needs a 5.49. Will that be an error that will come back and haunt Erico? A minute 20 remaining, tense times as both camps will be in the edge of the seat. Sophia wants to make her first final here at the US Open, and Soleil, a win here has eluded her the last 2 years since it's been on that World Championship, on the World Longboard Tour. Moving over now to the pier bowl, you can see the 2 surfers going from the left to the right of screen.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm sure CJ and Daddy Danny are a little bit tweaked out about what happened there. I'm sure Soleil wasn't expecting to not catch that wave.
Yeah, tense moment, critical moment of this heat, as was with Colhane when she fell. Almost certainly would have required Erico to get a new score. But with 30 seconds remaining, there is a bump, or maybe 2.
And Wax, we've had a number of heats throughout the event that have shifted in the last 30, even 20 seconds. We saw JR get a winning wave with 20 seconds left. And here, this could be the opportunity right here for Colhane.
Stroking into this. Oh, misses the opening nose ride section. Carving it. That's a great committed turn. No footwork yet. Not yet. On the tail. Not moving the feet. Makes the maneuver. That was a great turn. Maybe the best turn of hers so far. Now she cross steps. And a little lackluster through the inside. She's looking for more. Cross stepping back. And a nice pace to that. Good flow. But just missing one of those critical moments.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful surfing. You can't say anything about the surfing in itself, but she missed that moment. And she didn't need a huge score, the 5.49, but my bet is that they're not going to be able to award it because she missed that critical nose ride right off the takeoff, and that's kind of been key.
A 3rd place last year here at this same event in this same round. We'll wait for this, see these scores getting logged in. Let's go for the replay.
Here's the replay. Gets that tight turn, but right there where she takes the 2 steps forward, she hesitates and doesn't go for the nose, waits, and then cuts it back. It was a beautiful turn, but there was a moment of hesitation, which created disconnect and a lack of flow between maneuvers.
And scores getting locked in right now. It is not enough. Sofia doesn't move forward. Sole Errico moves into the final for the first time here, the US Open of Surfing. Sole Errico, we're seeing her come up against Rachel Tilley. Stay tuned. Men's semis up next.
That's right. That was Sugar the Surfing Dog from Huntington Beach, where we're having a final set for the women. Soleil Errico is on to the finals after a win in the semifinals. She's going to meet Rachel Tilley in that longboard final. Thank you for joining us here in Huntington Beach, where we're having a good time. Salt and Pepper's back, type of girl. Shara Wazlewski.
What's happening? Stuff. I mean, Malibu coming through. Are you kidding me?
I love it.
That was some solid work right there, and the diversity of the surfing talent. You know, bells, long walls, short beach break. Here we go. Finals time here. So she's looking solid for that berth into the championships.
Yeah, she sure is. Already has a win under her belt. But let's get to our men's action. Crowd favorite, J.R. Esquivel, representing the Philippines, is coming up against Big Ben Skinner from Great Britain. This is our rad power bikes heat to watch. We identified this one as a heat not to miss. As we zoom in live action, there's the flag of the Philippines on the beach and the crowd swarming for J.R. Esquivel.
So fun to see the support system down there on the beach. You know, they're all huddled up in the shade, and then they get out there when this heat gets on, and they really get behind them and making some noise for their young athlete.
And we're going to start out here with JR. Smooth footwork here, and a nice roller coaster finish for Esquivel. 28 years old, from San Juan, La Union, Philippines. Third place last year, so he's equaling that performance with this semifinal berth here in 2024, and that's going to set the heat opener for J.R. Esquivel.
I think the key for today in this heat, because of the tide dropping, is going to be finding the right wave with enough open face to get work done. Nice line on it, try and throw it up on the nose, and then get some rail work done.
Well, we've seen Ben Skinner perform that, the combination of power turns and nose rides. Here we go, wave number 2 for Big Ben Skinner. Open up with a 1.23. Steps his way up to a nice 10 through that section, glides around the section. Planing. There's the big turn that we're looking for. but overpowers that tiny wave just a little bit, Strider.
Yeah, looks like he's pushing a little harder than he was in his prior heat, maybe, trying to make something out of that a little bit extra. But, you know, does well to get out there. Has a nice section, stands up for him, so he gets up on the nose, trims through, whips the board around pretty well. But the momentum was a little late coming back onto the toe edge, which kind of stuck him in the whitewater.
Well, a woman that you're proud of from Malibu into the final, her second final this year already, Soleil Erico.
That's right, Kaipo, her second final this year already, but Soleil, we were talking about it, and this break in particular is one that you have not managed to win an event at yet. Huntington Beach, what is it about this break that you think it has gotten the better of you in the past and that you're learning here today?
It's just a really tricky beach break, and I didn't really grow up surfing beach breaks too much. I just you know, surfing right points, but I have put in a lot of work, a lot of extra work, been trying to put it in, you know, to do well in this event specifically. Yeah, that heat was not my best. I definitely missed a lot of waves for, like, I don't know, stupid reasons. I just thought, like, you know, there would be a wave coming and it would look like one, and then it would kind of dissipate, and then I would give Sophia the opening. And it was really cool to share the lineup with her. She's such an amazing surfer, and she's so young. So, yeah, stoked to be in the final.
So knowing that you left some things on the table in that semifinal, what is the process that you're going to go through to prepare for the final?
Not miss waves again. Other than that, just kind of stick to my routine, like sit on the point or the peak I was surfing and not fall.
We like the plan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Into the final, Soleil Erico. On the paddle here, J.R. Esquivel on the nose, gets a beautiful 10, steps back for a 5, cross steps to the midsection, back on the tail for a slash before planing through there, sets the line. Difficult water here on the shore break, but the light-footedness of the surfer from the Philippines coming through, gliding all the way to the inside. Looking for a little bit more opportunity right on the shore break. And not going to get much more, but great surfing out the back. And out the back is Ben Skinner, has to kick out as that wave, oh no, the Skin Dog surfboard Striders ghost riding all the way to the beach.
That is not what he was looking for. I talked about it on the prior wave where he looked like he was cooking it a little bit. And I said it in a much earlier heat where I said, you know, did Ben peak already in this event? I hope not, but at the moment he's had 2 mistakes and they're costing him dearly at the moment because he had to swim all the way in to get his board. He could have gotten back out for a priority. Now he's going to have second priority going out, no scores of consequence on the board, and we're winding it down to 20 minutes.
Yeah, here we go. First, let's start off with JR. This was a well-surfed wave.
Yeah, JR did really well here to, you know, find himself a nice perch, a nice comfortable place, and slides across for the inside section as well. Interesting choice to go back to the nose again. But for me, nice and clean. I think he could have mixed it up a little bit on the closeout section. This became kind of inconsequential coming to the inside.
Something went wrong here, Strider.
Well, he just tried to kick out. He identified the wave, got a little off the, you know, he realized he wasn't going to get the wave to hit the lip, so he was trying to kick out of the wave, and unfortunately his board getting away from him.
This is the opening wave for JR Esquivel. This was the 5-3-3.
Good combination, and I like it when you go to the, you know, a turn puts up a little bit of a mixture in the repertoire of maneuvers, and I think that that's what you need to do.
Yeah, so a 5-3-3, and the last wave a 6-6-7 for the Filipino surfer. He's in the lead with a 12-point heat total. He has priority. He's going to use that priority and go left once again up to the nose. Taps a 5. One more time to the 5. Tries to get to the 10. Scoots through that section. Wave splits in half. He's able to pull it down. One more turn. Cheers from the crowd. Drop knee. Cut back for JR.
Well, that was pretty fun to watch. No mistakes, clean surfing all the way through. Good for him. Here we go, up and out.
Yeah, so Ben Skinner will hang on to priority and will wait for a score for J.R. Esquivel and see if he is able to better that 5.33. One more look from above.
This wave looked like his best wave. I mean, he gets up there, he's hanging out for a while. That wave held up perfectly for him, and then had the little rebate section on the inside where he gets two nice little clean turns off. Very stylish, nothing out of place, and really just kind of solidifying his comfort in the lead right here. I think this is going to be his best score of the heat so far.
Ben Skinner again goes down, so really Ben needs to get and switch this momentum that JR has been creating throughout this heat. JR has just been building, been gaining momentum, and just the exact opposite's happening to Ben Skinner, where a lot of his energy, I feel like is just getting sucked away by so much momentum towards the Filipino surfer.
Maybe just needs a little reset, find himself some headspace, kind of start over in his head. Maybe he can regain composure and kind of realign himself in this heat. It's not, I mean, there's plenty of time left. We've seen it. They can catch so many waves, but look at the crew down there for JR.
All the supporters of Philippine surfing. They've been wonderful coming down to the beach, bringing trays of lumpia, handing them out as treats and good luck to JR, and it seems to be working. JR down the beach, finds a little wave under the priority, but that one does not eventuate. Meanwhile, backtracking to the pier bowl right is Ben Skinner.
This wave looks like it could be pretty good.
Skinner looks right, looks left, fades left, goes right, just taps on the nose. This one runs away. Little messy section and frustration I see from Ben Skinner.
Whereas in his last heat, he was completely in sync.
Yeah.
There was no rushing. Everything was happening naturally. You can see him trying to reset in this heat, and it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Out of sync.
And the tough part for that is he just handed over priority. Not that it matters. He's going to be running away right now. Oh, no. JR's going to chase him. JR with priority. JR with the lead. Here the number comes in for his last wave ridden. Judge number 3 still waiting on him. There he goes, 6.77, and JR improves his position and pushes Big Ben Skinner with a requirement of a 9.61 if he wants to do it on one wave. Needs to get back in the groove, on the nose, shuffles back, bounces on the shore break, goes complete on that one, but not a lot of wall and not a lot of room for performance for Ben Skinner. Sticking with this one, standing stoically, cruising through a pretty mild section, hoping for just something on the inside. Taps it, and that's gonna be it. JR fades right, goes left, kicks out, wants to hold on to priority and continue to control the heat.
I like that wave for Ben. I feel like that's a reset button for him. Confident. That big section he had to deal with was good. I feel like just going through the motion right there and having a completed ride without any hiccups, it's going to put him in a better place.
We can take a look at it right here, Strider.
Slides right around, gets up on the nose really quickly, and then sees that section coming. But you can see the comfort's back in his body language, which I like. So he'll probably claw his way back into this thing.
Yeah, at least, you know, kind of put up a bigger number, right, and reduce that requirement from that excellent score that he currently needs. So we're waiting for the score. feeling on the set it's going to be the best number that he's had so far, and it is a 5.77. Now the requirement has dropped to a 7.67 for Ben Skinner.
A little bit of a favor from Mother Nature. We got some nice clean conditions still, Kaipo.
Right, yeah, all the other days, you know, we had that convective kind of onshore winds coming up in the afternoon, but staying nice and clean today. We're 3 heats away from crowning our champions here. We got semifinal number 2, then we got our men's and women's finals, and then we'll be able, so we get, hopefully all this wind just like lays down for 3 heats after this, and we have a classic ending to the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. It's a great time to take a break because it's a lull. We'll be back with more action. Semifinal number 1 here in Huntington Beach. JR is on the lead. Sublime on the beach. JR on the left, on the nose. One more time. Surfer from the Philippines with some quick feet. He's in the lead right now. It's semifinal number 1 for the men. JR Esquivel. He was a semifinalist last year. He was a semifinalist again this year. And yet another well put together wave for JR Esquivel. Kaipagura along with Strada Wazalewski. And here's the replay of that wave.
Yeah, he does some quick footwork, but kind of just gets back and forth on it. Do you know what I mean? I feel like there could have been a little bit of a cleaner finish here if he wouldn't have tried to fit so many trips to the front of the board in and kind of paced himself a little better. Maybe he would have bettered his score line there. Looks like Ben is in search of a lesser requirement than it was earlier, so he might have bettered his score line. It's actually his last 2 waves being his best.
Yep. 5.77, 5.17. Skinner, though, still looking for that 7.67 to turn the heat. He's got priority. He's got 10 minutes, 35 seconds. Oh, this is Ben. This is the 517 that happened during the break, Mr. Ryder.
Ticking the boxes, getting the elements in. Out there on the nose. Good little turn. Size of the wave letting him down a bit, though. I think that's what's kind of holding him back. I think he's been under priority. Now he has priority sitting out the back, so he's going to try and wait for something with more substance and try to do the exact same kind of surfing that we saw, just on a bigger wave with a more consequential section, and he'll probably get a bigger score. Whether it's going to be the requirement, that's going to be yet to see.
Yeah, got to get into gear, right? So I believe Ben Skinner's had the highest heat score of this competition so far with that 17.76 that he did in the quarterfinals. He's got to harness some of that energy.
Yeah, 9 and an 8. I mean, that's some big scores.
Yeah, get that gas in the tank. He's got priority. He's got time enough to wait for a set. Surely there will be another good set in these final 9 minutes.
And with that, you really just got to hope that the wave opens up enough for you to perform.
Yeah. That's kind of been the case for Ben Skinner, right? Is that he's been catching the waves and it's been sectioning down the line, not allowing him a clean line to get that trim and get that nose ride that he's been doing so well.
But I feel like he's been a little rushed and his pace has been off on the waves that he had, because there was some open face on the waves that he did catch. He just did not execute. So if he could clean up the head space, get back into the rhythm, and find another one of those nuggets, he's definitely capable of getting those higher scores, as we saw in his heat previous to this.
Yeah. 7.67 if he wants to do it in a 1-pack of a nugget, but he can also split into a 2-pack of a nuggets. Yeah, if he wants to just get a couple 7-point rides, will do the, or high 6s will do the trick as well.
Still a couple sets out the back. Movement.
Oh my. JR scored that wave, although it kind of let him down at the end, but he scored that wave under priority.
That's the type of wave I feel like Big Ben's looking for, and Ben did catch a wave over next to the pier, so we'll see. He had priority. Wu-Tang forever down there on the beach. I love it.
All right, so JR, we're waiting for his score. And Ben Skinner, we're waiting for his score to set the situation here. Replay of Skinner.
So Ben straight to the nose, beautiful hang, comes around the corner, bang. That was quick, beautiful flow of maneuvers off the back of that. I feel like this could be one of his higher scoring waves. JR out there on the nose with a beautiful quick backside 10. Difficult, but doesn't come clean with the turn. Unfortunate for him right there, because that could have went into the scoreline.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was a mistake. Let's see where Ben's score falls in.
Yeah, JR had to settle for a 5.23. He did not increase his heat total, so we're waiting for the score for Ben Skinner. A 7.67 will do the job for the surfer from Great Britain. Numbers coming through. It's going to be just under at 7.33. So still trailing Skinner. He needs a 6.11.
So we talked about the rhythm starting.
Yeah.
It was basically a reset of the heat at like about 18 minutes or 19 or 17 minutes, I think it was, for Ben. And that's what has happened so far. It's the pendulum has swung in my sense back over to Ben, and now his opponent's going to try and he's going to sit on him to try and take away anything that comes. But there's too much time in the heat left, I feel. So I think they're both going to get another shot at a good wave.
Yeah, I like that analysis. 5:45 on the clock. Skinner needing that 6.11. He's under the priority of JR Esquivel, who's the heat leader. So the surfer from the Philippines does have heat control at the moment, but good amount of time still on the clock, over 5 minutes. Really depending though.
The time is the time is your nemesis, and as Mason Ho would say, you never lose. You just run out of time.
The passage of time. We can just watch the clock right now and see the time passing, Strider. See?
Iconic view though, Huntington Beach Pier. In 50 years of surfing down here, of competition.
A lot of things going on. We got so much stuff. We have surf competition every single day here. We get into the Challenger Series tomorrow. We're going to have those Challenger Finals on Sunday, August 11th. Live music every afternoon on the sand at the Hurley stage. The Lexus X Games Vert Pro Skate. That's happening this Saturday and this Sunday. And come down for all the activations and a good time. J.R. Esquivel uses priority on the backhand. Goes down. Not going to help his cause. Priority now to Ben Skinner. Skinner needs a 6.11 and silence.
Interesting, the flow. Remember we talked about, the pendulum swinging. JR, he's had everything on those lefts, but once he went to the rights, things have changed a little. So if he could clean up his act on those rights, I mean, he could be stacking scores and bettering his score line.
Yeah, I feel that was an unnecessary switch for him because everything was working out for him on the lefts. And then since he's been going right.
Well, he went for a strategy there to sit on his opponent.
Yeah.
And if Ben would have got that wave, he would have got the score. So smart move so far.
Yeah, and
to keep him off that.
And here's the other strategy, right? JR is trying to scoot away now under.
Go back to his spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to the Machado left goes J.R. Esquivel. You can see
it's
the
like some bumps coming in on the horizon.
Bumps.
JR down there all by himself.
They're focused on the Machado left, it looks like. Doesn't go on that one.
Too big of a playing field to make a call.
Skinner's sticking with that pier bowl right. JR finds the left. Very similar to what he's already done on previous waves. So I don't know how much that's going to change the situation.
Yeah, I mean, timing a little off on the end there, but definitely what we've seen and his strength, right? Going left. It's so interesting when you sit in the lineup and you look out, there's nothing out there, just the horizon, maybe a couple cargo ships going by to Long Beach, and you turn around to the pier and there's people all over it, and there's banners and jumbotrons, and back on the beach you got the scaffolding and all the people and the fans and everybody, JR's fan group, and then, so there's like really, you can get lost if you look back in, but if you just keep your eyes on the horizon and stay fixed on what the mission is, just hope for that wave.
Pretty much all Ben Skinner can do at the moment. Does look like a little bit of a line. Tough angle from up here, though, to really see if that's a substantial wave. Skinner.
Nobody moving.
Nobody move.
Nobody get hurt.
1 minute, 25 seconds. Oh.
It's winding down here, Big Ben. He needs to call the Huey.
Yeah. He's looking like Neptune out there. He needs to beat down the Triton and summon a set. Doesn't need much, a 6-1-1.
JR feeling comfortable right now, though. I mean, he did control this entire heat in the first 15 minutes of surfing, which was, maybe that's all he needed, because at the moment, it's looking tough with under a minute left.
Final 40 seconds. And Ben can't believe it.
Oh, man. Shocker.
Shocker. Just.
Mother Nature takes a breath.
Yeah, you don't want to go out on a heat sitting down.
Yep.
Yeah, that's. Oh boy. Countdown now, scratching for it. 5 seconds. He's not going to get this in time.
Nope.
JR.
Into the final.
Mabuhay. There's the Wu-Tang W there. We are JR into the final. And much to Ben's dismay, waves start breaking. But it's going to be J.R. Esquivel, our first finalist for the men. Semifinal number 2 is going to be a great one. It's going to be Taylor Jensen coming up against Chase Leader when we return. Crowd favorite, J.R. Esquivel, victorious over Ben Skinner into the final. Large support squad from the Philippines for J.R. Check this out.
Oh, it's pretty cool. A lot of love on the longboard tour.
There is.
You know, everybody's super happy and super comfortable, and they're all, it's a community, you know, and everybody's together in it, and it feels like, it just feels really good. And even in and around the competitors area, there's no tension.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Why don't you introduce Rosie? She's here with us.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Rosie.
You missed me?
Yeah, we did.
Just missed you, of course we missed
appeared
you.
out of nowhere. No, this is so fun. That was you think about the momentum that Ben had coming into that semi-final, but JR, man, he has been so impressive. A lot of heart there. Some emotional moments, you
and
guys.
definitely the biggest crew on the beach.
Yeah.
So, we like that. The mana, the feeling, the vibe.
Yeah, it's been a good time. Well, another spot open in the final for the men's. Who's it going to be? Taylor Jensen, a 3-time world longboard champ, is coming up against the teenage sensation from the East Coast, from Montauk, New York, Chase Leader. This is a great, great semifinal. Waves have been a little bit inconsistent, however, so
Seems like when that tide recedes,
Yeah.
so does the swell.
Takes a bit of that energy away from it.
Yeah, and we're seeing that. But the wind is laid down still, and so we're happy we have clean conditions.
Yeah, these are the days, like you think that when that wind's going to come up, it's going to chop everything up, but it kind of feels insulated right now. We had that morning fog, and it's just really stayed nice and glassy, good conditions, good waves.
Good times. We got more too. This is only the 6th. This Lexus US Open of Surfing is going all the way to August 11th. So if you're in the Southern California area and you haven't been able to make it down, you still have multiple chances. Come on down here to Huntington Beach. You're going to have a good time. There's lots to do. There's live music. There's activations. We'll have vert skating on the weekend. And of course, there's always surfing. And if it's too hot in your neighborhood, it's nice and cool down here on the beach. Although today, with the lack of wind, it's one of the toastier days. There's Chase Leader. He just opened up with a 1.3, likely not to hold on to that wave score. Finds a little glassy wall here. Nice 5, hanging 5. We've seen this before, the smooth surfing of Chase Leader. Roller coaster bank to finish. Just trying to put together something on a smaller wave, but wants to just at least get a number on the board and really start playing the game. Sticks through it here, and that's all he's gonna get. You can see the tail of that Takayama surfboard turned up, so that tail adds a little drag when he's on the nose to help him get perched on those nose riders. A unique design feature to those Michael Takayama boards, Strider.
Yeah, that tail hooking into what water on the inside of the bowl, I guess you know, to really explain it. And really fun to watch the board as they get up there on the nose, Rosie, the tail hooks in.
This is very reminiscent of his quarterfinal against Kaniala Stewart. He's back on that peak that he was so dialed in on. Looking comfortable and confident, just really has had that cruise line through this event.
6.83 for that ride that you just saw, so well done to get things going. Correction, a 5.83, sorry, on that last ride. JR, you're in the final, and you get to talk to AJ.
Just a double win here for JR, but I think the one he's most excited about is making his very first final on the Longboard Tour. JR, just tell me how you managed to get it done against Ben.
Yeah, the wave's a little bit harder now, and we all know that Ben can score excellent. He just got 9 from the last heat, so yeah, I sit beside him, and when I got the priority, I try to block him, and when he's priority, I go away from him and try to catch away from him. And yeah, lucky I got a few good ones, and he got the best wave of the heat, but I got lucky because he didn't get another one to get what he needed. Yeah.
What does it mean to you to come up the beach here in Huntington to this crowd? What kind of energy does that give you going into the final?
Yeah, I'm super thankful for everyone supporting me here. These guys, thank you so much. Yeah, I feel more comfortable, and I feel so hype because of these guys, and I wanted to show them how my surfing is, and yeah, we keep going.
I think they're enjoying the show. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, maraming salamat sa lahat ng nagpupuyat sa Pilipinas para manood. And syempre sa mga sponsors ko, maraming salamat, especially kay Manong Ronald na pumunta dito para i-support ako. Sa Tingog Party List, House of Representative, kay Mr. and Miss Romualdez, maraming salamat po sa suporta. And sa private sponsors ko, sa Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, sa Alima, kay Luffy para pumunta dito na nagdala ng board para sa akin. Maraming salamat. And sa inyong lahat, at saka sa mga hindi ko pa nasabi, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And sa girlfriend ko, kay Reina. Hi.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
All right, JR into the final. his first final. He was a semifinalist here last year where he started really gaining that fan club. They returned this year to see their man, JR, make his way into the final. A couple of rides happened during that interview and a couple of well-surfed waves by both Chase Leader as well as Taylor Jensen. Last wave for Leader was a 7-point ride. We're still waiting for the score for Taylor Jensen on his first wave.
Well, we saw Taylor in his last heat. I think he only caught 3 waves, right, in the whole heat. So I think he's definitely after quality over quantity, which I think, from what I could see during that interview on the split screen, it looked like he got a really nice wave. Beautiful, long tip ride, and then great turn off the end. So we'll see what it looks like, Rosie.
Yeah, this was so great. Straight to the nose. And again, that 5.
Whoa.
And then swoops it off the top. It's going to be interesting because I feel like there's, you know, Chase and Taylor, they have kind of a contrasting style and approach in some ways as we watch Chase's wave here, Strizz.
Yeah, this was his 7-point ride, which I think was a great wave. And what do we got for Taylor there, Kipes?
Yeah, Taylor, well, Chase Leader with that 7-point ride. Taylor Jensen, see the score there for Chase first. Pretty unanimous amongst all the judges on his ride. Taylor Jensen on his opening ride, a 7.67, so a little bit better. A couple judges went to the excellent range, borderline excellent at 8. So still a very close heat between the two, matching step for step. Chase Leader, however, with the lead and priority, so we'll see how he plays this hand, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. You're seeing a lot of energy from Chase, catching a lot of waves where Taylor Jensen just kind of sits there, waits for that wave. He just has that aura about him, like kind of like an apex predator. Like he knows what he wants out there. He's going to get it. He's going to take his share.
He is the lion in the jungle.
Yes.
You can see it. He's looking around. He's like,
yeah,
doesn't look good to me. Oh, this? Yeah, I'm going to eat this right up.
Yeah, well, lions go after their prey. They need a bit of a chase to get that instinct going. So I think
the chase is on.
He is on. He's set the parameters for this heat. He's got 2 great numbers at the moment.
Yeah, you know, and in between heats, Chase Leader, I've been seeing him, you know, around the area, talking to him. He's been full of energy. Like this is a breakthrough result, even just in the semifinals for Chase. Just 18 years old, coming with a ton of energy and a ton of talent. I mean, here he goes, 10 through that section. Goes for the float, has to force it back down. So I don't know if that was the best maneuver choice there. Might want to make it up on the inside here. Gets into the speed stance to get the hull speed going. Glides through the water there. And a little indecisive right next to the pilings. But anything over a 5.83 will help his cause.
That was a really nice wave. I'm interested to see what Taylor had on. I think that Taylor actually caught the other side of that peak. So that's going to be an interesting replay as well to watch, Rosie. Here we go.
Oh, just glistening, glassy conditions, holding that 5 through the entirety of that section. Does he manage to maintain? Oh, it gets a little bit sketchy. He keeps his composure. Just so impressive to watch this man just muscle through those sections and wait and unweight as he's holding his gravity on the nose of that surfboard.
And then this one, I mean, beautiful. He's just hanging out up there. Look at how like vertical that section was too. So a lot of consequence there. A little mistimed on the closeout turn, so a little bit of a flow issue, but bigger wave and a beautiful nose ride.
Yeah. Getting pretty nasal in his approach, and we'll see what the number comes through for Chase Leader and Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, waiting for a couple of scores here. It's going to be fun to watch this thing cook down about halfway through, so plenty of time left.
Taylor with priority, takes a look at that wave, decides not to go. More lines here.
Yeah, the judges taking their time with those two scores because that was an important exchange, and I feel like they're really going to have a look at the replays with the split peak situation too. So those guys were riding simultaneously.
That's true. And if you're not aware, up in the judges' tower, they have their own camera, and they have their own replay system that they can review every ride. So the number came in for Chase. He did improve his scoreline with 6.43. However, Taylor Jensen with a 6.3 upped Chase Leader, takes the lead, has priority, has heat control. Leader now chasing a 6.98. Leader chasing a 7-point ride.
That was impressive. Taylor getting the better of the exchange, taking the lead, and he has priority in the lineup.
Chase hears the news. There's his support squad on the beach.
Grom squad, huh?
Yeah. Young.
New school
the
down
new
there.
School, yeah, there you go.
Swinging, you know, that new school flag. We got the old dogs and the new school down there ready to take it away from them.
Yeah, Chase Leader, 18 years old, and Taylor Jensen, 40 years old. So nice way to set that up, Strider.
And we got an East meets West.
East meets West. So many stories.
Jensen family hanging out.
There's the support squad for Taylor Jensen. Family man.
So nice to just be so close to home. Bring your family down to watch you. Have that support squad. That's a good feeling. Sleeping in your own bed, rocking up at a World Tour event. He's into the semifinals. He won at Bell's. Like, the guy's having a cracker season.
He's got a lot of time to think about his heats on that Pendleton drive between Oceanside and Huntington Beach. A mystery of Southern California. No exits, but yet traffic. How?
I was wondering where you're going with that.
How?
I
That
agree.
stretch
I agree
between
with
San
you, Typo.
Clemente.
I have no idea how there could be
between
traffic
San
there.
Clemente and Oceanside has nothing but military and open plains, but yet
there's traffic.
It's
There's
obnoxious. It really is. If you time it wrong, too, on the weekends, toast.
That is so funny.
It just it makes
Zero
zero
exits,
sense.
yeah.
It makes no sense. That's okay. Put on a good podcast, you'll get through it. Good time to take a break, I think. We'll be back with the conclusion. Semifinal number 2. Right now is Taylor Jensen in the lead.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Welcome back to semifinal number 2 here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Chase leaders chasing the lead is what he's doing. He needs a 7-point ride, and he's up on the nose. Some levitation there from the East Coaster. Well done. 7-point ride's what he needs to take the lead off of Taylor Jensen. Now comes time to get the glide on, connect the dots, get into the shore break, maybe a little bit more scoring opportunity. Steps off on the sand. And we'll be waiting for that number. Sky Pogoro along with Strider Wazalewski and Rosie Hodge. There's a support squad for Chase leader. Here we go with our 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen on the nose. Lots of control, but the wave lets him down, opens the door for Chase leader. There is Nava, Taylor's wife and daughter of surfing legend Nat Young. Another tall, stylish surfer, just like Taylor. Last score for Chase leader, not enough, a 5.47. Chase leader still chasing a 7-point ride. Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks for semifinal heat number 2, and the fan says Taylor Jensen. So the fans are right. 65% of you are right only at this moment, though. 35% go for the new school Chase leader.
Which is a safe pick. You got a young upstart and Chase leader that, you know, is a little bit obviously less known than, say, Taylor Jensen. He's got 3 world titles and, you know, looking for a 4th this year. So I'd say obvious favorite for
Line
Taylor.
coming through. Look at this. And Chase may have a chance under priority. Here he goes. Oh, and that wave just did not have enough push in it. Chase recognizes something on the inside here. A little repositioning next to the pier. Pier bowl right. Opportunity. Yeah, actually he's gonna go left into the pier. Here he goes. And nothing going there.
Well, this heat wave we're having really kicking up the temperatures inland, so the beach is looking like a great option if you're out there. Come on down. The fog cleared up today at around 10:30. Started looking nice down here on the beach.
Yeah, beautiful. California.
Tried to come back though, didn't it?
Yeah, we pushed it away.
Dude, I was like looking
Turn
at
the fans
Newport
back on.
cams, looking at the lows
Were you
cams,
really?
like where is this?
Where's the fog bank heading? Here's an IC replay. I'd like to see this again, and this is a 7.0, and he needs to replicate that number to take the lead. So this is all he needs to do. Replicate that performance and take the lead off of Taylor Jensen.
I want to see him get back on that left-hand peak. I think those last two waves that he caught weren't in that spot where we've seen him have the most success. He almost looked like he was, you know, making opportunities underneath priority.
I think he heard you.
Yeah.
He's going back over there right now, Rosie.
Yeah, he's probably just like taking a little bit of a breath, taking a moment, because he was using a lot of energy going on waves that he didn't need to be taking.
18 years old. He's got a lot of energy.
Yep.
Hurricane season on the East Coast. He can also find Chase, riding a shortboard through dredging barrels. Good skateboarder as well. Pretty multi-talented young man. And kind of really making a big name for himself here. And that's what this event, the Lexus US Open of Surfing, has a history of, is where people make a name for themselves in front of a big crowd, as well as most of the surf industry as well.
That's such a great point.
This is by far the biggest event we have in North America. When it comes right down to it, there's more people on the beach here. All the surf industry comes down. There's space for everybody, and it's a great gathering point.
There's more people on the beach here sometimes than some states.
This is true. Or cities.
Or cities for sure.
Yeah, I guarantee, like, for Chase, this result, like, he's probably already gathered a bit of attention on himself. Sponsors are probably thinking about adding him to the roster.
Finds that left as you were talking about, Rosie. Gets to a nice 5 to 10. Poking it through, saves that one. Stubborn on the nose one more time, and that was not what he was looking for. But I like how he was stubborn through that first section and was able to pull that off. But that's not going to be the 7-point ride he's looking for.
I like the board. Looks good. Take that thing back to Malibu.
I wish it did.
He'd have to pry it from his hands.
Check this.
I like the way he started that wave a little bit further up his board, which made it kind of 2 steps to get to the nose. And like you said, Cups, he was stubborn on the edge of that board, just not wanting to let it go. But
I knew
this is the first time that we've kind of seen a few mistakes from Chase.
Yeah.
Where he hasn't had the flow through the ride.
And a lot of it's just momentum. We saw in semifinal number 1, the Ben Skinner get his momentum killed after he's been consistently, some of the highest scores throughout this event. Same thing for Chase, just the momentum strider has been working against him.
Yeah, I think it just really came into quality over quantity in this heat, and you can see the amount of waves there for Chase. And again, Taylor's only got 3 waves on the board.
And maybe it's just the rights versus the lefts, because Taylor's just been stubborn, sticking to the rights, and Chase, his scores have been on the lefts.
Yeah, I just think that the performance of Taylor is just hard to get past, how stylish his technique and everything else that he throws into it. I feel like Taylor's going to have to try to stick to his opponent, but he gets away from him. Look at that.
There he goes. 10. Close out. Bumped off. Board's going to take a swim, and Chase will be chasing it.
Yeah, I think Taylor's just going to stick to him like glue now.
Yeah, once you get to the 2-minute mark.
Pretty much that's time for tactics, right?
Yeah, you can play defense at this point.
2-minute tactic bell.
Ding, ding.
I think if you tally up the wave count of all the surfers, Taylor Jensen would be in that.
The lowest end.
The lowest end. Like, to catch Beaks that confident, wait for that amount of quality that you're catching 3 waves, but essentially those first 2.
Yeah.
Like, that is a perfect heat, in my opinion.
Yeah. I remember asking Stephanie Gilmore about, I was like, God, you only caught 2 waves. Are you really, left it to the end there? And,
Yeah.
Actually, that's what I said. I said, you left it to the end there, huh? And she's like, Strider, you only need 2.
Yeah.
And I just went, pew, felt like I was about 1 inch high after that one, but it was so true, like, if you're that good of a surfer, you only need 2.
And that's how you simplify it, right?
Yeah.
That's how you quiet the noise.
So it's, yeah.
Easier said than done.
So what Rob Bay said, it takes 2. DJ Easy Rock.
To make a thing go right.
That's right. Thank you for picking up on my music reference. That was like really old hip hop too. Sorry. 1 minute remaining, and Chase leader not able to get that one, and just guarding the peak is Taylor Jensen. Now Taylor makes an effort, utilizes his priority. And again, just confident surfing by Taylor Jensen. 28 seconds for the Pacific to give a gift to Chase Leader to turn this heat. Leader chasing down her left once again, positioning himself. Last opportunity for Chase Leader. Planted on the nose. Long, lengthy nose ride. Smaller wave, however. Well.
You saw Taylor Jensen looking over his shoulders with
Well.
those 23 seconds remaining.
Well, the crowd's not that enthused. The support squad.
I think the wave was too small. There
It was a
wasn't
small
enough
wave,
of a mix of maneuvers to actually get him to the place where he got a 7-point ride for a bigger wave, where he did a nose ride and did the closeout turn. So I think great run for Chase, though.
Small, but he was on the nose forever, Strider.
He was hanging out there.
And he was pretty critical for most of it there, like really in that curl of the wave. There he gets out ahead of it. It's just great poise, just planted on the nose.
Definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, so well done. Been so fun to watch him in this event.
Still waiting for the number. Needs a 7. Small wave, lengthy nose ride. On the beach, waiting for the news.
What do you think it's going to drop in at, Kipes?
Gosh, it's going to be under. 6.07, not enough for Chase Leader. He'll walk away from Huntington Beach with an equal third, and Taylor Jensen will be meeting J.R. Esquivel in our men's final. Speaking of finals, coming up, our women's final. Rachel Tilley coming up against Soleil Erico right after this.
Welcome back. It is the final of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and we are here for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Rachel Tilley, joined by Soleil Erico. It's a battle of the world champions. We have the current reigning world champ, Erico, up against 2015 world champ Rachel Tilley, both regular footers here at Huntington Beach. And we have the Waxhead for the call, Carla Zamora and Rosie Hodge, two amazing women in their own right. We've got the shortboards covered, the longboards covered. How good is it to call longboarding here at the US Open?
I'm so excited. I've been so thrilled to be here. It's been really an awesome experience. Thank you to everyone that's helped make it happen and made me feel so welcomed and everything. It's just been a blast.
And Rosie, epic.
Man. Sorry, Waxhead. Yeah, I'm just frothing because I just feel like, but I do wish that by virtue of binge watching longboarding, that osmosis would work its way into my system and I could kind of get some of this longboard prowess that we've been seeing through these last 4 or 5 days. It's been incredible. I mean, all these competitors have put on such a great show. The sportsmanship too, the community feeling. It's been so much fun.
Dream it, believe it, and you will achieve it. You'll tap into the art of trim in no time, Rosie, with a 30-minute final here. Soleil out to an early lead, just a 0.5 and up and off, and marginal score there for Tilley about to drop in, and this is what we caught up with in the break color.
Yeah, Rachel Tilley here. She's got a 2.83 on this opening ride. Just a small wave, just an opener, get those jitters out. She does get a little bit of tip time on that inside reform section, but she's definitely going to be looking for something quite larger than this.
And we think back to the semis and quarterfinals earlier today. We had the marine layer fog that covered the ocean. We had a delayed start at 10 o'clock, but Rachel came right out of the gates with Honolulu Bloomfield going down. A surprise. I mean, given that the matchups fall in Honolulu's favor, I'd call that a surprise loss for the morning.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the way that Hono started that heat so strong with back-to-back scores. But the 9-point ride from Rachel Tilley this morning really set the stage for the surfing that we've seen throughout the day.
That it has, and Soleil Erico, self-acclaimed not necessarily a beach break surfer, but she's had a semi-final and a quarterfinal here before, hasn't made a final, so she's already done one better, and she's going to try and go back-to-back. She won event number 1 at Bells Beach. We have a 4-stop longboard tour this year, stop 2, finishing off in El Salvador with our 4-stop Carla. Pretty cool venues.
Yeah, it's super awesome that they've got multiple venues, we've got multiple different kinds of waves, and it's going to be exciting to see how it all plays out into El Salvador.
And someone who'll be getting excited for El Salvador, almost securing his position, is Taylor Jensen, who'll be moving forward into the final on the glass with AJ.
And a very special guest, Zion, his daughter, also joining us. I want to ask you a question in a minute, okay? But first, Taylor, those first 10 minutes, Chase was really trying to get busy, get active. You, meanwhile, were waiting for your moment. What was going through your head, and what were you looking for?
I was just looking for a good wave, honestly. I need a kind of a bigger set wave to do my thing, and I know that, so stick to my game plan, and yeah, it worked.
It's worked for you here before, too, in Huntington. Just how special is it to come back to this place and feel confident again going into the final?
Oh, yeah, it's epic. I mean, I've had some of my best results here. I think this is 3 years in a row in the final, so pretty good. And, yeah, I'm just comfortable here. It's a lot like Oceanside, where I spend a lot of time, so it's good.
Speaking of comfortable, Zion, do you think Dad can win the whole thing? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you have it. Okay, final coming up for you next.
Cool. Thanks, AJ.
Future star there in the making, I'd have to say, following in the Jensen and Young legacy. The father-in-law of Nat Young, who's had equal amount of world titles, and one of the most formative one was 1966. It had a huge influence. It actually spelled the end of the longboard era, Rosie, because Nat incorporated so much power, not too dissimilar to the way that Taylor's surfing now. It's quite fitting where we ended up in 66. We went to the shortboard revolution. Here we are, 2024, the resurgence of longboarding. And TJ is looking strong, as with 3-time world champ Soleil Erico, with that blend of style, flow and grace, and power.
Yeah, I'm loving, you know, just that mix of the traditional element that we're seeing, but then also adding in that innovation and that power. But just catching up with Soleil today, catching up with AJ when they did the interview, saying that, you know, she's been surfing here. Her preparation has been solely focused on surfing at Huntington. So even if there'd be south swells hitting Malibu or hitting lowers or wherever she's been, where the waves are much better, she's been out at Huntington, bad days, good days, preparing for this event, and it's definitely paid off.
And working with CJ Nelson, her coach, and surfing a lot with Kai Ellis-Flint, one of the highlights of the men's side of the draw. It's really nice to see that team moving around, but they've been surfing the Pier Bowl which is the right-hander off that pier, which is so often just the go-to break here. But Carla, a different type of waves that we've seen at Huntington during the week.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of lefts, and not the lefts that are coming into the pier, but rather far down the beach. We saw a number of really long lefts come throughout the day yesterday, and that's kind of held a bit true today. It's been a bit more peaky today, not quite as big, but the conditions, because of that fog that we had earlier that did stick around for a good 3 hours, keeping us from starting, it's also kept that wind, that onshore wind, just slightly at bay. So you see Rachel Tilley here, she's waiting for her. She's the 2015 World Longboard Champion, and this is going to be a great showdown here. Both these ladies are equipped to take the win.
Absolutely. Rachel's been on fire throughout the event so far. She had good results here and also bowing out in the quarterfinals in Bells. Considering we take the top 8 for our final event there in El Salvador, she's looking primed for a solid finish. She'll get a minimum second place here and has a very good chance of taking that first prize, and that would see her almost qualify herself for El Salvador in a healthy position, given that we're counting 2 results out of the 3.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of important for Soleil. She wants to keep that momentum up going into the next events, having just won Bells. And so I'm sure she wants to keep that winning spirit alive, and Rachel's going to want to just put a stop to it.
Absolutely. I mean, a first prize at the US Open of Surfing. You'll go down in history with literally the greats of surfing, Rosie. You've competed here as well. The championship tour was an event, and also the QS. What does it mean to take a crown here? And I mean, you really do write yourself in the books of the legends.
This is an incredibly prestigious event. I mean, just standing here on the sand at the south side of Huntington, knowing that you get to compete on this world stage with so much anticipation, with the expectation of, you know, a lot of the surf industry. This beach gets super crowded. This is broadcast in so many different places. So yeah, that is just being able to hold your composure under that pressure, and also create that exposure for yourself in front of all of these eyes is just such an amazing thing. But to take a win, that's going to mean so much to these women, and both of them coming from the USA, from close by to here. So that's, yeah, this trophy to them is going to mean a lot.
Absolutely. That flag flying proud and the cowbells going wild throughout the day. Good to see that Olympic spirit transferring over to longboarding, which we may see in the Olympics in 2028. Venue yet to be disclosed, but that would be pretty cool to have it here. And we know whoever wins this is going to be a really good candidate to try and qualify for that Olympic run. But they want a world title. Soleil wants to get 4, and Rachel wouldn't mind getting a second to go to her tally. We're approaching the low tide in about 40 minutes, so during that men's final. So that's why we're seeing a drop-off of conditions. And typically, this left-hander doesn't usually come into play until it's a little bigger, Rosie.
Yeah, you know, it's been fun to see the conditions that we've had on offer. I think, you know, you think about all of the days that we've surfed, there's been different types of conditions that you've had to tackle.
As we see when the Challenger Series kicks off tomorrow, they're going to be licking their lips with a lot of variety. It won't be surprising if we see surfers spread out about 500 feet, as we commonly do, but most of the time it's tucked up into the pier bowl, the left going into the pier and the right going away, and that's what Soleil's been practicing on. So she's had to adapt, and it's showing a new level of professionalism. We saw it in Bells Beach. She had to overcome some fierce competition, but I think it's the connection with her boards, her body, and just the general hard work that's paying off for her this season.
We've talked a lot about sometimes, you know, style and all that stuff just comes naturally, but you have to work on some other things. And I think Soleil and CJ have been really working. I think CJ's been working hard with Soleil on her ocean knowledge, reading waves, figuring out which waves are going to maximize for that scoring potential, that she can stay on top on a consistent basis.
And I think, you know, like you said, style is something that's innate. You can't like try and emulate it. If you try and force it, it doesn't happen. So for someone like Soleil, that's such a good point. And being at the top of your game and having surfing evolve and having all those people start to chase you, you do have to work on all of those things. You can't kind of get complacent and stop working and think that you're the best and always going to be the best. So that's the fun thing about surfing, is how quickly it evolves and watching this younger generation come up.
And interesting to note that Rachel Tilley, she's been competing, you could classify her as a veteran, over 10 years at professional level. Still in her 20s as well. And Soleil Erico not far behind. These are names that have been synonymous with the podium. And as we cast our eyes, that's Danny, Soleil's father, and CJ Nelson there, the coach. And a great taste in band, Motorhead too. No doubt Soleil was not listening to Motorhead before this type of heat.
Yeah, I don't even know if she knows exactly who Motorhead is.
It's a good brand.
Lots of time on the clock here, 17 minutes, 45 seconds. Not many waves ridden yet in this heat, super low scores. Girls are really just waiting to kind of get that campaign really started.
Yeah, I mean, had they not got the up and off, we would have had a heat restart. But here we go, action beginning. The first wave of substance. Soleil Erico up on the nose. Touch of the 10. The aim of the game is to surf the whole length of the board, tail to the nose. Gets the drop knee. Variation in the repertoire here for Erico as she works her way through the inside. This wave petering off, incredible that she's able to balance and trim through here, but most of the scoring done on the outside. A nice opening wave there for Soleil.
And you can see her just taking a little bit of a deep breath there to get your campaign going. A lot of time has kind of been wiped off the clock, so I'm sure that's a bit of a pressure release for her.
And we see Rachel Tilley moving over, seeing something perhaps where Soleil took off now with the priority next to her name. These types of conditions, it's hard to pick somebody in particular who may sort of be the favourite in this. It's tricky conditions. Rachel's fast footwork, her ability to adapt between lefts, rights, and just do enough to get the score has been her inner wheelhouse this whole event. But here she goes, up to the nose of that quick footwork, cuts it into the bowl, works this one around. Nice bowl, nice wall here, up on the nose again. Variation, and finishes on her feet. So that's going to be a great wave of significance there. Soleil dropped to 5. I feel like this might be a bit higher color.
Yeah, she had a bit more critical of a nose ride there. I'm curious to see the replay because there was this moment that almost looked like she could have been out of control, but she holds it with this kind of style, arching back. Right in there, you see the board kind of start to want to slide out, but she holds her ground, brings it back into the whitewater. You know, she's careful with her arms. Yes, she does use her arms. Her arms do come up. I think what we were talking about, nice 5 there, when we're talking about arms, it's not that the arms aren't being used, it's that they're intentional.
And intentional, helping with the balance.
Yeah, here's a replay of Soleil. She gets that 5 to 10. Also a little arch there, some body English. Throwing the arms up to distribute weight back into that cut back. Throws the drop knee. We're gonna have some scores drop here just a second. This came in at a 5.0, but that last of red coming in hot.
6, 7 for Rachel Tilley, teetering on the excellent range. Had a couple judges go the 8s, and one judge lowers a 7, so we'll chuck out the 7 and the 8 and end up with that average, and that's going to be a keeper score by this afternoon standards. Rosie, yesterday the conditions at about the same time did deteriorate, but we did see some excellent surfing in the last few days, including Chase Leader, who actually might have raised the scale and the bar for what is expected, but these women doing a terrific job.
Yeah, this has been amazing. Chases was incredible throughout this event. He just went down in the semifinals to Taylor Jensen, but also when we think about yesterday's conditions, how they deteriorated through the afternoon, just with that onshore breeze picking up, and everyone negotiated so well. These are the perfect conditions here in California. Like, we had that fog, like you touched on, Akala, that has gone insular. You know, we're going to see that Lego through the evening, that late evening glass off, because it stayed so calm. The waves are so fun. It even seems like there's a little bit more energy from what we saw yesterday.
Great point. The late Arvo glass off. I feel like that could be an occurrence here. We've had the marine layer on the outside, so sea breeze hasn't got up too much. Tilley paddling for this. Should be stoked. Already out into an early lead, trimming through the midsection. That Josh Martin board snapping back into the pocket. Barely putting a foot wrong throughout the event so far. She's kicked off this final in excellent fashion. We'll have to wait and see. Will this score put Soleil almost in a combination situation? It may be the case, color.
I'm leaning that way. We know she's going to throw away the 283. How high are they going to put that? I liked the linking of the maneuvers. That initial nose ride off the top was strong. She had that nice whipping turn into the whitewater, and then she was able to even kind of tap in a couple more scores on the inside here. We'll see it right. She gives a quick 2 steps to the nose and hits that 5, comes from around that little whitewater. She sets it up so that she can bring that cut back into the whitewater and then rebound it back around. Now she's looking for that little inside reform as the tide gets lower, as you mentioned. Sometimes that's going to change things up, but she does get that little tip time. She gets 2 little more tip times on that reform. And she comes in at a 6.33, so she has not put Soleil in a combo situation, but she has made the requirement quite high, needing a 9.0.
Yeah, average heat score just a little bit over 12 points, so Rachel exceeding that in the tricky conditions here at Huntington, doing a great job to post these types of scores in conditions of what we've got right now. But Soleil needing a 9-point ride, absolutely no stranger to the upper echelon of the scoring. Her heat total's close to 14, so she's a long way from that at the moment. So it's safe to say she'll try and get that 9 into 2 different waves, Rosie.
Well, just having flashbacks to her quarterfinal earlier this morning, she needed an 8.5 in a similar kind of situation, and she was able to get that score. So she's no stranger to keeping her composure in these big moments. But yeah, there's 2 ways to go about it, 2 ways to skin the cat. You either go out and try and better your 2 scores and kind of chip away at the requirement like that, or you just wait for a bomb and just do your best surfing of the entire event. So, you know, Soleil, 3-time world champ, we've touched on all her accolades. She's got that kind of composure and definitely the wave knowledge to pick the right wave to do that.
And now in her 8th year on the tour, lots of experience. Taylor Jensen will be joining J.R. Esquivel in the final, the men's side, and Taylor had a big influence on Soleil growing up as well, really getting Soleil out to a professional level, working on the mindset, the heat structure. She's carrying that right through to the modern day, and we know a 9-point ride, she's definitely capable of it. She's done it at Malibu, back and forth many times at some of the best events. She spots something here, a quiet ocean, but she's using her wave IQ to try and hunt something down with priority. This will be interesting. Was that a paddle? We'll have to let the priority judge find out.
Yeah, it's so hard sometimes. Here we can see kind of the more of that pulled back shot, so we can see their relationship to each other as far as the lineup goes. And you can see Soleil sitting a bit closer to the pier, Tilly holding on to that left, that more southerly peak, if you will. I'd say in this matchup, Tilly being more comfortable and more willing to go on the lefts, where Soleil, while she's totally comparable on the lefts, she's going to favor the rights.
Well, I would agree, because that 9-point ride for Rachel Tilly in the quarterfinal today was courtesy of that left hand that popped up that Honolulu actually didn't see any possibility with, because it was one of those ones that went towards the pier bowl. But staying busy on a beach break, we've seen in the shortboarding and the longboarding that momentum carries a long way here, Rosie. And if you stay busy, generally you'll be able to pluck a wave out, but not so much the case in this heat. There's not many waves.
Yeah, they've kind of, the opportunities have been a little bit few and far between, and I do think that the surfers really have identified the peak that they want to perform the maneuvers to get the highest scores. I mean, we saw Chase in his semi-final. He was kind of left under priority trying to find opportunities, and the smaller waves, even though the surfing he was doing was impeccable, it just wasn't offering him enough to get the highest scores.
That really went to show the experience and time that Taylor has,
yeah,
and not being worried. You know, we heard Chase kind of call him out in that post-heat interview and let him know, hey, I'm bringing my game, you better too.
We don't see that in the women's side of the draw as much, but perhaps we should have, because with that 9-point ride earlier on from Rachel, she was letting her surfing do the talk. Let's have a look at that IC replay of this morning's 9-point ride.
Yeah, there's that 9-point ride there from Rachel with that nice tip time, and then she does that powerful turn in to finish that inside section, just kind of holding on to it, waiting for that wave to stand up. She gets this little rib that comes up, and it just stands up just right, just nicely for her. And she just continues to keep connecting those maneuvers with that style, grace, and flow.
And we know throughout the day, the tide changes. That was an inside section. Tide changing. But this is something similar that Soleil will need. But this is Rachel Tilly up again. Current heat leader. The lower tide this time. Took off earlier on the high tide. And tapping that one off the top. Looking to drop a low of a 6.33. And she stays with it solid on her feet and kicks out. And that was another completed wave there for Rachel. I mean, using her priority smartly.
You definitely find that, you know, we talk about being in rhythm with the ocean, and definitely for me today, there's been people that have had that favor, that have found that rhythm, found that flow with the ocean, where the competitor almost feels like they've been shunned. Like, Soleil's been sitting out there, she's had the priority, she just hasn't found the opportunity, where Rachel's kind of working the peak inside out, And she's just finding opportunity all up and down the peak, and just improving every time she gets to her feet. It's just really competitively, it's great, but also the surfing that she's doing is impeccable.
Absolutely. That hang 10 very much had real Sun Makaha vibes, just with the arch tip and the two hands up. Beautiful surfing there from Rachel Tilley. Judges still locking in scores. I look forward. There's a lot of the Challenger Series competitors lining up. They're checking the conditions. They've been free surfing the last few days. That'll be kicking off tomorrow. We'll be doing that call in the morning for a 7:30 start, and straight into some shortboard action, and some of those guys and girls will be hoping for some bowls. We saw them going absolutely ham on those lefts and rights this morning, Carla.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them out there. A few of the longboarders were coming in saying how hard it was to get waves because there were so many shortboarders out there just tearing it up. So it'll be exciting to see them finally get to put their campaigns underway tomorrow. Hopefully that fog won't get in the way, and everything will run smoothly for y'all. I won't be here anymore, but you guys, I'm sure, will be holding up the helm.
There'll be enough air going through over the top of the waves tomorrow to blow that away. Those people will be doing huge airs, but a 6.6 for Rachel Tilley narrowly extends her lead. A 9.27 for Eriko. You get the feeling she's going to have to get this heat started really soon, Rosie, because that time is slowly ticking down.
And anytime Rachel nudges up that requirement, you're getting dangerously close to being in a combination situation. And with 6.5 minutes remaining, needing to kind of get 2 waves to create that number to get through this heat, it's tricky.
Yeah, and we had a look at what Rachel did earlier in the day to get the 9-point ride. So you're going to have to say length of ride will factor in, so it'll allow some variety of maneuvers. But nose riding, one of Soleil's fortes, but no slouch on the rail as well. As we see these sets starting to roll in. There's a whole generation of new young longboarders looking to these women right now. We have the regional qualifying series starting this year up the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in Central California. And some of the young guns, they're here tuning in. Chloe Coleman, she qualified this year. We had Malia Illigan, one of the up-and-comers. Delilah Hutchins, she's representing Costa Rica and in the North America region as well. And there's so many young surfers. Just name a couple that come off the top of your head.
Well, Liv Stokes, she's been coming on this, and Natalia Wunderlich. I think all of the regional wildcards that we've seen come in have really made an impact and have made a statement and showing why they're here. Star D'Elia.
Yep, absolutely.
A lot of these girls have participated in the Queen of the Point as well, and so I've been fortunate enough to really watch them grow and help. That's what Queen of the Point's about, is to kind of help give another stage to prepare them for the big stage.
Malia Langen, who won the Queen of the Point, she was really impressive. She actually beat Khalees Kaleapa'a in that opening round and relegated her into the elimination round. So a lot of young talent to watch, and yeah, it's been great. So if you were starting longboarding and you're watching this, and we've just emphasized these women are making the difficult look easy, what do you think the one piece of advice is to people that want to get into this?
Great question, Rosie. And you know what? Ride all boards.
Yeah.
Don't be stuck on a longboard, because you'll be scared to push it with shortboarders. You'll be scared to surf bigger waves. Be open-minded. Learn about the history, the culture, and adapt to different conditions. How about you?
For me, it's get a coach. If you're really just starting out, get a good foundation.
Yeah.
Learn the basics. Learn what it is. And it's not just about the skills of riding a wave. It's the etiquette. It's the inner workings of the lineup. It's a community out there. And you got to learn how to kind of assimilate into that situation.
And that culture that we grew up with, Carla and Rosie, just in terms of that generational push behind us, it's not so much prevalent anymore. Soleil Eriko, that's someone who's got great people in her corner and goes down. 4 minutes to go. Doesn't matter who's in your corner, it's up to her now. She's got to write history, and she's got 4 minutes to do so.
But that's what's so important about these events, whether it be WSL or smaller amateur events. That's what's building for the next generation. These will be the stewards and the elders for their children, for Taylor's little girl.
Absolutely.
And so it's really important that we keep this going, and that these, that the sponsors and that the different support comes in, because this is a lively community. It's well deserved to get the attention that it is getting, and we want to continue to build on that generational kind of aspect, like you said, that the three of us have been fortunate enough to have been brought up into.
And it's the sponsors that lay this foundation, along with the WSL, to have this event here. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and you know what? We're at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and our amazing sponsors are the ones that really make this happen and lay the foundation for the next generation of women to win more world titles and win events, Rosie, and it's the same across all forms of surfing.
Definitely. I mean, what an opportunity for these women, for the younger generation, to have a look and be like, that's what I want to do, that's what I'm going to aspire to. Now to have a tour that they can make a career out of this is just so amazing. And both of these women really are carrying that torch for them, and they're such good examples of longboard surfing and also honoring the generations that have come before.
Let's have a look at the recap of the heat so far. Rachel Tilley kicked things off early on, Carla.
Yeah, you saw that nose ride right there. Really stylish, kind of almost comes unglued, but manages to stay on and show some nice body English. Instead, keeps it all the way to the inside. Here's another one for Soleil. This was her opening ride of a 5-0. Unfortunately, Soleil's still looking for that backup score.
Yeah, technical surfing nonetheless on the small waves, but the best waves Rachel's capitalized on, Rosie.
Definitely. Rachel has, she's improved her situation every time she's gotten to her feet. So we were just watching her go from strength to strength. You can't help but feel a little bit sorry for Soleil, a tiny bit frustrated that she just hasn't been able to tap into that same rhythm of the ocean. But this is the final. Soleil, she won the event at Bells. She's going to get a second place here at the US Open. Heading into the next few events, she's going to be looking like the favorite and someone that could go back-to-back with the world title.
That's a very poignant shot there. You can see Soleil just breathing and just sort of trying to come to grips with what's happening. You can see her just, you'd hate to say tears, but she looks very emotional right now with a minute to go. She still has the opportunity at 9.27, but it's going to have to be one of the best waves, well, the best wave of the women's side of the draw.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen like this, where the person that's been sitting the majority of the heat under priority has been able to stay busy enough and catch the right waves to garner those scores. Soleil has been holding on to priority, waiting for that magic set wave to come in, and the ocean just hasn't quite provided it for her.
Definitely the quietest heat of the event so far. We've had up to 30 waves ridden in some of the heats, but this one, quiet. No real mistakes from either women. They're just capitalizing on what comes their way in that priority rotation, but it's Rachel, as you said, who kept busy. Whatever came her way, she capitalized, and that's been the story of finals day for Tilley, who's in the lead, 20 seconds remaining with priority. Rachel, 2015 world champ, has not won a US Open of surfing before. Here she goes, 15 seconds. Will this be the victory lap for Rachel Tilley? Carving this one around. Stable footwork in the last 10 seconds. Eyes up this section, goes up, stabilizes, steps forward. She feels it, knows that Soleil isn't going to get a wave, and that emotion of winning one of the most prestigious awards in the longboard world has just become a reality.
Congratulations to Rachel Tilley. Really great showing during this event, and a big kudos to Soleil Erico. She's the ultimate professional, super humble, and it just didn't come together for her in this heat. The waves just didn't come her way.
The Californian Rachel Tilley takes the win here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, embraced by her partner there, and they'll chair her up the beach, hopefully onto the stage.
Is that her partner or her brother? That's her brother.
Is her brother, Michael?
Michael has been around these events with her, has been one of her biggest supporters. You can tell they have just such a good sibling love between them. A nice hug there, and congrats from Soleil. It was a well-deserved win for Rachel Tilley. Had Soleil had the opportunity to kind of snag one of those waves, it definitely would have been a different scenario.
I love these moments. To me, this is like where the emotion comes through, the goosebumps, recognizing your hard work paying off and being a US Open champion. I mean, this is obviously a dream for Rachel, winning just 40 miles from her home beach.
Absolutely. Heartwarming scenes here. Rachel Tilly, our 2024 Huntington Beach Longboard Classic champion, writes her history and she'll rocket up the rankings. But stay tuned, more action coming up. The men's final, Philippines taking on the USA. We'll be back shortly.
It's finals time at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Taylor Jensen strikes first. Nice nose ride from the three-time world champ. Swooping turn. And a controlled opener for Taylor Jensen. Nice start for Taylor. Thank you for joining us. This is the final for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Kaipo Guerrero, Carla Zamora, Matt Shanoski, AKA the Waxhead, talking you through the action. And we have a lot of action going on. We just saw Rachel Tilly win the women's. Who's gonna win the men's? Taylor Jensen or the Philippines sensation, J.R. Esquivel, up and riding on the nose, planted with a 5 to a 10. And J.R. has been tremendous in his effort, building every heat that he's surfing and becoming a crowd favorite. Nice footwork on the inside here. And that's going to be the starter for J.R. Esquivel. Taylor Jensen, he opened up with a 6.67, standing by for the opener for J.R. As we see the flags represented, Waxhead, in this final.
Absolutely, it's USA taking on the Philippines and JR riding a wave of success. This is a career best result for JR and he's feeling motivated and relaxed going into this final.
He's got the eye of the tiger too, if you know anything about him. He is a focused surfer and competitor, knowing that he's coming up against Taylor Jensen, a multi-time world champion. He's won this event several times, so he knows he's gonna have to put out everything that he's got in his bag of tricks.
And JR is quite popular, Matt.
Absolutely.
I think he's got the biggest following that I've seen here amongst all the longboarders all week long.
Yeah, and online as well. There's, you know, it's a weekday, and some of the Filipinos have come a long way, including down from Santa Cruz to visit. Some have even flown in from overseas to visit JR and support him. There's probably about 200 people on the beach, and he's getting more supporters every day, and not all Filipinos either.
Yeah, he's a fun character. We get to take a look again, Carla, at this opener of 6.53 for JR.
That's right, 6.53 here for JR, and that's because he nails that 10 right there and just shows it off right for the judges. Regains control in order to hit that little whitewater section there on the inside. He's looking for that inside reform. And then we've got Taylor. This is his opening ride, the 6.67. Does kind of the same thing, both facing different ways. We've got the regular footer and the goofy footer, both utilizing the lefts here. And as to speak to the fan base here for J.R. Esquivel, who took a look, decides not to go Filipinos are one of the most loving, most welcoming cultures that you're going to come across. So it's no wonder that they're all here to support their brother.
Jensen on the nose. Has to pedal back and tries to muscle through that section, but mistimed a little bit late there for Taylor Jensen. So that will keep this final nice and tight, Matt.
Yeah, an uncharacteristic fall there. It would have been perfect, and in Taylor's trajectory of this heat to have just gone up and over that section and put more pressure on JR, but I'll feel JR will take that as an advantage because he's got priority now and he's not taking any notice what Taylor's doing, but it always feels good when your competitor falls down chasing a score.
Yeah, I get a little bit of a inside, right? Maybe you shouldn't be, but it's going to just make you feel a little bit more confident that, you know, they haven't garnered that score.
Only 5 waves of significance in that previous heat of the women's final, so they're few and far between.
Well, I like to tell my kids it's about 2 10s, not 10 2s.
Well, speaking of the women's final, we got the champ on the glass, Rachel Tilley with AJ McCord.
And Rachel still letting this moment sink in because it has been a few years since you've been up here on the glass with the event win, getting it done in Huntington Beach. What are the emotions you're feeling?
I'm feeling so many emotions, so much happiness, elation, obviously. Yeah, it's been a long day, it's been a long week, and I can't believe that we made it to this point.
And for you, I know you've had some very deep runs in events in recent years, but there's so much more you still want to prove here on the Longboard Tour. How does a win like this at Huntington Beach set you up?
I mean, like you said, it's still sinking in, but I have to dedicate this to, I'm going to get emotional, but I have to dedicate this to Gretchen Harris. We just lost her, and she's a huge person, a huge influence in our Southern California longboard community, and has touched so many people, and just last week we lost her, and at the last event we were at, I got second, and she said, stop all the second place stuff. And so I was thinking about her while I was out there, and I just can't believe that this is for her, and this means so much.
There are so many people who are here on the beach rooting for you, so many people watching at home. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah, thank you for your support. All my friends and family in Australia that would be watching too, that's been home for the last 6 years, and I've just 1 week ago moved back to California, and so it's been a lot going on this past week. And so friends and family in Australia, friends and family here, thank you so much for all your support. Yeah, I'm super thankful and wouldn't be here in this moment without you guys. And yeah, I'll be talking and calling all of you guys soon.
Congratulations, Rachel.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, a wonderful interview for our champ, Rachel Tilley, Carla.
I mean, I'm not crying, are you? I'm totally crying. It's really touching. Gretchen Harris had a big position in the surf community here within the coalition clubs, and particularly Oceanside. And I know she played a big role in Rachel's life, Kevin Skavarna as well. So I don't know, it feels really good that she got this win, considering that Gretchen passed away last week. You know, shout out to family, condolences to all of them for the loss, and just a really big congratulations to Rachel. It was well deserved.
Yeah, Wax, your thoughts?
The surf community is why these surfers are nurtured as Groms. You know, they're mentored by these. We have it in Hawaii, Australia, all through Europe and the Asia region as well. But California, it's no more prevalent because it's really the bones of the surf community, the board rider clubs. Team captain, Oceanside Longboard Club. She'll be missed, but she's set up literally world champions. And the testament is a winner of the US Open of Surfing.
There you go. We've got some replays to get through here, Carla. Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, it looks like we had a split of the peak there. First, we're going to take a look at Taylor. Taylor getting that tip time and holding on to it quite a ways through that section. He's going to rebound it into the white water here. He's got such a nice sweeping fluid, but not able to stick it, so that's going to make a difference. I believe that one came in at a 4.17 perhaps. And then here we've got JR's second wave. This one comes in, you guys, at a 7.4 because he hits the lip, he gets the nose ride, he does it all.
With that ride, JR has gone to the lead, and he's put the 3-time world champ in a situation where he needs a 7.27, Wax.
Well, I'm interested to see the spread of those scores. Taylor did fall. If he was to complete that, I'm sure the scores have been very similar, but I feel that was a generous score for JR, considering it was a nice opening nose ride, but there was not much more after that turn, considering scores in that realm have generally come from an inside section, but the judges adjusting the scale according to the conditions.
Well, this final, pretty important to get your numbers on the board early. That's what JR did. I think in the women's final, Carla, we only had, what, 6 waves ridden?
Yeah, poor Soleil really just didn't have the luck come her way. The swells didn't, and she sat in priority for a lot of it, so she was being patient. She was playing the game, but it just didn't happen for her. Rachel Tilley staying busy while under priority and able to garner those scores with those nice nose rides and following through with the connected turns. Here, hopefully, we'll see a little bit more action because it's a bit of a, it's a bit disheartening when we get all the way to the finals. We had so much excitement, and then we're kind of feeling a little bit deflated.
Yep. Worst part about surfing, Wax, waiting.
Yep, absolutely. JR was doing some meditation before this. You had to pry him away from all the Filipinos wanting to get photos and interviews saying, hey, this is the semi-final. He wasn't finished yet, so a 15-minute meditation session, just concentrating on the things that he can control, because we're surfers and we're at the mercy of Mother Nature, and he's sitting there in the lead so far against Taylor Jensen, who's won this event multiple times, and he's the current ratings leader as well. So a lot of pressure, but he wasn't feeling it.
You know, Carla, when we talk about the entire context of the season, for someone like Taylor Jensen, whose first goal has to be in that top 8 to have a chance at another world title, 2 finals appearances, seems like he's in there.
I mean, if this was his plan, then he's executed it perfectly. I'm sure that was his plan. And Taylor is just an incredible professional. He's been doing this a really long time. I think I just admire about him is when you see him in those post-heat interviews, his calm and cool collectiveness. You can just see that age and experience just be settled more in him, where Chase was so fired up and ready to kind of like call him out. I just appreciate the subtleties, the slowing things down, the being confident, and I think, manifest. He's probably just manifesting what he needs right now.
Looks like he's on the move now, Matt. Maybe just changing positions out there in the lineup.
Over 15 years at a professional level, Taylor's come and never gone. He's been a threat ever since he first came onto the professional scene, almost rewriting the book on performance longboarding, adapting back to the traditional spectrum. He'll be trying to put a little bit of pressure on JR, but at the same time, with all due respect, knowing that he's capable of a higher score of a 6.53, so only needing a 7.27, I get the feeling Jensen's going to be going for something excellent.
I guess the one thing that he has on his side, Carla, is having that priority and adequate time on the clock.
You would think so, but as we saw in that last heat where Soleil sat with priority the majority of the time and the waves didn't come to her. So it's really going to matter on what the ocean decides to do in this moment, and is it going to give them the energy that they need in order to put all of that talent onto the canvas.
Under priority here, it looks like JR is having a sniff. Esquivel activates, gets to a 5 there, little instead, hangs the heels, and fits in a roller coaster finish. 6.53 is the number that he wants to top to increase his lead over Taylor Jensen. Your thoughts on that wave, Matt?
A little sloppy, lack of flow, technical nose riding, absolutely. Variety. Can't see it getting better than the 6.53, but the scale has changed. So I hope I'm surprised.
I can agree with that as far as there was a bit of sloppiness in that movement. However, we'll see the replay in a minute. And the thing that I really liked about that is that he was coming out of that nose ride sloppy, but he was able to still see that whitewater section regain his footing and hit the maneuver at the end there. So might not have been as as smooth and beautifully put together as we would like. But you'll see right here, he spins it around. It's a little sloppy in there, but he still sees it and he's able to put it together.
Yeah, the technical ability certainly not lost on me. It's really tricky to do that, especially third heat of the day. So he's been surfing close to an hour and a half right now. So his legs, if they're not jelly already, they're going to be very shortly.
It's a lot of surfing to be doing in one day. And we also have to think there's that adrenaline that's going along with it. It's not just the surfing. You're amping up. You're stoked. You're fired up.
Well, he's got the energy of the beach right now, J.R. Esquivel. We're waiting for the number. Judges reviewing some tape. They're probably watching a couple of replays. Taylor Jensen with priority. And looks like he's going to use that priority right now. Jensen looks left, goes right. Familiar dance onto the nose. Scoots back. Power turn time now with a big finishing off the top. And you can see in the body language, Wax, that he liked that.
Yeah, didn't put a foot wrong on that wave. That was a well-surfed wave. I mean, on a small waist-high right-hander, that was excellent surfing.
Yeah, and having that JR pulled that 7.4 on that second wave. His third wave came in at a 7.07. It feels like Taylor is going to come in a similar range. We see that nose ride, the 5 to the 10 with the body English and the sole arch there, holding through that little whitewater curl. Sets it up again here so he can blast it off the top.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. And the way that he used his footwork to link between the toes, the nose ride and the tail, that's the key. That's the flow element. In many years gone past, it would have been a shuffle back and a rush to get that end section with less emphasis on the nose ride. But that was technical, traditional longboard surfing there from Taylor, and it's a great match. They're splitting the peaks here, and early reports looking good. Kaipo.
Number comes in at 8.4, turns the heat. Taylor Jensen goes excellent. J.R. Esquivel now is chasing a 7.68. So here's the judges' numbers. The spread of the scores. One judge goes as high as a 9. Throughout the high and the low end, average out the remaining 3. Any way you look at it, that was excellent surfing. Taylor hears the news, and it looks like he's going to energize the 3-time world champ. To the nose again, 5 to 10. And bangs another strong finish.
Yeah, now Taylor's feeling it. He's got his groove on. We've only got 11 minutes, 45 seconds. Plenty of time on the clock. If you're just joining us, perhaps from the Philippines, a happy magandang umaga to you, bright and early, about almost 8 o'clock in the morning. I know you guys are there to cheer on your kuya, JR. It's been an exciting day for JR, and here he is with the world champ and multiple winner of this event, Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, didn't put a foot wrong on that wave again. I think it's going to be another solid score. Pressure's going to be on the Filipino JR. He's been surfing stylishly throughout this whole event, and he hasn't been put on the ropes like he is right now, but you would expect nothing less through surfing like this from TJ. Have a look at this.
TJ's
2 steps up.
So strong.
Driving on the nose, 5'10", the tail buried way back. Shorter nose ride than the last one, but here, stepping into this, nearly popping that single fin out, that 9'8", looking short under the feet of Taylor. Scores are in, Kaipo.
Number comes through for Taylor Jensen. Surprising, 6.6. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, when we looked at the replay, the nose ride not as dynamic as that excellent 8.4. But, I mean, yeah, it was close to that first wave, so I would like to have that, but yeah, a wave like that at any time.
Again, we're seeing on a 2-dimensional screen. Perhaps there's something more that they see that we don't.
Bonzoy Brew Break on the way right now. We'll come back and crown a champ for our men's. We're back. Finals for the men here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And Taylor Jensen, JR Esquivel out in the water. You would think the three-time world champ is the most popular when we go to the Pacifico fan picks, but the fans have spoken. JR Esquivel up some with 53%, Carla.
Kaipo, I guarantee you every single Filipino in the vicinity and in the Philippines has been a part of that vote right there.
Of course, he's the fan pick. He's made the final, and that's incredible. It just, it's a career best result for him at WSL level. But he's no stranger to winning. He took out every single event on the regional qualifying series. But this is just like a spot on the west coast of Luzon, Bel Air.
And during the break, here was the replay. We're going to see, ooh, maybe a priority situation change there.
Oh. Taylor didn't like it, but priority sticks with JR. Priority judge says no switch on priority, and maybe that's the break wax that JR needs.
Yeah, well, he didn't actually pass Taylor, and Taylor didn't make an active effort to look at the wave either. Interesting one, debatable, but we've got a closed-up angle. The judges are looking at that extensive, the real view up on top of the commentary booth here, and it's always a little bit distorted when we look at those camera angles at times.
Yeah, depth perception is lost on that two-dimensional screen, so we have to kind of defer to the judges and have faith that they know the right call and they're doing it correctly.
Kaipo, just want to take a moment to say about the success of the regional qualifiers. We see it on the QS of the shortboards, and JR is a result of the WSL looking to that Asia region and giving them the opportunity, and also the sponsors over there and everyone who worked in conjunction to set up those events, because the results is what we're seeing here. A worthy candidate, someone who's inspiring thousands of surfers in the Asia region and surfers around the world. Stylish, powerful, smart, dedicated. These are the type of names and stories that we're uncovering here. But of course, Taylor Jensen, three-time world champ, still he's a veteran, but he's getting better with age as well, Kaipo.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that qualifying series in Asia?
Korea, they had the wave pool. East Coast, Luzon, they had Bel Air, the 1000, and also La Union, the home spot for JR, where they have the shortboard QS as well. JR made the quarterfinals on the Asia QS in the shortboards, and also winning it on the longboards too. Multi-dimensional surfer, and he's just one of many hundreds that are in the waiting line. He just happens to be the best and most experienced at this point.
Yeah, shout out to King Villanueva, Perry Ventura, Rico Dumigan. It's a hot spot there for longboarders, as well as on the East Coast in Bel Air. We've got Mark Aguila, a shout out to the Angaras. There's a lot going on in the Philippines, and this is just the tip of the iceberg.
The women's too, not just the male
100%.
side.
Daisy Valdez, who I call the small but mighty. I'm a small person, and I stand almost a head or two above her. She is been a part of the Philippine women's surf community, both longboard and shortboard. Her daughter is coming up, Kyla Jane. A shout out to Mara Lopez, Ashley Lopez. It's a family affair, whether they're sisters, brothers, cousins, aunties. It's a part of the lifestyle there, and it's how a lot of these people are making a living in La Union. In Mona Lisa is the break there in San Juan, the barangay there, which is another word for neighborhood. It's called Urbits Tondo, and it's a hotspot right now for surfing and tourism, and they call it the surfing capital of northern Luzon.
Sold. I'm going.
Come on, Kaipo, let's go.
Booking my ticket tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to have to wait till after we wrap up the tour, but yeah, sounds good. Actually, what the guys told me last year when I met with a lot of the Filipino surfers is you kind of got to be nimble to catch waves there. You got to know that there's going to be a system. I feel like it's not a surf destination you can plan 2 months out. You kind of got to be more nimble to catch a swell there.
Yeah, there's definitely certain times a year that are going to be better than other times a year, and depending on where you're at. Where JR is from, in La Union is the province. That would be the equivalent of California as a state. And here he goes right now, La Union's one and only JR Esquivel.
Trying to make a comeback here. Starts with a nose ride. And sticks a finish. 7.68 is the mark that he needs to meet. What more does he need, Matt?
He needs flow, and the maneuvers are there. He's got the hang 10. He has those turns, use the rail, the length of the board, but just, I think, didn't come out of those maneuvers with speed. The urgency that he's showing to get out the back, he feels it's possibly not there, but given the other side, the other scores, it's right there.
He's super close. He has the capability of getting this score without any doubt. He's hustling himself back out there. Taylor is such a force, though, just physically as well. He's a big guy. Here's the replay here. Quick steps to that nose, a bit hunched over, like you were saying, not quite that flow that we want to see from JR. He checks all the boxes and gets the maneuvers in, a nice turn into the whitewater, and then he's going to hit that little hammer on the rebound there on the whitewater, finishing it off. But not sure that's going to, I don't think that's going to come in at the 7.68.
Yeah, comes in at a 6.9, so under the mark. So JR now with 2.5 minutes under the priority of Taylor Jensen. Is taking a look, going to have to be sneaky to get a good wave under the watchful eye of a seasoned competitor, Matt, in Taylor Jensen.
It's going to be quite possibly the most technical moment of JR's career if he can get this score under the watchful eye of Taylor Jensen, who's just been, I mean, so cool. Winning at Bells Beach, he's carrying a wave of confidence himself. He's back-to-back, well, he won here in 2022, got close last year as well, Taylor, but JR, if anyone can do it in the draw, it is JR. And 7.68, he's certainly capable of it. But in that wave, just trying to force the issue a bit with the turn. I feel like a smoother drop knee turn with a bit more flow, rail connection, because explosiveness is not in the criteria.
Yeah, but Carla, in the grand scheme of things, this is a moment for us to celebrate JR Esquivel in this final here in Huntington Beach.
It's really an awesome moment. I know everybody down on the beach, and they're so supportive of him. We're all so proud of him. It's just the beginning. As I said a minute ago, it's the tip of the iceberg. This is just opening the door for the rest of the country and all of that talent that Matt, you and I have seen for ourselves, be able to get that opportunity. And with the wild cards that they've been offering, WSL is really setting the stage to allow these up-and-comers an opportunity to showcase their skills on an international stage.
Yeah, the support from the World Surf League and the multi-tiered system where you have the qualifying series into the World Tour. On the shortboard side, you have the qualifying series into the Challenger Series, into the Championship Tour, just pollinating surf competition globally. But this looks like we're about 45 seconds away, Carla, from celebrating yet another win for Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, it looks like Taylor's going to be taking it away here once again, but not for the Filipino to be too disappointed. This is as you said, a career high for him, and we're gonna just celebrate his day here. But the ultimate celebration will be going to Taylor.
Looks like it's going to be a multiple celebration, Matt. We can celebrate the effort from the surfer from the Philippines, and we can celebrate in about 10 seconds back-to-back victories on the longboard tour for Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, incredible. An absolute stalwart of modern-day longboard surfing is Taylor Jensen. And it looks like Taylor will close this one out. But JR not putting a foot wrong. 4 waves in the good range, but it's Taylor Jensen who reigns supreme.
Dominant performance every single heat. Family on the beach, excited for the 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen, our men's champion. A force to be reckoned with. Seemed unstoppable from the start, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looked fantastic for the last few years since the pandemic. He's carried so much momentum, but with the tour stops being so diverse, Bells, Huntington, finishing off in El Salvador, he's going to be going in as the top seed at this point because he's got 2 first-place finishes. 2
first-place finishes are going to do it for number 1 seed, Taylor Jensen. And talk about the versatility, Carla, from the long, cold walls of Bells and still doing it here in Southern California in beach break conditions.
I mean, he just really shows why he's here and why he's won as many world titles as he has. He can ride big waves. He's a big guy that can ride small waves. He's really worked on his traditional aesthetic, and it's just, he's an exemplary human to be taking the title today.
Familiar feeling for Taylor Jensen on his way in. And the celebration We'll start on the beach. Great day in the office for the 3-time world champ. Went to it business-like, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just from the get-go. He was so calm, cool, collected on the day off in between where he made it through round 1. He was so relaxed. He didn't even turn up to the beach in that round 2 day, just enjoying the family holiday and just coming up from Oceanside, splitting his time between Australia and California. And this is just going to be another notch in the long, decorated career of Taylor Jensen.
What a feeling that is when you've worked so hard, you've multiple days of competition, like we've talked about, that anxiety, the adrenaline, and then it all culminates, and it culminates with a win.
And that's a hard chair right there. The big man, Taylor Jensen, TJ. Some strong blokes.
I think I've seen that before for Taylor.
Someone actually chair him up. Well,
I've seen him win, but not chaired up the beach.
I don't think most people are jumping at that opportunity to chair the big boy up there. But well-deserved. He deserves it. Congratulations to Taylor Jensen on winning the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. What an awesome moment.
Shout out, listen in.
Shout out to the Filipinos too. Taylor wasn't the fan pick going into this. Unbelievably, the 3-time world champ, and he's won here at the US Open. But he had his work cut out for him. I'm surprised he's showing so much emotion because he's so confident in his ability.
He tends to be a bit stoic. Sometimes it's hard to read him. So it's nice to see him, for lack of a better phrase, let his hair down.
Yeah, let the scrunchie out.
Taylor Jensen getting right up to the glass with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Taylor getting chaired all the way up to the stage here at Huntington Beach with the win. Walk us through that heat.
Yeah, that was wild. I don't know. Yeah, it all worked out, I guess. I don't know. Kind of in disbelief.
I don't know, but it seems like a pretty impressive performance from you to start the year. You win at Bell's, you win here at Huntington Beach. How would you describe how confident you're feeling in your longboarding right now?
I don't know if it's confidence. A lot of it's luck. I'm just having fun, honestly. I just kind of have a different headspace this year. I'm just enjoying my time on tour and, yeah, getting to surf good waves and have fun with all my friends, and it seems to be kind of working out.
What do you think has led to that different headspace for you this year after so many years on tour?
Just accepting it is what it is. You know, you win, you lose. It's all good. It doesn't matter. I have a beautiful family at home, and life goes on regardless of what happens, so I'm just enjoying it.
That said, second time in 3 years that you've gotten the win here at Huntington Beach. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, that's huge for me, for sure. Yeah, Huntington's just a special place for me. It's close to home. It's kind of the closest place for me to have an event, so yeah, it's special.
As it should be. Congratulations, Taylor.
Thanks, AJ.
More to come. Stick around after this break. We're going to break it all down. Finals day on the 8:05 post show. It is the 8:05 post show here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and we got some champions in the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Rachel Tilley, the 2015 World Longboard Champ, took a big win here, as well as the big man, Taylor Jensen, goes back to back on the World Longboard Tour. Taylor Jensen takes out the men's title here in HB. Speaking of HB, it's a Long Beach with a lot of breaks and a lot of things to do. Hi, I'm Kai Pugura, along with Carla Zamora, as well as Matt Shanoski, the Waxhead. Starting with you, Carla, your thoughts on today, finals day in the longboards.
So exciting. I was thinking just now how what was really exciting were the wild cards, the new, fresh faces that really made a statement. But when it came down to it, the veterans won.
Yeah, that was the case. And dominant performance on the men's side with Taylor Jensen, but an emotional win for Rachel Tilley.
Yep, style, flow, and grace epitomized from the veterans, but that emotion carrying through even with Taylor Jensen, three-time world champion, even showing that emotion, which you don't see, but bittersweet for Rachel Tilley, losing one of her mentors and club heroes from down there in Oceanside, but an all-California affair, taking out the most iconic event in the calendar for California.
We just came off the men's final with Taylor Jensen with the win. Let's check out the brackets here. And Carla, Taylor's road to that final.
Yeah, you can see there he took out Taka, who had a really great run yesterday, but able to take out the Japanese. Then he hits it up against Chase Leader. Chase Leader in his post interview really giving it to him. And then in the final, up against JR, and JR has all of that Filipino love and fan base, which it's hard to beat, but Taylor showing his experience and taking that win.
Yeah, strong performance by Taylor Jensen. Hey, let's make it official for our awards presentation. I'm gonna let Strider Wazalewski take it away.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Huntington Beach, come on over. We're gonna give away some hardware. Get ready, we're gonna give away the champions here at Huntington Beach. They're gonna get everything that they deserve. It was pretty fun to watch everybody. First of all, we'd like to thank, oh, there we go. Sounds like we're back up on the speakers. All right, Huntington Beach, if you could come on over and check out the awards presentation here for the Longboard Championship at Huntington Beach. Come on over and check it out. The WSL would like to formally recognize that Huntington Beach is the traditional homelands and shared territory of the Ashaman people, as well as the Tongva peoples. They've been here for over 10,000 years sharing these lands, and they've been stewards of this coastal waters, along with surfers and other activists. So we'd like to thank you, the Ashaman people, for being down here and continuing to support the cleanup efforts. We'd also like to thank our title sponsor, Lexus, for supporting this, as well as our presenting sponsor, Pacifico. Event partners Red Bull, Hurley, Yeti, Eventbrite, 805 Beer, Visit Huntington Beach, Bonzoy, Hogue Hospital, Cup of Noodles, Sambazon, and IC Sunglasses for all your support as well. I'd like to welcome everybody down here for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. It was really an amazing event. I mean, the longboard scene, the people, the family vibe, your whole kind of crew. It's a real warm, kind of special group of people that really have a good sense of community. They come together, they support each other. And, you know, in the water, there's a lot of competition, but on land, I learned that you guys are a big family, and it was really fun to see all of you guys and the camaraderie between you hanging out in the competitors area. So thank you to the longboard community. I'd also like to thank our media partners, CBS Broadcasting, ESPN, iHeartMedia, and Complex Network. Also a special thank you to IMG staff. You guys have made an amazing difference here in Huntington Beach for supporting this event. I'd also like to thank all the local surfers here in the community for letting us have this wave for over a week. That's pretty amazing. Thank you, guys. Up here to help me out with the hardware, this is Will Hayden Smith, our WSL Senior Manager and Regional Tours and Longboard. All right, let's get ready here. This guy, he was a runner-up in the men's division. He actually won the Pacifico fan pick for the final. RJ Esquivel, come on up here. RJ, you were on fire, every day, having fun, riding the nose. Your fan crew was better than anybody that I saw down here. You had the support down there. They had the flags flying. There was treats going out to everybody. Everybody back home must be so excited for you.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming here to support, and also to Manong Ronald for flying here to just support me. And yeah, WSL, thank you so much for a great event. And congrats to the winners, and thank you so much to everyone.
There you go, your runner-up here in Huntington Beach, the Longboard Classic. RJ, beautiful work, my friend. Sorry, JR. All right, we're moving right along for the women's runner-up. This young lady, Soleil Erico, has been on fire, and I cannot believe how well she's been doing out here at Huntington Beach. Solid three-time world champion. Come up on stage, Soleil Erico. Oh, hey, how's it going? Beautiful work this week out here. There was, a lot going on out in the water, but you seem to always stay calm and find your waves.
Yeah, Huntington's always been a tricky wave for me to figure out, and I'm really stoked with my result, making the final. It's better than how I did last year, and yeah, I'm super happy for Rachel and her fam, and yeah, it's been a good contest, and yeah, I'm excited to keep competing this year.
Congratulations, Soleil. You're runner-up here in Huntington Beach at the Longboard Classic. Okay, now for your men's Huntington Beach Longboard Classic winner. This man has been a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely powering through turns and styling on the nose this entire event, picking quality over quantity. This man only caught 3 waves at his heats, but they were all bangers. Taylor Jensen, you're a champion here in Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach Longboard Classic winner. Let's hear it for this man. Beautiful work. Well, Taylor, the waves weren't big, but you are. And you seem to dominate them no matter what, but still having so much elegance and class and style on the waves. Must be the equipment.
Must be the equipment, yeah. We'll put it to that. It's the boards, for sure.
No, but honestly, your skill out here is pretty amazing. And, tell us about, is there anything you do special to get ready for this kind of stuff?
Not really. I mean, I surf a lot in Oceanside. It's pretty similar to here, so I'm comfortable, and yeah, it's just fun.
Are you looking for another world title?
Absolutely.
Are you going to be excited for the end of this? And obviously, looking for that world title on that final day in El Salvador, is that going to feel pressure, or because you've already got a bunch, you don't care?
Pressure's off, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a anxious couple months here that we got ahead. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting down there and surfing some good waves.
Right on, man. Well, congratulations. Let's hear it for Taylor Jensen. All right. Last but not least, one of the most beautiful, emotional moments that I saw on the shore break after her win. And Auntie Meg said it, that she was peeling her feet off the board like a cat, just perfectly walking around. There was not a kink in the armor. Beautiful work all week, coming in super strong and having the support of everybody down here. There wasn't a dry eye in the house after you came in and gave your speech in your post-heat interview. Your champion here, the women's 2024 Huntington Beach Longboard champion, Rachel Tilley. Let's hear it for Rachel. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, it's pretty amazing for you to go out there. You beat the 3-time world champion, who's a tough opponent, and she doesn't just lay down for anybody. She's going to take it all the way to the end, and she made you work for it, and you really did prevail. You had a lot of strong waves. You came in, and it was an emotional one, and we're all really proud of you. So congratulations, the champion here in Huntington Beach, Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to Soleil. You are the toughest competitor, so it's always an honor. You push me so hard, and yeah, it's amazing to be here in front of my family. My whole family's here. My brother is a pilot, and he just landed from overseas this morning and came straight from the beach to here, so he got to be part of this moment too and was there to cheer me up, and to have this moment here in my home and with my family around is just so special. My heart is exploding.
Congratulations. These are your winners right here, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Let's hear it for everybody. Lift them up, lift them up. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to throw it back down to Kaipo and everybody on set, but what a bunch of champions. Thank you.
All right, 8:05 post-show continues. Congratulations to Taylor Jensen and to Rachel Tilley. We saw the emotional interview after her victory, but what an inspired victory for Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, what gracious wins from all of those people. Really nice words. You can tell how much support the girls really have for each other, and it's just really nice and refreshing to see.
Carla, let's check out Rachel's road to this win at Huntington Beach. Started up in the quarterfinals here. Natsumi Taoka advanced into the semifinals.
Yeah, just carving that one around. But Natsumi, I'll tell you what, coming off a second at Bells, she was looking like the one to beat, but it was Rachel's confidence dropping 9-point rides against Honolulu Bloomfield. She was just too strong in the end for, unfortunately for Soleil Errico, just couldn't buy a wave towards the end of that heat.
Yeah, Soleil here doing the best. We expect high-level surfing from Soleil, and she's definitely capable of it. Unfortunately, Soleil only getting that one backup score. Here we got Sophia Colhane here. She pulled an 8.5. I'm sorry, an 8.17 came from this score here, and then here we got Tilley.
Yeah, just a solid footwork, just fast, cat-like up and down the board. So confident, utilizing the whole length, the rail, the tails, everything the judges are looking for. The style, flow and grace epitomized from the women, but the waves, I mean, apart from being quiet on finals day, it was conducive to traditional longboard surfing. And as the end result, saw we an amazing show, but it was the style that prevailed from 2015 world champ Rachel Tilley, who took the win today at the US Open of Surfing.
Rachel Tilley taking out the win with a 14-point heat total in a quiet final up against Soleil Errico. But ultimately, it is Rachel Tilley for the win, and Soleil Errico, when we look at the context of the Longboard Tour, making back-to-back finals, stop 1 and stop 2. So a very confident Soleil Errico already this season, but today the celebration is all about Rachel Tilley. Taylor Jensen, though, 3-time world champ wax, and he's a guy that knows how to put a heat together and the big man did big things here at Huntington Beach.
Needless to say, he's not going to be having a party tonight. He's brought his whole family along, and that's the preparation. He's been staying down the road at Oceanside, at his house, surfing similar waves here at Huntington to what he's been training for, and he's looking primed for a great run. He'll be going a #1 seed to El Salvador. That's a dangerous thought considering the hot weather down there, the long waves, having fresh legs, and a strong Taylor Jensen. He's looking good.
Yeah, let's see the winners on finals day and what went down. Celebrating JR, 8.6. This was in the quarterfinals where JR advanced into the semifinals.
Yeah, super strong surfing from JR. Always focused, always driven, always ready to take the win. But Ben Skinner being able to answer back. I believe this is that 9.43. Super long nose ride, getting that super crisp and critical 10, and then rebounds it into that white water for the cutback. Here we go, Taylor Jensen.
You know, as the critical nose riding blended with the power attack like this, stepping on the rail, driving it back into the white water, showing the full array of surfing. But hey, the New York wizardry, the maestro on the nose, Chase Leader, the youngster.
Super exciting surfing. We saw all event from Chase Leader, and as well as from J.R. Esquivel. This was the semifinal.
JR was able to advance into his first final, and Taylor Jensen doing what he does. Taylor Jensen dominant in his semifinal performance to earn his spot in the final.
Yeah, as we said before, technical nose riding, but his ability to step back on the tail and show the judges variety, and almost popping the fin out in this. Just that was traditional longboard surfing, and you know, 60 years on from when his father-in-law Nat won at Oceanside, at Ocean Beach, I should say. He's channeling some of that juju. He's looking primed, but J.R. Esquivel put up a valiant fight. It was a narrow final in the end.
Definitely super close, a 15.07 total for Jensen, but only 14.47 for Esquivel, so super tight, and I'm sure they'll hope to go head-to-head again, and Esquivel will hopefully take the lead in that one.
Let's take a look at our rankings after the second stop on the longboard tour. Taylor Jensen can't do better than that, Wax. 10,000 points, 5,000 for each event win he's had this season.
Yep, absolutely. And a look down to that top 10. Kylis Flint climbing up into the top 8 draw. Declan Wyden down into 9th. That is one of the surprises, carrying so much momentum after Bells Beach.
Yeah, remember, you need to be in the top 8 to qualify for a chance at a world title. Let's take a look at our women's longboard tour rankings, and Soleil Erico with those back-to-back finals, Carla, on top.
Yeah, and Rachel Tilley moving her position up, now second in there. And Alice Lemoyne also moving into that top 8 position, knocking Zoe down. So it'll be interesting as these next couple events go, see how things, Natalia.
Yeah, a rookie down into 10th as well. That's pretty encouraging to see that regional qualifier coming in on 10th right now.
Absolutely.
Some great surfing all week from both the men and the women on the longboard tour, but we can only have one Cup Noodle wave of the day, and the Cup Noodle wave of the day came in spicy at a 9.43 for big Ben Skinner, Max.
Yeah, such technical nose ride ability. All the points garnered on this technical nose ride. We had Tyler Hatzikian in the booth, one of the best to do it. He was in awe of this drop knee turn as well. The judges had no choice but to go excellent range on that, and he backed it up with a little inside section. Dainty footwork from the powerful Ben Skinner.
Yeah, key here with those higher scoring waves was getting that little inside reform opportunity to get a couple more taps in, maybe a couple more turns, and that's where Ben got it.
Well, longboarding's wrapped. We have our champions in the longboard, but the Lexus US Open of Surfing continues on. Let's check out what we have in the future with our surf line forecast, Carla. Some action down south, going to give us consistent waves throughout the entire week.
Yeah, we've got a modest south to southwest swell. It looks like Thursday into the finals weekend. We've got hurricane action from the tropics with Fabio and Amelia. Looks like we're going to have some stuff for them to work with, and it'll definitely be exciting. 2 to 3 foot on Wednesday, and then by Saturday we're looking like 4 to 5 foot faces. Bit of onshore wind, but that should not pose a problem for any of our champion athletes coming into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and thank you to Surfline queuing us up for more action here on the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Well, my favorite time, Wax, it's the top 5 events of the day. Actually, for the whole event, for the longboards. Let's check it out. Coming in, the number 5 moment. He's entertaining. He's light-footed. The Japanese surfer, Taka Inoue, with a buzzer beater.
Yeah, tail to rail. He just needed this score. And it was right in the closing 30 seconds of the battle. But it was the time that he really relaxed, decompressed, showed us that style and less explosion. And that's where he got the scores from, Carla.
Yeah, a bit more thoughtful, slowed things down a bit, put the maneuvers together, connecting them with style, flow, and grace. He likes that. He was happy with his performance.
Number 4, high heat total here in the quarterfinal for Soleil Erico. 8.5, 5.43. Erico was in control here,
Yeah,
Carla.
Sorry, Carla. She was looking great on finals day. I was just about to say it was that confidence she was carrying into the final but was unable to capitalize. Just went really quiet. And I just have to say she was on a roll, but just got beaten by somebody who caught more waves.
That was really all that it was. Mother Nature didn't really find its way to Soleil today in the final and focused a lot of its energy on Rachel Tilley, but that doesn't say that Soleil has performed wonderfully, really shown her technical prowess and made her family and coaches proud.
That's right, back-to-back finals for the 3-time world champ, Soleil Erico. In number 3, Ben Skinner went crazy in this heat, Wax. 17.76 heat total for the Great Britain surfer.
Yeah, best part was self-shaped and designed board specifically for Huntington Beach and showing why he's also the coach of the junior team over there in England for the shortboarders, and his son Lucas Skinner getting through clutch victories himself because his dad, he's an absolute legend on the longboard.
An absolute legend, and against Kai ended up kind of bowing out early because of that commanding lead that Ben had, but good camaraderie, stoked for each other. Ben's going to hope to take this energy and this fire into the future events.
Number 2, big celebration, Carla, for the big man. Taylor Jensen took the win here.
Yeah, Jensen, man, he has had his eye. He wanted this win. He wants to take another title. Like you said, he doesn't feel the pressure so much, but he definitely is feeling the itch. You see some tight 10s coming from Jensen and then following up with those explosive kind of rebounds off the whitewater. Well-deserved win against the Filipino J.R. Esquivel, also making a good stand here. Super stoked for Jensen.
And number 1, Wax, Rachel Tilley back on the podium, back in pole position. She took the win here for the women.
Career best result here for Rachel at the US Open. She's won a world title, but a championship tour event for longboarding has eluded her for quite some time, but showing some real Sun style, but really channeling an emotional victory there for Gretchen. That was her team leader there at Oceanside Longboard Club, who passed away last week, dedicating the win to Gretchen, the family cheering her up, and she was elated. She certainly didn't expect to win, showing us that style, flow, and grace.
I don't think there was a dry eye on the beach.
Congratulations, Taylor. Congratulations, Rachel. Carla, thank you very much. We enjoyed this time with you. Wax said, always a pleasure. Thank you all for watching. Remember, we're going to get kicked off with the Challenger Series, the men's round of 80. That's going to start 7:35 local California time. Enjoy the end of day highlights and aloha. Welcome to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's the Huntington Longboard Classic.
Show your love for the people when they come, when they go. Meet your next generation and the next episode. Call me on.
I'll check the footwork, Strider.
Look at the rail work right there. When he gets back, leans into it, great work.
Gaining fans in front of Taka Inoue onto the round of 16.
I've been lost in the moment, I've been spending my days. I've been listening to the ocean and the breaking of the waves. What once was a remedy now fades away. Dim the lights, turn on music, microphone and the stage. Back to the rhythm, now we back, yeah we grooving. Everybody's getting down and everybody's moving. Rhymes are a sign of the times that we're using. Loving the life you live, live the life that you're choosing.
Goes straight to the nose. 5, 10. Soul arch. Hands above the shoulders on this one. Trying to give it everything he's got. Maybe his best wave yet.
This is a dance done from north to south. This is a dance done from north to south.
Chase planted on the nose, extended nose ride for Chase Leader.
Elise Kaliopaa, the favorite in this event, she will not be going back to back. And it's finals day for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Rachel, that's a long 5 there. Takes the midline of the wave. Power carve, expressive there. JR Esquivel, the winner of the last heat. His competitor, Richie, didn't want a bar of it.
Gets that nose ride from behind the section and then throws it into the 10 and holds it. And he just holds it, continues to hold it, and that's that critical section there.
Kyle Flint's just clapping his opponent. He's given up.
Chase Leader on the hotline bling right there.
Wow, that was a great answer back. Oh, they don't give it to him.
Jess comes under.
Scores getting locked in right now. It is not enough. Sophia doesn't move forward. Sole Errico moves into the final. We're seeing her come up against Rachel Tilley.
And Taylor Jensen will be meeting JR Esquivel in our men's final.
She feels it, and that emotion of winning one of the most prestigious awards has just become a reality.
Congratulations to Rachel Tilley.
Dominant performance every single heat. Family on the beach, excited for the 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen, our men's champion.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.